Hello everyone, welcome on in, welcome back. We present to you the Calling All Heroes Radiant Series 2026. My name is AriCast here with Rain. We're going to be your yappers for the part of today, and I'm just so excited that we finally have this competition back and running. Rain, how you feeling?
I'm pretty good. I'm also super excited for this, Ari. Of course, we've been waiting, I think, all year for this season to get kicked off. And here in the playoffs now, I think that we are in for some excellent competition in this Calling All Heroes season.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Calling All Heroes is an Overwatch tournament circuit for women and marginalized genders. The goal is to continue building an inclusive environment for everyone, focusing on equity, visibility, and community support. Radiant is the women-led gaming production agency that is partnered with Overwatch to produce Calling All Heroes. To get here, we've had things a bit different this year when it comes to that kind of circuit format. There was an open Swiss that had just happened for our regular season. There were 6 rounds, and the top 8 teams advanced through into, guess what? Today is that playoff stage, and we are here thriving. We are excited to bring you a total of 4 matches today, with a couple more tomorrow. On the line for this playoffs weekend today, there is mainly going to be seeding for that Calling All Heroes Championship, but there is still a couple $1,000s on the line for our top 2 finishes here.
Yeah, so there's 21 teams that came into this season. We're down to the top 8, like you mentioned, after 3 weeks of Swiss stages here. So that championship prize pool definitely going to be kind of the end game here for these teams. But yeah, the season playoffs, a nice couple grand. Definitely wouldn't feel bad to walk away with that.
Yeah, that Calling All Heroes Championship beginning on August 29th for a combined $37,000, which is insane, by the way, making the total Calling All Heroes prize pool a grand total of $40,000. So not just a tiny amount, certainly some life-changing money for a lot of these players. And I know I'd certainly would like that money. I'd like to buy a car or something. That sounds nice to me.
Definitely would be nice, and yeah, having the top 8 teams here. Now, of course, first and second are the only places that are going to get a cut of that prize money here for the season playoffs. But again, the seeding for the championship on the line as well. So you want to have a bit of a leg up as you head into that championship to take a stab at that bigger prize pool. And we have some incentives here for the viewers as well. So if you make sure that your Twitch account is connected to your Battle.net account, you have a chance to get some of these drops if you watch enough hours. A couple of player icons here, a spray, and a banner. And I mean, Ari and I were talking about this, and we think that these would look fantastic with the competitive drives that are happening right now. So I definitely think that you guys want to get in on these drops.
I mean, the color scheme is so nice. Like, I just love that shade of purple. Not quite a lavender, if you will. And I'm sorry, Chet, there's no esports loot boxes. But hey, you gotta rep the competitions that you're here to watch for. And I gotta say, I'll be loving these. I'll certainly be repping these banners and things like that throughout the drives as I work on them, as I have still not yet completed mine. I'm sorry.
We are also working on them, surely. Yeah, but it's nice to have a little bit of drops. And of course, the regular Overwatch drops are happening on Twitch as well, that are not exclusive to Calling All Heroes. So you can also get some competitive points from not just watching this broadcast, but watching any of the Overwatch streamers.
Yeah, plenty of rewards to go around, as well as just, you know, does anyone just sit here to enjoy the games anymore, right? We got some banger matches for you. Players that have been here through multiple different years. We even have some players that represent World Cup teams, things like that. So keep your eyes peeled. There's plenty different stories on that we'll kind of highlight as the day moves forward, right?
Yeah, and I mean, moving forward, we got to think about the bracket here. So it is top 8, and it is single elimination here. So that does mean losing team is going to go home. You can see your top 8 teams here. Definitely some familiar names here. Fable has been in the scene for a long time. I know there's a lot of Nightmare fans out there, as well as ex-Oblivione fans as well. So definitely some big names here. And like you alluded to, Ari, it's not just the team names. A lot of these players are up and coming or already in those kind of top levels of competition.
And just for additional level of clarification, this one round is single elimination. You either move on or you drop on out. After that, when you move into that upper semifinalists, then you'll go into that double elimination stage with teams dropping down if they do find themselves on the defeated side. But of course, I mean, just win, Forehead. Just keep on winning and you're in the grand final and you can take home that nice $2,000 prize here. Get yourself the #1 seed in Calling All Heroes Championship. It's pretty darn good.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. Definitely. Nice little bragging rights. And of course, if you get up to that #1 or 2, you get a little bit more than just the bragging rights. So from this top 8 knockouts, now these matches are going to be happening simultaneously, and we are going to be covering one of them here from the first round. We're going to be taking a look at Team Missing X-Ray and Fable.
And the reason we chose this game, by the way, is this is the #4 and #5 seeds out of Swiss. I believe both teams, if my research is correct, had the same record. So it should still be a very close kind of a game when it comes to just the statistical standpoint. But as well, we know a lot of the players on both of these teams. And I'm sure you guys will as well in the chat. So make sure to rep your favorite player if you see them.
Yeah, definitely cheer on some of these players. You're going to recognize them, not just from Calling All Heroes if you've tuned into some previous seasons, but you'll recognize them from things like Face It League and the Overwatch World Cup as well. So super excited to get to see this kind of the middle of the pack teams here. But of course, I got to remind everyone, there were 21 teams that signed up. So it's already a really big deal to make it into the top 8 here.
And of course, they had to make their way here through, of course, we said 6 rounds of Swiss stage, but how are they going to make it through into that championship stage? How are they going to play through today? Well, to do that, we're going to need to take a look at the map pool because things start to change as we move on. And so, you know, your maybe old favorite isn't here anymore. I'm talking about hashtag gotta love Lijiang. It's no longer here. It's not. Instead, we've got Ilios along with as well the rest of the maps that you can see on the screen.
Yeah, I think the Ilios shout out is pretty understandable here. Now, this is, of course, going to be a best of 5. First to 3 here. The higher seeded team will select the control map that we get started on. So in this case, it is the 4 and 5. It is Team Missing X-Ray that's going to have the first option of selecting between Ilios, Nepal, and Antarctic Peninsula.
We do this bit every time, but we do it because it's true. Chances are we're going to see a lot of King's Row, we're going to see a lot of Circuit Royale, a lot of Ilios, and if we had to pick a flashpoint, I mean, honestly, I think it's the closest one there. I think that one's 50-50.
I think so as well. Now, New Junk City was in the map pool for Face It League, whereas Atlas wasn't. So some of these players might be a little bit more experienced, at least recently, well practiced on New Junk City. But definitely, yeah, lots of popular maps here. Let's introduce our higher seeded team here in Missing X-Ray. So McMahon and Nadokado, the DPS here, both pretty well known, I think, at this point, not just in COD, but in Face It as well. Amity on tank, Crumb and Cameron going to be the back line here. So excited to get to see this team. A lot of expert division players in here and some pre-existing synergy where McMahon and Crumb are currently playing on another team together. So definitely a strong showing here for Team Missing X-Ray.
Not to mention the Jetpack Cat featured on the player card, but the damage roll up in the top left. So maybe showing you what kind of playstyle that person may have going into the game. Of course, we always joke about, oh, is this the comp that they're going to be running, right? But I think support May would be a little bit interesting to see. Maybe Overwatch has some new plans for us. But moving on, we've got Fable, our other side of the competition, and it's all going to start off with Kaiskal, Ray, Avery, Zapanther, and Fiery.
Yeah, another pretty strong team here, and everybody on this roster competing currently in that Face It league here, including Avery in the Masters division here, so very well versed on this tank role, and again, some existing synergy here on Fable. These are the core players from Fable in 2025, Avery, Fire, and Z-Panther kind of returning, and then to bring in the DPS lineup from the previous Cafe Violet, Ray, and Kaiskal. So we kind of have 2 cores merging into one here for Fable.
And I'm going to pull back this bit again. It actually looks like a real team comp. You know, Like, this is genuinely possible. I mean, the Kiri Brig, it may be the not most frequent of backlines, but all of these characters we can assume will at least see maybe some playtime today. I know Anran has been one of those characters where you have to min-max the value you are really trying to accomplish out and maybe only ran in certain compositions, but if the player is just so good on the character, it'd be a shame to let it go to the wayside.
Yeah, totally agree. So we know the players that are going to be in this lobby. So the next information that we're going to need before we head into this match is, of course, going to be those map selections. So like I mentioned, it is going to be a control map to start things out, and it is going to be a team missing X-Ray that's going to be in control of where we go. So they are going to have not only control of where we end up, but they're also going to have that first hero ban as well. So there's a lot of power right now in the hands of that higher seeded team, and where Calling All Heroes is a relatively small community, they're probably going to have a good idea of maybe where Fable doesn't want to go and what heroes Fable does not want to have banned out.
Well, let me ask you a question, Rain, because you're making that point. You did a lot of preparation and research on these teams. Is there something that you could discern from watching maybe past games of theirs, if there is a hero that they kind of depend on, that they can kind of just ban out in the first few moments, whether that is Fable onto Team Missing X-Ray or vice versa?
Yeah, oh, okay, well, not a whole lot of speculation from me, I suppose. Ilios, the starting map, we alluded to this when we saw the map pool. No big surprise here. I do think that the matchups of Team Missing X-Ray and Fable, they play kind of similar compositions here. Both tanks are kind of well-versed, not only in the brawl tanks, but also in the dive tanks as well. Wouldn't be surprised if Axe brings out maybe some hazard here, for especially on Ilios, where you have access to that high ground. And then, I mean, Nadakato has just been fantastic on so many of these hit scan heroes. Sojourn, Freya, definitely, but it actually is going to be Team Missing X-Ray taking the Freya off the field here, so they're going to opt to run something maybe more akin to that Sojourn, and then the Jetpack Cat coming off the board. I think that that is a pretty good ban here for Ilios, where we have been seeing a bit more of the Jetpack Cat Bastion comp, but even just Jetpack Cat on her own is in a pretty good spot right now.
That cat is annoying. When I started my drives, it was not the most fun to deal with. Now, I might be one of some of the lower ranks, maybe medium rank, and yeah, I was having some trouble, especially when I'm being a frog bouncing off walls and I have to look in the sky. Thankfully, I didn't fall off the ledge, but as for Crumb, maybe they'll be sending some people off the edge here as we start looking at our comps. Never mind, we've got a Mizuki instead.
Yeah, this is not really a surprise to me. We are starting out on Ruins here, so this is going to be the map on Ilios that is going to have the least amount of high ground to kind of navigate around, but it's still very much a dive map here that you can work with. So, Missing X-Ray, I mean, Amity looking to come out on the Mauga here. This has been a tank that has been kind of climbing up in popularity. There was a small dip there, but yeah, so much survivability here. Having that Kiriko and Mizuki backline provides so much utility here for Missing X-Ray. Crumb with that CC of the chain as well. Gonna be a good target onto Avery as long as you can wait out those Zarya bubbles.
I'm excited to get into it. The first team fight of the Calling All Heroes playoffs in 2026 happening right now. Please don't fall off the edge. Okay, that would have been an embarrassing start, but no, instead, just a bit of a joyride over to the side, the flank, if you will, and the battle going on over towards this point. It is going to be Team Missing X-Ray that do find themselves in control for the moment, but no real picks, waiting for that first initial engagement to strike down their opponents, and it's not going to happen just yet. The good positioning, though, basically forced out by the Mauga. You can't just stand there on the point and hope to tempo take them down. No, but it is going to be Crumb with that binding chain finding the first. Nadakato with the rail shot onto Fiery the second, and this should be all she wrote as, yeah, 3-4 picks go down and make that 5. There you have it, almost a team wipe in our first engagement of 2026.
And I mean, great stuff here from Team Missing X-Ray. They did not just force their way onto the point. You can see that McMahon taking that flank around the sides, really trying to kind of surround Fable here. And that's where Zarya is going to really suffer here. Avery is going to make a quick swap here. So Kaisuke also making the swap off of that Zarya Reaper. Gotta match McMahon on these angles on the Xion here. And then Avery on the Sigma going to hopefully be able to survive this Mauga a little easier.
Mauga from the top ropes, apparently. I mean, Nadakato will be the one that strikes down, but it was Amity applying that pressure. Kaisuke does get the Xion diff, if you will, onto McMahon, but is the value completely there to win this fight out. Of course, the point taken, but here comes that charge once again. Not going to find a slam or a knockdown on any player, but that is going to be the Kitsune rush launched out. Nothing else in response as it's not available. Nadokado back in the spawn. Can't use that overclock in response. And so, again, the sustain going to be fruitful for Fable as they hold on to the point. But there's the Kitsune rush back, finally being matched. Oh my gosh, the Panther. Thank God you have high sense there. I don't know what just happened, but Crumb falls down in the end. And the slam on down once again by Amity. Still not finding that pick that they're hoping for. And Team Missing X-Ray might have to take a reset button, especially as Amity falls.
Hey, I mean, I like the idea from Cameron to use the Kitsune Rush kind of lighter in the fight here, but now that Fable have Avery over on this Sigma, you're going to be able to do a lot more of that poke damage, and cycling between the shield and the kinetic grasp, you're going to be able to deny so much of that cardiac overdrive from Amity that she's going to have a much harder time just staying alive and existing in these fights. Now, good news for Team Missing X-Ray, lots of ultimates to come back into this, including that overclock. So Fiery, gonna have to make good use of the sound barrier.
And 2 quick picks. This fight might just be over as soon as it starts. I mean, McMahon, they have been one of those players to look at, I'm telling you now. And with 3 picks on the fight, they are unstoppable. Team Missing X-Ray take this one and flip the point back in their control, about to overtake Fable.
Look, I watched McMahon when Vendetta first came out, and they were absolutely incredible at picking up that hero as soon as she was available. Really just kind of repeating the pattern here. Shion, the newest hero, and McMahon already finding a good understanding of things.
Curious as to what the play is here. It looks like it's just going to be to isolate that back line. The Suzu does come out and prevents any sort of major damage, but there is the real threat. It's McMahon, we believe, using the ultimate, but not finding the immediate value that is until the right click finds Array, takes them on down. She won't be feeling that one very well. And in the end, it is just more pandemonium that goes all in favor of Team Missing X-Ray.
Yep, great start for Team Missing X-Ray, although, hey, Fable definitely coming alive there. I like the swaps. It made a lot of sense to counter out the comp that X-Ray is winning with, but we're gonna have to pick it up a little bit as we head to the next point here, because of course, one more point and Team Missing X-Ray will be able to start up 1 in this series. As we head over on to Lighthouse here, this is where there's going to be a lot more high ground to kind of be concerned about. And I guess in response to that, we are going to see Avery make that swap over onto the Diva, and oh, the Amity Wrecking Ball coming out as well. So this is going to be very deadly, especially where Fable aren't running that music key, so you don't really have any form of CC here except for the boop from Fiery, and there's really only so much you can do to dissuade a Wrecking Ball for coming back for a second hit. So we'll see if there's going to be any other changes for Missing X-Ray. It's a TP out from both these teams, and then over onto the Tracer here. So we're really going to have to be watching for those 1v1s between McMahon and Kaisuke.
Went for the rollout. I see you. I see what you're going for. The other problem is that value not quite abundant in that slam, just to kind of take that high ground positioning instead. But big boop coming out, big displacement. Ray, she completely falls over because of it. Nadokado with that punish. And again, not another slam available, but a big boop. Oh my gosh, Fiery, a frog riding, wall riding, just gone. Sent to the oblivion, the abyss. And it'll be Team Missing X-Ray to pick up that first capture.
All right, this is good for them. They'll be able to get things set up. Nadokado making value already on this Sojourn. Now, the Kirikos do get traded out here, but yeah, there's just too much falling with Crumb taking down the mech of Avery as well. That Diva going to get staggered out a little bit here, so more free percentage on the board here for Team Missing X-Ray is Amity. I mean, you can see just how many roll-throughs and how much damage she's done on this Wrecking Ball by looking at this ult charge, almost at 70% already, and in a very sneaky position to take a slam on to Fable as they're making a rotation.
Only finding really the tank. This is what my ball gameplay, I think it looks like, when in actuality we know it definitely doesn't. But it feels like it, just the speed of Amity rolling through these teams, displacing and making sure that Fable does not have an easy time to work through and just get a hard engage on this point. The rail's still available for Nadokado, just choosing their target. It is going to be the Diva. Brings them down to about half, but still kicking as every player on this lobby still waiting for that big moment to strike for Fable to engage into the point, but it's not going to be easy. Amity has these mines available.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the displacement. It's just all about causing chaos when you're playing this Wrecking Ball, and Amity is doing that to a T. Fiery did swap off of the Lucio over onto that Mizuki to try and have some form of CC, but Amity's just always on the move. There's never a chance to find her with it.
And unfortunately, Zapanther using that Kitsune Rush after 2 players had already fallen the minefield, just as a bit of insurance. The remake, hello? It finds 2. Avery, I don't know how you've done that. The Pulse Bomb's still available for Mickman. They can maybe work with it in some favorable way. The Tracer 1 HP, Kaisuke will fall to the rail, and not exactly boop off the map for the D.Va, but still, no team really left to work with. It's gonna be tough for Fable to really get themselves back into this point, let alone find a cap and the comeback. But there's the Kitsune Rush by Cameron, making this even tougher. Ray, she'll fall down. The overclock making this even more difficult. And the remake found 2, but the self-destruct only finds 1. McMahon caught out in the open. Kaisuke will fall. Is this it? Is this our first map? Yes, indeed. Team Missing X-Ray take it 2-0 over Fable.
Yeah, I think that you can see that once Amity brings out the Wrecking Ball here, it's just kind of scrambling Fable to try and find an answer to things. The Mizuki swap was really good, but you can just see how well-versed the Team Missing X-Ray is with playing with the Wrecking Ball. The chaos that's being created by Amity is always being followed up on, whether it's by Natakato or by Mickman. Somebody is always ready to find the target that's been pushed out of position by Amity, and yeah, the team synergy definitely there for Team Missing X-Ray.
Ironically, as much as I want to say it looks like a TDM style of gameplay with everyone just being kind of all over the place, it really does look coordinated though. Like even though, you know, it might be 1v1 fight here, 1v1 fight there, it's because that is what has been orchestrated by Team Missing X-Ray to then propel them to success and win out these maps and matches. And with that, map 1, it goes to Team Missing X-Ray. Of course, it is a first to 3, so there's still plenty of time to work with, as well as that map selection now swapping over to the other side. The hero bans as well also being launched over. And so now you think, okay, what do we exactly go for the ban? Obviously, you could argue the Wrecking Ball is going to be banned, but at the same time, you got to figure out what map is being played first.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you can kind of tailor the map selection so that it's going to not favor the Wrecking Ball. I think that Avery looked best on this Sigma composition. So there's definitely lots of options here to run the Sigma maps that are really not going to favor the ball. I'm thinking Circuit Royale, where Sigma really can have a strong impact here. And I think that putting a lot of your kind of eggs into the basket of the DPS here might work well for Fable as well. If you can follow up kind of on that poke damage that comes through from the tank, I think that you have a good shot at tying this series up here, but it definitely is going to come down to those hero bans at the end of the day. Even if you pick the map that's going to not favor that Wrecking Ball, we know that Amity has lots of flexibility here. So you're going to have to be very careful about the ban because, of course, you can only ban a hero once per series. So Fable not going to be able to ban that Jetpack Cat again, and then Freya not going to be banned by Team Missing X-Ray.
That just scares me. Is Team Missing X-Ray going to just be a Jetpack Cat merchant? Like, is that what's about to happen? Not to say that's like their only capability, but are they just gonna abuse the character in any way that they can to just completely dismantle what is already a potentially dismantled Fable? I mean, you saw what happened when the Wrecking Ball rolled through. Now imagine there's a cat in your backline. I'm a little scared if that is the case.
I think it's definitely a possibility. The Jetpack Cat, I mean, before when she first came out, we were kind of just seeing her on some very specific maps. I mean, Ilio's definitely one of them, but I've seen some Jetpack Cat Bastion happen on Circuit Royale. I've seen it on some King's Row here. Even the Jetpack Cat Cassidy is becoming quite popular. Everybody loves a good Sky Noon. So definitely lots of opportunities to kind of combo this Jetpack Cat with other DPS heroes and just make them that much more deadly. And then, of course, I mean, she's just deadly on her own, especially once you get kind of the claw perk where it's going to not only slow down the target but also do extra damage with that quick melee. Yeah, definitely if Fable is scared of Jetpack Cat composition, I think that could be kind of capitalized on here.
I'm so surprised. Look at the map selection.
Wow.
Circuit Royale. Well, the bans though. The bans are something we could look at a little bit more. Fable banning the Pharah, and then the Kiriko as well banned out, which I guess kind of hints at what the teams are trying to go for. I mean, you have to imagine that Team Missing X-Ray just have a really good Pharah player, and Fable know that just by reputation, so I think that's what they're going for in that ban.
It's definitely possible. I think that it could also be a protect ban onto the DPS here. Maybe if you
Specifically want to run, say, some Widowmaker or something like that, and you suspect that it could get banned out, going for that ban onto the Pharah that, you know, we sometimes could see on circuit, but just not that common, will protect that DPS role. So the Kiriko banned out here is very interesting. Oftentimes when we're seeing Kiri banned, we're thinking about, okay, what is Kiri denying? It's denying anti, so I'm thinking we could potentially see some Ana here. I'm thinking that we could potentially see some other forms of CC, maybe a stomp in, the accretion, things like that. But also, Kiriko is a key component in keeping a Mauga alive. So I think that that hero ban could allude to the other team having a difficult time running that hero.
I love how you didn't mention the fact that we might see a Junker Queen.
I thought about it, and I was like, you know, she does have anti. I don't think that we're gonna see Junker Queen. She's just not in a spot right now where you can necessarily get away with it. I mean, you know, banning the Kiri could definitely help, but I don't think it'll be enough to bring her in.
Not on this map, at least.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Circuit would be a bit too tough for them.
Save
Imagine
it
you're
for
a
New
Junker
Junk
Queen
City.
looking up at that high ledge, and you're like,
Just
it'd be
watching
nice,
a Widow. Yeah.
it'd be nice to shoot you back, but no.
Alas, it's just a shotgun. All right, well, it is going to be Fable on the defense first here, and that does mean that the comp that they've locked in is at least going to be what they're going to have for the first engagement here. Not
The Mario theme?
Okay.
I'm letting them cook.
I know, I am. Yeah, brilliant from
Applause.
Naruto. Oh my gosh, she's just multi-talented. What can't she do? Ooh, okay, potentially some Widowmaker here. No. Yeah, once you see Kaisicle over on this Mei, you have to swap and match the Mei. This Mei Sigma Mizuki comp from Fable is just all about trying to isolate Amity on this tank. So, McMahon gone. That's a good start for Fable.
Indeed it is. Of course, we're going to need to see the major tempo of this fight start to develop, although that is one pick. The tank's still very much alive for both sides, so of course kind of just waiting for that space battle to commence. And with Avery on that Sigma, right, you are focusing a little bit more on tempo, a little bit more at distance. Amity has that at least dual variability to at least run in and just start whacking away with them at fists, but yeah, just gonna be that space actually still being gained. As much as Team Missing X-Ray lost one early, they're still working their way around the corner just fine. In fact, it's Avery that's gonna go pretty darn low. The Immortality Field that'll have to be used. The Flick not gonna be found there, but Avery with that pick onto Crumb should seal this one, at least for the moment. Gonna be a lot tougher to push forward when you just don't have a main source of your healing.
Yeah, Crumb is going to be such an important component of this. Now, I do like Missing X-Ray. Cameron, I caster cursed you in my brain because I'm thinking I love the Juno with this Ramacho because the speed ring is going to be so helpful for closing the distance on Avery. But Fable is just able to do so much poke damage onto Team Missing X-Ray before they can cycle through their first set of cooldowns that Fable already has ults coming online here. This amplification matrix from Z-Panther is going to be fantastic at forcing Team Missing X-Ray to just disengage, wait things out, just burn down the clock.
Looks like the retest starting to come through. The amplification matrix as well. That Sigma very low. Yeah, stand in front of the window so I can heal you. Thank you, thank you. And as that infrared sight goes through, you start to wonder where is that pick going to come through. Well, unfortunately, not on the side of Naruto. It's Camera that falls in the back line, but it's just the go button launched by absolutely everyone. Gravitic Flux, Mizuki, all. I think there was an Annihil. To go. There are so many different things going on, and when the dust settles, it is Fable still on top, holding strong.
Absolutely incredible showing here from Ray. If you give her the space to work with, she is going to pop off. Fantastic look on this Freya so far, and yeah, a lot of ults thrown into that fight. It is Team Missing X-Ray that come out on top ult economy-wise. Having both of those support ultimates to work with is going to be massive here. That Sanctuary from Crumb could eat both of these DPS ults from Fable, so Bicycle and Ray gonna be very careful.
Ooh, Blizzard v Orbital Ray. Amity looks like she's still out on top, especially taking down Avery, and I think this should do it. It's just the lack of a tank for Fable gonna cause him to crumble here. 1.6 meters is not gonna be enough for, I think, supports to be able to hold on to, and it actually just seems to be Amity and Naruto. It was close. and there was a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, Fable, not much more you can do there. A little bit of a stagger on a Kai'Sicle, but they'll get back quick on the Tracer. Team Missing X-Ray captured that first point.
All right, good defense here from Fable. I will give them that. However, unfortunately, Team Missing X-Ray are going to be able to push up onto this high ground because everybody from Fable got that long spawn here. And with this second point of Circuit Royale, you really want to be able to set up early on the second point defense here. So I love this from Missing X-Ray. Push forward, get the space, build up to this bola shot from Nadokado. You're looking to try and find an early pick here if you're Fable. Like, you need to take this space back.
I just saw Avery get so low. I'm like, oh no, is this fight going to be way quicker than we thought it was? But there's the bola launched on out. It actually kind of splits the team in a way that where you're hoping Team Missing X-Ray can punish onto it, but instead Crumb falls forward again, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive with that teleport in the back pocket, thinking they're safer than they are, and then just getting taken on down. Unfortunate for her to see, but in the end, I mean, it's one of those fights you just kind of have to chalk up and say, GG, go next to the next fight. And a lot of progress has been made. No way the Annihilation gets launched out right now. This is certainly a push for the hills, hoping that something will come to fruition, and it just does not. Amity, she'll fall down, and the Mizuki forced out as well, so a bit of a one-for-one trade there when both teams, I think, could have held on to it.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. That's an interesting play from both of these teams, but hey, excellent job from Panther on that Baptiste. The lamp coming in clutch to keep Ray alive through that Annihilation, and now Fable on top, alt economy-wise and positionally here. This is exactly where you want to set up with this poke composition, especially when you're playing into that Ramage.
Ooh, yeah, Immortality Field saves the day yet again. The Gravitic Flux is now launching up at least two. Might actually find a pick onto the back player, but no, instead staying alive and still kicking, as it looks like that space has been kind of let to rest for the moment, but we know that quick engagement going to come back in a moment. Yeah, there's Crumb again on that aggro that we were talking about. The bola shot going mid-air doesn't happen, but Cameron finds two! Make that three! What have you seen on Juno highlight reel? Well, you get to see one here. And Team Missing X-Ray just continue walking on forward with this cart.
Oh my goodness, and I mean, less than a minute now. They have two on the cart, so Missing X-Ray's getting decent progress here, and Fable are just not going to be able to get a recontest on second here. I love this positioning. Every time when Missing X-Ray get a cap onto the cart, they are pushing forward. They are not standing and waiting for that cart to walk through that point.
I'm going to be seeing an engagement over here. Team fight even, but looks like it is going to be a bit of a stall. The bola shot launched out by Nadokado actually does find the one on a Fiery. Big source of that healing gone. Completely dusted back the other way. Cameron is also gone though, so there you go. Supports getting launched out by both teams. Make that's a Panther falling down as well, but in the end it looks like Team Missing X-Ray will win this fight out. Amity staying alive for the longest, and of course meaning that they are able to provide some consistent damage and win out this for their team.
Yeah, and builds, up to some ults here for Team Missing X-Ray. They're in a great spot, setting up on this high ground. They have the Annihilation to kind of force a fight on the cart, which is really good for them when you're playing up against the Sigma that really wants to have a little bit of distance between them and the cart. So these DPS ults that are coming online for Fable, we'll have to see how they're going to work with these. Kai'Sicle using that Blizzard in response to that Orbital Ray last time. You could also play that in response to this Sanctuary from as this payload has moved so far forward.
Really has. It looks like the engagement could be lost over towards that high ground. Amity really falling down. This should just be a bit of a pleasantry as the rest of the players are cleaned up or are sent back to spawn by their legs or by the damage. And Fable, of course, will have a second to breathe and actually farm up the rest of their ultimates.
Yeah, and get up onto this high ground as well. Love this positioning from Avery. You're going to be able to build that Gravitic Flux that much easier. We've seen her go for the target onto Amity, and I suspect that could happen again.
Target onto the Ramatra, does find it, but yeah, that pick just not going to happen. Too much HP really to work with there, especially as that peel from the supports does come through. Mizuki ult launched on through, a bit of an aggressive one. They're trying to take space with it. The Panther's Immortality Field goes down, and you're looking at maybe that Amplification Matrix to kind of save the day here. Maybe that bola shot, but there's the Blizzard. Avery falls, Fiery falls, Ray's also gone, and before they even get a chance to use the rest of their ultimates, Fable fall to a matter of dust. Team Missing X-Ray continue to walk on forward. An Annihilation for good measure. Fiery will have nothing but a last breath.
And 4 seconds on the clock here. So kudos to Fable for being able to get that time bank so low here. But it does mean they need to complete this map if they want a chance at winning it. They need to force us into overtime rounds here. And I would argue that the Sigma composition is a little bit stronger on the defense compared to when you go on the offense, especially if Amity does still stick with that Ramatra on the defense. So we'll have to see how Fable are going to maybe adjust this composition, maybe have some form of speed of their own. I do think that Cameron on the Juno lending that speed ring, particularly to Amity, has just allowed for Missing X-Ray to have a higher tempo in a lot of these fights, but so far looking like Fable might be sticking with the familiar comp here. Missing X-Ray though. Also, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it here. So we will get to see this once again on the defense for them.
I definitely think the Mei was a big difference maker in at least a couple of these fights for Team Missing X-Ray. That Blizzard just so easy to take down a tank once they're completely frozen, right? Even though that support's coming in the backline, you can just focus on hitting the headshots, and it really does provide a lot of value. So I think Fable may be kind of realizing that and kind of putting more resources into this Mei as well. Kai'Skell, you know, being one of those players who we know is capable. Don't you dare swap to the Junkrat. Ain't no way.
Indeed, there is a way. I mean, I think that she's going to go for a cheeky play over the top and probably just try to get one pick and then make the swap over here. And yeah, she's setting up for it. So once Avery and Ray are in a position to follow up on the damage that Kai'Skell throws out, that's when she's going to go in for the spam damage.
No way. No, not like this. The Mizuki finally taken down. Kai'Skell might fall for their efforts. No, the Immortality Lamp saves them. And Fiery, both Mizukis actually falling down, makes this one a lot tougher for both sides. That Sustain, not exactly available, dealing that raw damage is going to be a little bit more valuable. And with Kai'Skell on the Junkrat, it actually favors Fable in this case. But oh no, Ramatra in the mix, fists launched, Kai'Skell down, and Amity might have just turned the tides for their team, for her team yet again, making this one a lot more doable.
Yeah, it's a good read there from Team Missing X-Ray. Maybe a little spooked by the Junkrat at first, but Kai'Skell just playing kind of up forward with the Sigma allowed Amity to really just walk her down on that Ramatra here. So it is going to be a swap over onto the Mei. I applaud Fable for a little bit of creativity here. Hey, it did get a little bit of progress on this payload.
It really did, but Team Missing X-Ray, they're resilient. They just keep finding ways back into these fights. Fiery down again though, so Fable will kind of just have to focus on the ult charge gain in this fight, but even that is dwindling as Ray will fall as well. Another, beautiful, just aim, raw mechanics from Nadokado. And I wish I could hype it up more than we thought, but hey, we're just used to it at this point.
Let's try this.
She just throws the bola shot into the spawn because she knows she can just build another one super quickly here. The Freya able to put out so much damage. I mean, she literally just threw the bola and she's at halfway to another bola shot here. Absolutely incredible on this Freya. And Team Missing X-Ray, I mean, that's the only ult that they've committed in. They have the Annihilation already ready to go. You're gonna have the 3 other ultimates online very soon here. Fable need to try and use this amplification matrix again to try and take some space.
I'm finding that first pick. I mean, 1 HP on the player in the tiny room, going around a Juno and at least dodging for the moment, but Fable, when the dust settles, 4 of them gone. The 5th one, I'm sure, already sent back to spawn in the first place. So they are very happy, Team Missing X-Ray, to keep on holding to this point, because the more time that this map goes on, the more time potentially for mistakes to be made.
Yeah, unfortunately, Avery lost that gravitic flux there. Don't think that it ended up pulling anyone into the air. She is going to make the swap over onto the Orisa here, already very low, but you are going to be able to take a bit more of kind of this front-to-back fight where the Sigma needs to be looking a little bit further back here. So having the Mei paired with the Orisa should be a way for Fable to break their way through this corner that Team Missing X-Ray have just dug their heels into.
It's really funny you say that, because as soon as the Orisa swap goes through, already additional meters are gained. Like, it's just the aura of Orisa that just led them around the corner. Now, Blizzard's at least launched out by, oh yeah, both sides going through, and it's Crumb to take down Kai'Skell. Bola shot in the back line. That's not going to find the immediate value you're hoping for. Ray, she'll be sent to the back line, tucking tail, and oh my, Mickman just says goodbye, sending an Icicle in the face of their opponents. Narakato to clean up the rest, and this is like clockwork. They are humming.
I think that we can definitely see why Fable went for the Freya ban over on Ilios. Narakato absolutely cooking on this hero, and now as we head into overtime, Fable have nothing to work with, and they're facing off against this Annihilation from Amity, which is going to be a death sentence for them when they have to go on the card.
Ready for the hashtag backline bola? Well, it almost found the one. Cameron stole that away. Finds another 3K for themselves, for herself. It's magical what Fable is going up against. I don't blame them for maybe falling a bit short here. Avery, Fiery, they'll all fall down. And in the end, Team Missing X-Ray take map number 2, taking the lead 2-0.
Ooh, match point now for Team Missing X-Ray, and a fantastic showing from them. I mean, they looked amazing on Ilios, and hey, as much of a fight that Fable put up on Circuit, what a stellar defense here from Team Missing X-Ray. And I mean, I feel like there are multiple chances that Cameron could have gotten play of the game here, but love that we get to see the Juno really kind of showing off here.
I told you, when you get the chance to see a Juno highlight reel, well, you get to see one here. Just magical stuff. And really in that final fight as well, picked up, I think it was 2, maybe 3. So props to the Juno player. Hey, you got to give credit where credit is due. And now do you start thinking, okay, do we ban the Juno next? I mean, is there too many problems that we have to deal with?
It is a good question. Now, once again, it is going to be Fable in control
of the map pick. Didn't go so well for them on this one, but if they want a chance to stay alive in this first to 3 series, they need to lock in on a map, and they need to win it, and then win back-to-back map picks from the side of Team Missing X-Ray. So definitely a tough ask here, but not impossible. I feel like we've been seeing Fable get better and better as these maps have gone on.
Yeah, Fable is one of those teams where even though, you know, they might lose one matchup here or there, you still have to respect the threats that they can produce, because if you are not playing your best, they will punish you for it. So if you're out of position, Avery will send a rock your way. As you can see, I mean, McMahon, though, has been cooking the whole day along with Narakato, and, you know, it's one of those things where had these players not been firing on all cylinders, you might have seen that map go a different way.
Yeah, it's a good point. And I mean, yeah, big shout out to McMahon and Narakato, because I like that Fable took us to Circuit Royale to try and pivot away from a map where Wrecking Ball would really be playable here. But the thing about coming to Circuit Royale is that this is a map where DPS really, really shine here. And I think that, yeah, McMahon and Narakato just showed up ready to play here on Circuit. And this is the exact map where a DPS lineup can really just run away with things here. So definitely big component of why Team Missing X-Ray got that 3-0 on Circuit.
So what's the Kings Row we're going to? I mean, what's the map we're going to? Oh, okay. New Junk City. All right.
We're saving Kings Row best for last, right? That's going to be map number 5. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get there. But all right, I like this. Heading over to a Flashpoint map. I have always been a fan of the Flashpoint maps. New Junk City, no exception. I do think that New Junk City is another one of those maps where it is going to be tricky to run the Wrecking Ball. Not impossible, but I do think that it will be a little bit tougher than some of the other options that are available. So maybe that is what Fable is leaning towards. Of course, they do still have some bans to work with here, and okay, taking them. So hey, it wasn't the Juno, but they still had a problem with the support line. Oh, we've been informed wrong side here. It is not a Mizuki ban from the side of Fable. I believe it is the Mauga ban coming through for Fable, and then the Mizuki in response here. So, you know what? Maybe we will see some Wrecking Ball.
I'm excited for Wrecking Ball if that is the case, because I would like more pandemonium. I would like for everyone to be in their own fights willy-nilly, and you know what? That's pure entertainment for me. I just love seeing the raw aim from a lot of these players, as well as the coordination that doesn't look like coordination at the first glance, but in the end, you start being like, wow, I wonder if they actually drew up, okay, this is the line I want to boop them in on, get ready, position yourself around here. Like, those are things we don't know, that we can't see, but we might be able to find out in an interview.
That is true. Hopefully we'll have one for everybody at the end of this series. But gotta get through map number 3 first here. Without the Mauga, without the Mizuki here. So, yeah, I think that the Mizuki ban is definitely leading hard into Amity over on that Wrecking Ball. But I am interested to see what Fable is going to work with here on New Junk City. I do think that the Sigma could be a really nice option for them. I would like to see the backline swap up here. Of course, they're not going to be able to run that Mizuki, but you're still going to want to have something that is going to have some survivability here against a dive. Potentially a Brig, potentially that Kiriko. Heck, we've even seen some Moira played at some points here. But whatever it is, Fable is definitely going to have to come into this map with a little bit of a different flavor on the compositions that they've been running.
Yeah, I mean, especially in ranked, you're seeing a lot of characters that are self-sustainable, right? That can get value, that they can move around and kind of get in and out of situations when they need to. And although we maybe don't see that all of the time in organized play, there's still some merit to why people are running it in ranked, and because if you need to maximize the value you're trying to get by your individual self, it can be something that you need to swap onto. And right, for Fable, I mean, you're seeing a lot of movement available for Ray here on the Sojourn. I mean, Zapanther, Fiery, obviously two of the most movement-based characters that we've seen in Overwatch for a while. Avery on the tank, right? There's only so many movable tanks that aren't Wrecking Balls, so you got to give them a little bit of slack there. But with the Zarya coming through, how do you think this is going to play out?
If Amity rolls out on the Reinhardt, it is not going to go well for Avery at all. And I mean, the doors are opening here. Amity is locked in on this Rein, a hero that we didn't get to see for a really, really long time. I would argue since Overwatch 1, but has kind of come back into playable terms here. So Fable is not going to have the same frontline sustain, especially with McMahon back over on that Mei again.
Icicle Reaper has been taken down. We won't get to see that one just quite yet. And it's the Reinhardt flying through, swinging away that hammer. It's McMahon that finds one pick onto Avery, the tank down, and this should just be pleasantries for the rest of the team. Pin does miss. So does the first hammer swing, but not the second. Fire strike, make that a second one. And accuracy is not something that Reinhardt needs to really worry about. You just keep swinging, and eventually they all fall down. Icicle, of course, will find one, but Team Missing X-Ray is still out to a very strong start.
Yeah, especially where, Crumb's the one that ends up falling later there. The Lucio, she'll be able to find her way back into this fight pretty quickly here. And now Fable are in a pretty awkward situation of trying to push through a choke point when there is a Reinhardt and a Mei holding the door down. Not to mention Nadakato on this Cassidy that's going to be able to put in so much consistent damage here. So Fable need to try and get creative here with their rotations. Force out a cooldown, and yeah, I like it. Path a different way.
Yeah, a really good space that was kind of moving everyone else over to a different angle. The only problem is that Fiery falls down first. Now that's your movement completely gone. Nadokado takes down 2. She fires away, and the recipients, Fable. The unfortunate circumstances that have fallen for 3 of those players.
Oh my gosh, Nadokado, yeah, ripping Fable apart here, and all the space being taken by Team Missing X-Ray, ensuring that there will not be another fight on the first point in New Junk City here. So Fable gonna have to regroup, get ready to path towards the next point, which is very, very close by here. So we're gonna see a bit of a scrap happening just outside the spawn of Fable.
Big slam, the amplification matrix and the fire strike, good for 2. Now, a little bit scrappy in the back lines. At least the bubble will allow for the Zarya to stay alive for just a moment more. The beat comes in a bit late to save Amity, and yeah, unfortunately, Crumb, realizing the mistake that has been made, will just kind of go AFK, and will gladly be sent back to the spawn room to reset with their team.
Yep, that's right. No staggering for Crumb here, as Fable are going to be in control of bomb flats here, at least to start. So some percentage on the board here for them in New Junk City. Having some nice ultimates to try and hold this as well. They only have to commit that Kitsune rush. Now, though, we need to survive this Deadeye.
No. Oh my gosh, no, not like this. Fiery falls down again. That speed just completely dismantled. Blizzard in the mix. Ults will be only what can save you in this fight. And Avery falling means that I don't think the rest of the team are able to do as much as they would like here. Amity takes down Ray. You've got a Reaper on the point, and they're completely dismantled. Icicle, she'll go back to the spawn room, and yeah, Team Missing X-Ray continuing to pick up where they left off in maps 1 and 2.
Yeah, look, there's some jokes to be made about zoning Deadeye here, but like that is exactly what Team Missing X-Ray needed. They just walked their way onto the point. Getting fiery was just icing on the cake.
Big grab at least. Unfortunately, not the value you're hoping for. Death Blossom, yes, in the mix. Unfortunately, no fix. You thought it was coming through. You really did. I even thought so too, but no. Instead, the support just too much. And the Reinhardt, still full HP on the point, means this fight is by no means over. 70%. Oh, we got a little bit stumbled there. It must have hit a curb or something, but in the end, the hammer swinging away and still holding strong. Fable will need to find a new way into this point that isn't through ultimates, especially as that timer goes low. You don't really want to forfeit this second point, but if you have to, you might just want to give it up. In the end, farm up your ults and take that next point, but there is that contest coming through. It is the Zarya hanging out strong. Oh no, I thought that was boop off the map. Nope, not gonna happen yet. Crumb goes down. Kaisko in the back line. She'll be at least firing away. But those shotguns, can they take down the shield in time to remove the Reinhardt? Yes! Amity will fall. And this should be a fight win for Fable, assuming they can clean up the rest, which they do. Fable at least happy to stay into this point.
Ooh, they clawed their way back into that one. Okay, big aggression coming through from Kaisko. Yeah, she's gonna have to disengage because, of course, Amity is gonna be able to charge right back into this fight. And I mean, Team Missing X-Ray can just do a repeat of the last time they retook this. Deadeye ready to go here from Nadakato. And if Fable can't burn this shield down, it might be another kill.
Takes down the bubble, but also takes down Avery in the process. I mean, just so much damage. And you see a lot of spam going on of that Reinhardt shield, but not enough to break it. It is Ray that at least finds Nadakato, but I'm looking at that shatter. I'm eyeing it. I'm waiting for at least one player to be taken out. Hello, TP. Okay, it's there, but into the hands, the waiting arms of Cameron. She'll be happy to find that value, and in the end, Team Missing X-Ray will take the second point, one away, not only from taking the map, but the series.
Yeah, this is great here for Team Missing X-Ray, especially because, okay, they have 3 ults, and grouping up for a cheeky shatter, perhaps? I mean, I suspect that Amity is kind of looking behind herself right now. Yeah, they were waiting for Fable to come in for an engage.
Oh my, beautiful amplification matrix. The beat just as insurance. Shatter potentially if that bumble does pop, and no, shouldn't be needed. At least for the moment. Wait a minute, 35 HP, might even have to get out of there, out of dodge. But at least that favorable positioning still granted for Team Missing X-Ray. As much as the players are kind of dismantled around, still launched in every which direction. Yeah, you can see the preparation, the bubble prepared for that shatter. You all saw it coming. And luckily for the side of the Reinhardt, that shatter not quite popped just yet. Avery grabs, pops onto 3. And the wall up actually saving a little bit of a defense's bit more damage just being reduced completely. Big pin, what's it gonna find? No fishing for you today. Not exactly the pick, but the back line completely gone. Big slam finds absolutely dirt. It finds the ground. At least the space as well in the mix. The loop onto the bubbled player, and Zarya will eventually fall. Big fire strike, but again, this is 45% and counting for Team Missing X-Ray. A big stalled out fight that has just provided so much more value since they originally found the cap.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, Amity is just zooming around the map right now. It feels like she's just like a race car kind of hitting different targets. And again, Team Missing X-Ray, every time they win these fights, they are happy to take the space and take a fight far away from the point.
Okay, I'm just seeing Ray isolated over towards the points, and I hope she can get to safety soon. I realize that Amity has just charged into a wall and is kind of out separated from her team as well. But in the end, should be all good for both teams. Healing needs to be applied. A lot of criticals we're seeing every which way. Arisa low, Fiery a bit lost in the sauce, it looks like. That beat available, but Avery's fine. They don't need any sort of over health. It is going to be that Blizzard, though, that may be popped along with that beat that does come through. And remember, this is final fight. If Fable do end up losing it fully, they will be sent not to the lower bracket, but all the way home. Luckily, they've got some last-ditch efforts in their back pockets. And Fable, at least here for the moment.
Ooh, and a nice stagger on the Amity as well. You need this if you're Fable. You also do need to maybe take out the Reinhardt. No, yeah, Amity is just going to be an ult battery here for Crumb. Almost has that beat online here. And, well, once again, there's a Deadeye ready to go. Amity charging up the shield so that she'll have 100% ready to go to just basically walk it down and create some space.
I saw the vision there, try and take down isolated player, and well, the Deadeye will do it for you. It doesn't matter about the speed. In the end, the bullets will do their work. Death Blossom, Tricycle only finds really the invincibility lamp, but in the end, the value is still enough for the rest of the team to win out the fight. That is, I say, until everyone else has their say on this fight. It's the Panther, it's the beat in, Big Man with overhealth as well, Avery off the map. No way is this just it. How did this happen? Where is that full team fight we're waiting for? Ray, isolated, comes back with that overclock. They're shattered into the ground, needing at least some sort of heroics from someone on the Fable side, and it's just not happening. 1 HP on a Fiery. Where is the final save from Fable? Do they have it in them? The answer is no. And Team Missing X-Ray move on through our playoffs. Fable sent all the way home.
Incredible showing here from Missing X-Ray. Again, this is the number 4 team here. So they have already shown so much talent here. I can't wait to see what they're going to do as they move into the next round of this bracket. And honestly, I think name of the game here for Missing X-Ray is map control. No matter they were on the Wrecking Ball comp or on one of these Brawl compositions, they were always doing such a great job of controlling the angles and controlling the space. When they won the point, they were not fighting on the point, they were walking up, they were making it as difficult as possible for Fable to get through the choke points, leading to the point that even if they broke through the choke point, there was going to be enough time for Missing X-Ray to respawn, come back, and sometimes even take a fight before the flip finished.
Adokado is nasty, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that play in the game. That was crazy. I mean, 2 shots were through their own Reinhardt. I didn't even see the target, but somehow they must have just magically found the player and landed the shots. Gotta give props where props are due. That being said, Team Missing X-Ray take down the series 3-0. We were hoping this one would be a little bit closer, given the seedings, given the stats, but in the end, it does matter who shows up to play on the day. And Fable, as much as they did give it their all that they've got for today, that'll be it for them, and they will be sent home. Unfortunately, I don't want to say we expected more from them, but it is a shame to see them go out so early. Given the unforgiving format that we have here, knockout round does not give you an extra chance to kind of run your way through that lower bracket. So unfortunate for them, but we know we'll see them back again cooking in different tournaments, because this is a mainstay of the Calling All Heroes tournaments. You can't have a tournament without Fable.
No, definitely not. Incredible talent on the team. It is a shame that we're not going to get to see them. Definitely some huge pop-off moments for the players. Ray, fantastic job on the DPS. Avery, some really shining moments as well. So definitely look forward to seeing what Fable's going to be able to give us in some of those future Calling All Heroes. But for now, we will say goodbye to them.
Yeah, coming up, we do have an interview, we believe, with Nadokado from our winning team, Team Missing X-Ray. So stay tuned. We'll have a little bit of insights onto what went right in that match. We'll see you in just a moment. And we're back. We had ourselves a quick 3-0 result. Team Missing X-Ray takedown Fable. And yeah, we thought it would go a little bit longer, but instead here we are. And a big thanks to someone who had a big say in that was Natakado. So if we can pop them on in here and pick their brain about what went right. Natakado, how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I'm very happy that it was a quick 3-0. I think my team played very, very well, and I'm glad I could hit some shots on the camera.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's impossible to not catch you hitting shots on the camera when you're hitting shots constantly throughout the game, but I digress. Rain?
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about this roster. So I know that there's a core kind of this team that came from the last year of COD, the Nightmare Eclipse team. So what has it been like to kind of work in Amity, Axe, and Cameron kind of into this roster for the season?
It's been pretty interesting so far. I think it's definitely something new. I haven't gotten to play with Axe or Cameron before, but I have played with Carmen McMahon, and we have a lot of synergy, and we have a lot of fun with the game. And so I think just us playing together, we just synergize really well, and we just play the best.
Yeah, I love it. Power of friendship. It can take you to great places for sure. So we got to see you on quite a few heroes here. I think that we were definitely very extra impressed with the Freya pop-offs, especially on Circuit Royale. Now, Freya getting banned on map number 1. Do you feel that that was something that Fable was kind of expecting you to be very dangerous on?
I do think they are. I do really enjoy playing Freya. A lot of my teammates on this team and other teams would say that Freya is one of my best heroes, but I don't really care, and I'll just play whatever hit scan and dominate.
It's true. Yeah, I think we can all vouch for that after today.
That being said, the domination has been hindered in the Swiss stage. You have somebody by the name of Timeless X missing that you potentially might be going up against next. Is there anything you're doing to kind of prepare yourselves for that next matchup, given a potential loss that did happen in that Swiss stage?
I think it's very easy for people who are in higher divisions than you to really overestimate how good they are. I think the gap is really not as close as many might think it is, and I think we can pull it out today.
I'm down to see an upset potentially. Of course, I want to see a good game in the end, but Rain, any final questions?
No final questions. Congratulations on the win here, and yeah, best of luck in the next matchup.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you have it. The keys to the success, the keys to potential success in the next game. As for us for right now, we are going to jump to what could be a potentially longer break as we are waiting for those other matches to conclude. When we come back at the end of this break, we will have the matchup in the next round. Instead of the knockout stage, it will be those upper bracket semifinals. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with more Overwatch Calling All Heroes. folks, how we all doing? Just giving you an update on what is going on. We told you it would be a longer break, and that's because we are waiting for the rest of the bracket to kind of finish on out. The one game you saw on stream was the only game we are going to stream officially on this channel for the top 8 knockouts. That being said, we are currently going to stream that upper semifinals. That's match number 5, Team Missing X-Ray versus the winner of Timeless X Missing and Nightmare Eclipse, but they're still playing right now. As you can see, score is 2-1. We have a couple of co-streamers that are actually watching their game, so if you are waiting for an update, you can always pop over there. But right now, I mean, Nightmare Eclipse are giving Timeless Missing a run for their money, currently ahead 1 flashpoint to 0 in map number 4.
And I mean, this is pretty impressive that Nightmare Eclipse were able to get a map off and continue to build momentum against Timeless X Missing, because right now, this is the number 1 and the number 8 seed teams facing off against each other, and Nightmare Eclipse actually finished number 9 in the standings, but another team ended up not being able to make it here for these knockouts. So Nightmare Eclipse currently putting up quite the showing. So excited to find out what the results of that match is going to be.
Yeah, 1 seed versus 8 seed coming out of Swiss, and not to mention Nightmare Eclipse technically the 9th seed. Given some logistical things that we had going on in the back ends, but in the end, we still are waiting on them to complete their game. So we will join you guys once that game is completed. We're going to jump to a quick break. It should probably be around 5-10 minutes. Don't quote me on that, though, because you never know how the series can go. We'll see you in just a moment. Hey gamers, we are back. We got that matchup for you as promised. We had the results come in from the knockout rounds, and I gotta tell you, get ready for this matchup because it's gonna be a bit of a doozy given the names. We have Timeless X Missing versus Team Missing X Ray. Okay, everyone get that in your brain right now. It's partially the same organization, partially not, all right? Everyone take a look at it. I might mess it up once, so forgive me. But there we go. Timeless X Missing versus Team Missing X Ray.
All right, yeah, this is going to be a pretty good matchup here.
A quick little shout as well, Nightmare Eclipse taking one map off of Timeless Missing. Of course, this Timeless Missing team, the #1 seed heading into those knockout stages. So maybe not that surprising to us that they will move on to this next round. But now we are going to get to see a couple of Titans clash here.
Yeah, and they actually did before. We hinted at it during the interview. It was Team Missing X-Ray that ended up falling to Timeless X Missing, but it was a score of 3-2, 3 maps to 2. And so given this rematch, given now that players have an idea of what maps want to be run, what heroes are kind of dependent on, you start to lean on that ban as even more detrimental or supportive to the series than you may think. This can hold a lot of weight. And honestly, I can't quote predict a winner, even statistically. I mean, we really don't know anymore. Yes, one's a 1 seed, one's a 5 seed, but it's 3-2. It's partially the same organization. We don't entirely know.
Yeah, a lot of these players, I mean, very familiar with each other, and we heard it already from Nadokado that, you know, this team Missing X-Ray, they're running on the power of friendship here, but there is also friendship on the other side here. Let's beat Team Missing X-Ray first. If you've been tuned in, you're gonna recognize some of these names. McMahon and Nadokado, of course, popping off on the DPS here. I love the swap over onto the Lifeweaver here for McMahon. Big there. Amity on the Widowmaker as well. And yeah, Crumb and Cameron and the support line has been holding this team together so far in the series that we've seen. So definitely excited for them. They're warmed up. They're ready to go for this next match.
Love me a damaged Lifeweaver and a tank Widowmaker.
Yes.
Of course, right? We're always just showcasing which roles they're playing and what hero they want to be identified with, right? Has nothing to do with necessarily them, but just who they want to have as their player icon going forward. But Timeless X Missing, the new team to introduce to you today. We got 2 Baptistes. It's Wisps, Nanwai, Sniper, Z, and Sawhill.
Yeah, and this is a team that is the core from the 2025 COD Championship, me and my friends gaming. So that Peace, Nanwai, Scuffed, and Sniper was on the roster as well. This is a very strong team. There is no surprise here that this is the #1 seed coming out of that Swiss stage, because these are essentially your champions from last year.
And the team's fun fact, a lot of them wrote down, they all love Nanwai.
Oh,
so
yes.
If you're looking at one player to kind of hone in on, if you're a viewer, I guess Nanwai is the player to look at. Maybe they'll have a carry, maybe they'll just be in the backpack. You never know, but we're here to watch the game and find out.
I think that the matchup of Nanwai versus Nadokado is going to be so much fun to watch here, especially if we get to see some Freya here. We already saw Nadokado pop off on that Freya, and you know, if this is a hint at all, we could potentially see Nanwai select that hero as well.
Yeah, when I was watching the co-stream of the match that was happening while we were on break, I mean, I was seeing some pretty big stuff, not just from Nanwai, but Wisps as well. Gotta keep an eye on them because they are certainly one to be, not to kind of blow by them, exactly. But here we go into the map selections, the bans, the picks, the you-know-whats, and of course, it's Cat out first.
Yeah,
That feels pretty normal.
It really does, and the Jetpack Gat getting banned on these control maps specifically does tend to happen kind of time and time again here. It is also going to be a protect ban onto the support as well, so that Kiriko Mizuki backline that we've become fairly familiar with definitely could be making an appearance here on Nepal. Now, the response from X-Ray going to be taking the Vendetta out of the hands of Timeless, and I mean, if you were tuned into that co-stream, you're probably not surprised about that ban.
Yeah, Vendetta, you might think, okay, well, that's a little bit interesting, but I don't want to say, again, that they, Timeless are merchants, but they certainly are able to find value off of that Vendetta character, and so just banning it out, making sure that you're going up against something that you've at least practiced or scrimmed against is really, really important. And so heading over to Nepal, which is not Ilios, by the way. For those of you maybe realizing we're not on the traditional control map, we're on Nepal, is going to be a little bit different. I'm excited to see how this one plays out.
Imagine if we get to see an Antarctic peninsula sometime today. Oh my gosh, this is going to be incredible here. But Nepal, definitely going to be a little bit of a shake-up here, of course. These players are all very well experienced in competitive play by now. They're gonna know what to do here on Nepal, but they are gonna have to shift it a little bit because they aren't gonna be playing with that Jetpack Cat, not gonna be playing with that Vendetta. So we're getting a taste here of what these two teams are thinking about running on our first point of Shrine here on Nepal. Expecting the TP out from both of these teams, and then it'll probably be a swap over on to the Tracer. Looking like we will be getting a Freya matchup here. Natakado versus Wisps, and ooh, Nickman is actually going to bring out a Pharah here as well. So this is going to be interesting to see. A lot of poke damage to combo with Amity on this Doomfist with a really high amount of mobility for Team Missing X.
Remember earlier the series against Fable, we said the Pharah might have been a reputation ban, and now we're seeing that come to fruition. Now, unfortunately, McMahon has fallen. So maybe the reputation precedes them a little bit. Amity falling on down, but either way, Timeless is what we're going to call them, at least in short, have taken the first fight. For clarity's sake, we'll go Timeless and X-Ray. But of course, we'll try and say the full names as much as we can.
Want to give them as much kind of showing as we can here. Well,
not mixing them up, and well, that is a pretty quick swap off the Doomfist here. Amity moving over onto the Zarya here. Unfortunately for X-Ray, they do lose Natakado early in this fight, so this is going to be more percentage on the board here for Timeless, and I love the aggression coming through from Sniper. You got so much mobility on the D.Va, but Gia didn't use it fast enough.
Maybe a bit too aggressive. I know you said that you like the aggression, but maybe not the one that gets you out of mech and takes you and sends you back to the spawn room. McMahon with a big punish there, and Tracer is not something we've seen too much of today, but certainly has still been available, especially in those times of need. Quicker sort of, resurgences from the spawn. Control map, we saw it, I think, for a fight or two. Team Missing X-Ray find the flip here. Not really quite like major solid team fights. It has really been that neutral sort of space fighting that we see, and 1-2 picks kind of lead the way for teams to take this point.
Yeah, and hopefully Team X-Ray is going to be able to hold on to this a little bit. They're getting very close to the bullet shot, but Timeless already have theirs ready to go. Wisp is definitely going to be looking for it here. If you can burn down some of those bubbles, Amity is going to be a good target for Timeless to kind of focus on in these fights.
I see big isolation out there. Unfortunately, no punish onto the Freya. And here's that TDM style that we're looking for. It's Sniper that just wants to find whatever they can, and so it will be Natakado in the end. McMahon flying around with this pulse bomb, maybe debating when or where to use it, but Beast finds a big pick on a Crumb. Kitsune rush exchanged by both sides, still eyeing that pulse bomb, but that defense matrix up and running, not exactly safe terrain to chuck it in the mix. Sniper, again, with a massive pick, make that 2 bigger staggers. Oh my gosh, they're just fully in spawn, and Timeless X missing, although they might hit a few speed bumps here or there. When they are rolling, they are rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the follow-up here. They're not letting anybody get out alive. Going back to the spawn is only going to be done through an elimination here. And, I mean, great use of the Kitsune rush there. So having this Sanctuary, the D.Va Bomb from Sniper, I mean, they're probably going to look to use it just to get the remake here. But with Missing X-Ray coming back into this fight with 4 ultimates online, this really is their fight to win.
It really does feel like Timeless X Missing are playing some sort of like almost fundamental game where it doesn't feel like there's any hard organized things, although there might be plays set up on the fly, things like that, but for the most part they're just playing their game plan, which is aggress when we need to, and then just get out and play our ults when we get forced on the back foot. Now Nenwai is unfortunately perishing. That will not be any more HP for them to happen. The pulse bombs exchanged, McMahon with 1, East with the other, support's gone for both sides. Natakado having a bit of trouble over with this D.Va of Sniper on towards the ledge side, but in the end, when the dust settles, Team Missing X-Ray, they at least find the picks, but there's not enough to really hold strong into this point. Don't forget the self-destruct still available. 1 bubble expended, make that a second one available. And actually having to get out of dodge, very low on HP. The Mizuki ult used in as well. And the big grab does come through, but it's only a matter of just stalling at this point. Sniper still with a bit of HP, holding on to this point. Will find the one. Freya coming back from spawn. There's the D-Mac. Where is everyone going here? Obviously running away from the self-destruct, but in the end, it is going to be Nenwai that picks up this first pick. Still waiting for that tank to come back, some sort of sustain, and it's just not gonna. Timeless X missing, holding strong, waiting for Amity to fly and flourish just in the next round. It'll be them to take sub-map number 1.
Yeah, good stuff here. Timeless X missing. I mean, I definitely felt like there was a decent amount of back and forth. It really just came down to Amity was trying so hard to kind of find a good use of that graph, but you're stuck between a Mizuki Sanctuary and the defense matrix of a Sniper, so kind of have to just survive to the very end, throw the grab out, but at that point, there was just no follow-up available from the rest of X-Ray, so they're gonna have to look to make a comeback here. We're heading over to Sanctum for point number 2. Now, X-Ray gonna have to win this one and force us on to that third sub point if they want to start this series out with a win. It is going to be back over onto the Zarya for Amity here. The TP out, and then we are gonna have the Tracer on the side of X-Ray, where Timeless are going to move the piece over onto this Mei here. So a lot more frontline presence here, but McMahon isn't going to be marked as hard on those sidelines. So Nedwy and Z gonna have to be very aware of that Tracer.
Oh my.
Oh no!
What? Wait, what have we just witnessed?
Whoa.
Okay, double boops. That's a way to start off this map. Now, unfortunately, for one side, it was the tank player. Capture? Anyone? Surely coming through soon, right? There we go. And Crumb will fall. Not again, it was Nenwa the first time, but it's a funny first sequence, that's for sure. And you're seeing the swap over to the Sigma, obviously, as being a bit more, oh my gosh, frontline pressure. And, well, that frontline is gone. Sniper out of the picture completely. Back from the grave, decides to get revenge, and okay, well, I talk you up and then you fall on down. What do you want me to go for here? It's Timeless X missing that find 2 quick picks. It's Whiffs, it's Nenwy, and the fight's over, just like that.
Yep, and all that while, Timeless was in control of the point here with falling very low, but yeah, he's gonna have the backup there from the rest of Timeless. Now, Amity is over on this Doomfist. Oh, okay, Cameron gone, and it's a great wall from Peace to isolate Amity there, and once again, we're gonna see some space being taken here. This time it's gonna be Timeless, though, taking a page out of X-Ray's book, and this is gonna be so tough for X-Ray because there's gonna be 2 fights here. Timeless can take a fight here, and then they can get back in time to contest the point.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about maybe win conditions for Team Missing X-Ray and just the Timeless kind of identity that we know them to be. They are aggressive. They sometimes will over-aggress. And so, yes, Team Missing, you need to be able to punish those over-aggressions when they do arise, but you cannot rely on only mistakes being made and over-aggressions to come through in order to win you these maps, these matches, these series. But here you go, ults invested. It's going to be the Kitsune rush, a big ice wall, and just like that, the fight over. Again, we've seen it before. Sniper was on the Sigma, just feels a little bit more comfortable on this Diva, and the wipe comes through.
Yeah, it's nice to have the mobility on this Diva. I think it's a good swap once Amity has moved over onto this Doomfist, because you're going to be able to kite out of a lot of this. Now, X-Ray have to commit ults just to try and get out of their spawns, and it's not even working for them. We're approaching that 100% here for Timeless, and I'm not sure that X-Ray can even get a touch.
Yeah, there is a touch, but the substance of what it is doesn't seem to be much. The Blizzard launched in just to prevent that Tracer from coming in, and oh yeah, that's just gonna be Jover. I'll call it that, and it will, even though the beat drop a little bit late as just more insurance. Timeless X missing, taking down map number 1. Bit of an anticlimactic ending, but that's what happens when you're in control for most of this game.
Yeah, I mean, there must have been maybe, 3 fights that happened that weren't outside the spawn doors of X-Ray here. Sniper, great showing on the Diva, and yeah, love to see the swap back over onto the Diva after the Sigma here. So definitely feel like when you have such an impressive showing as that you have to be aware that you could be a target for a ban in future maps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking obviously the Vendetta goes out of the picture, and that was something that has not been, again, not a crutch, but some utility that has been utilized by this Timeless side. And then you go into the next map with Vendetta now available after such a dominant first map. I'm scared. I'm a little bit worried for what that result might look like.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous as well because X-Ray, I mean, the cat ban came through from Timeless X Missing, but we didn't see the Jetpack Cat really come through for X-Ray. So that is not really going to impact them the same way that this Vendetta being back on the table will impact Timeless. So means Team Missing X-Ray, I mean, you're in control of the map pick, so that's big to have on your side, and of course, the ban as well, but it's really hard to kind of decide what ban you're going to go for in this second map. You know, do you necessarily want to go for a ban onto the D.Va? We did see Sniper move over onto the Sigma as well, so where we only got to see 2 points of Flashpoint here, you might not have a great handle on kind of what is the deciding factor of what made Timeless win that.
I think as well, going back to that first series, you saw X-Ray be super, like flourishing when Amity was cooking, when they were allowed to kind of run around and do whatever they want. And obviously, right, that's not going to happen every time. But when your tank player is feeling comfortable and is in a position to run around and at least initiate plays, that is something that is going to propel you to game wins, right? And it felt like Sniper was the one who just had free reign on this game. If Amity can somehow get put in a position to better take on these fights, whether it's just initiating engagements themselves as opposed to just constantly being on the back foot, whether that's, you know, their fault or just the aggression of Timeless's side, I think is something to look at going into this map number 2.
Ooh, all right, yeah, map number 2 gonna be Dorado here, and yeah, I was thinking if you're coming to Dorado, you want to put Amity on that Wrecking Ball. What is gonna cause problems for the Wrecking Ball? Defense Matrix is a serious issue here, so taking the D.Va off the board here, not only going to remove that issue of the Defense Matrix, it's also going to protect the Wrecking Ball here, so very much expecting that that is what X-Ray is going to be showing us here. Now, a matter of the ban for Timeless here, it has to be a DPS or it has to be a support. So we'll see if they opt for another support ban. But I do feel like that Jetpack Cat might have just been kind of a protect ban potentially onto the Mizuki if they were maybe expecting to run into the Wrecking Ball on map number 1. So potentially they just go for a Mizuki or one of the supports that are going to kind of help that Wrecking Ball. Kiriko potentially. Probably not going to see the Lucio, but I do think that there's lots of options here for them, and they'll still have good options for bans in the later maps.
It feels like the Lucios really haven't been having the best of luck throughout today. Regardless of which team you're on, the winning one, the losing one, it feels like they've always been getting picked out early, even though that movement's super good with that wall riding. It's just like there's only so much you can do to really fend off 3 players at once. Sure, you boop one away, but then there's another behind you, and you're like, okay, and I'm off the map, or like something like that. So I think with the second ban, again, pretty much up in the air. I wouldn't say it's either support versus DPS. I don't think I can really make that educated guess quite yet. Maybe if you want to not have to deal with a Freya, you could chuck that in here now and then just have Freya advantage, Vendetta advantage, Wrecking Ball, the only thing you really have to deal with. I mean, that's my 2 cents going into this. But again, we don't exactly know what the players are going through right now.
I like the shout onto a DPS ban. Yeah, you are. Yeah, hit the nail on the head there, of course. The Freya is going to be doing such a good job of following up on those pile drives from the Wrecking Ball. You get that split second of CC, and Freya is fantastic at putting out some burst damage in a very short period of time here. So, all right, we're gonna have to see something a little bit different here from both of these teams. We get to see a little bit of Freya on map number 1. So as we head into Dorado, a map with lots of verticality to it, we're oftentimes expecting to see the dive. I am wondering what Timeless are going to put Sniper over onto without the D.Va on the table.
Doomfist? Question mark? I mean, we're talking about, right, basic sort of dive heroes and the scalability into high grounds. And chances are probably not the Wrecking Ball, just from kind of how you're making it seem. I don't quite know how in these entire players' hero pools and things like that, but I feel like Doomfist is a much more commonly played hero by a lot of the wide kind of player variety than Wrecking Ball is. It's, I think, easier. Okay, let me choose my words carefully here. It is easier to get consistent value out of Doomfist than it is Wrecking Ball.
I like that.
However, I think it can be a lot more consistent value at a higher skill ceiling on Wrecking Ball than Doomfist. That's my 2 cents. That's my opinion. Don't take that as law. Thank you.
I love it. I can respect that, yeah, for sure. I do think, you know, maybe just for the chat here, we saw some Reinhardt already. So all I'm saying, Winston, maybe back on the table. It could happen. It's very difficult. I think Winston is probably in the worst spot that he's been in for a really long time. But again, dive heavy map here. You're looking at, yeah, Wrecking Ball, obviously not D.Va here, but Wrecking Ball, Winston, Doomfist, maybe the Hazard. You do have some verticality in the Hazard, right? And the Hazard can do a good chunk of damage to squishy targets, where that's going to be kind of the downfall of these Wrecking Ball compositions, is that Wrecking Ball is not a tank that is kind of like peeling for the supports. This is about creating space for your DPS to pop off. So there's a lot of pressure on the backline of these Wrecking Ball compositions to just be able to live. So if you can get a tank like a Hazard that can kind of go in for those aggressive dives, oftentimes, you know, getting kind of a one-shot combo on, that could be a way to dislodge these chaotic compositions.
That's such a good shout. Like, I honestly, I think you're right on with that one. I think Hazard, Vendetta, you go for the slice and dice composition. Oof. Yeah. Not be fun to deal with unless you've got some form of CC, but it's not like we really see a lot of players play Sombra, at least in this, what we've seen recently.
Rest in peace, Sombra. Yeah.
Good riddance as a support player, I say. But yeah, no, it's fun to see a lot of different compositions that we go through here, and in the end, it's going to have to be one choice that we're about to find out.
All right, cue the music of Dorado. Ready to head into things here. Now, doors are still closed. We will get to see what the defending team missing X-Ray, will at least have an idea of what comp they're going to run out with once the timer does come down here. But yeah, looking at no changes in the rosters here for map number 2, so I think that we're probably going to see some familiar heroes here. So now we get to find out, is it the Wrecking Ball from Amity? Yes, of course it is.
And a Hazard.
And a Hazard. All right. Okay. Oh, Nanwai Jetpack Cat. Look, Nanwai's Jetpack Cat is terrifying. You know what? I all of a sudden I see her on this hero and I'm remembering this. She definitely could have been the target ban map number 1. I think that on a dive map, you need heroes that are going to be able to kind of get some verticality here. Lucio, kind of off the table, I think, especially with that nerf onto the sound barrier. It's just so hard to get the same value with Lucio as you used to, so a little bit of Jetpack Cat could be the play.
What do you think about this Ana pick with the ball in the front line?
I think that Cameron is going to end up in the spawn a lot, but hopefully can get some utility traded out here, because I mean, yeah, especially like I mentioned with the Hazard, you're going to be looking for some squishy targets. Wisps on the Widow, also going to be looking for some squishy targets. So I think that Cameron going to have a hard time here. A lot of it is going to be just looking kind of for trades, and then it's a long walk back from spawn for the Ana.
Yeah, and I assume this Widow pick is as well, just looking for stuff early and then swapping out. Yep. Getting a feel for the composition on the other side. Vendetta. Ooh, yes.
Ooh,
yeah, that makes sense.
Sky Noon. Yeah, absolutely. I love it. I love to see it. Nadokado is on the cast on the other side as well, but you're not really going to have the verticality to work with here, so you're going to have to be careful about the positioning on that one.
Well, not to mention the CC on the Wrecking Ball as well. Just something so valuable. Sniper takes down Amity, by the way. And so what very little frontline there partially was in the first place is now completely gone. Sniper will have free reign in the back lines, and the rest should be just a pleasantry. There you have it. And I've never really, like, fully spectated a Jetpack Cat when they're going in flying, and I have a feeling that this is just going to be something that we end up on a lot.
Absolutely, yes. There is going to be a lot of Jetpack Cat to be seen at some points here. Definitely feels like kind of a, you know, a bit of a pocket pick here. You know, not all of the main support players are necessarily used to it. Oh, I mean, that's the danger of it, right? You give Wisp the high ground, and that's what he's going to do.
You have High Noon already. Okay, well, there was an attempt there. Unfortunately, did not go through, but the Wrecking Ball taken down. NY with 3. No way have we already seen a Jetpack Cat play the game in the first couple minutes of this game. Surely not, right?
I'm telling
Well,
you.
either way.
Oh, she's so deadly. And the thing is, she doesn't even have the major perk. Once Jetpack Cat gets the major perk with the claws out, she's going to be that much more deadly here. So great use of that lifeline, getting Wisp up onto the high ground. And I'm anticipating a Sky Noon is incoming.
No, really?
Yeah. All about
I
the
guess
positioning.
I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that because, you know, maybe there's different uses that they want to go for. Maybe you just see a Reinhardt Lucio swap all of a sudden and then you go for the zoning ult type thing. But, yeah, we're seeing the beginning of this game plan. Here it comes. No one there. No point in using it if no one's there. Just like we're going flashing back to the hazard and everyone's completely fine. Even in a 3v5, effectively, the fight still goes the way of Timeless X missing. It's mean. It's mean what they're doing right now. Absolutely. I mean, the wall off of the rotate, you can't get out. It's a show of domination for sure.
You're so right. You know, Wisp and NY were just kind of hanging out on the coast forever there. That was a big opportunity for X-Ray to take a 5v3 fight, and they aren't able to kind of capitalize on it. And I mean, still these 3 ults ready to go here for Timeless, and that card very close to the point.
Well, went 1 for 1 there. I mean, lost the sort of taxi cab that you get, but in the end, take down your counterpart, the Mizuki ult, and the Kitsune Rush. Mind those two a little bit. Well, they end up spelling a little bit of trouble for missing X-Ray. They all fall down. And again, it feels like we're not really having these kind of hype-up fight moments because it's just so one-sided on the front line with Sniper just running around that there's almost no question as to what's going to happen, right? You see the dive going through, you know the pick comes through, and it's just about kind of that neutral fight or the back lines that you're really hoping to maybe turn the tides.
Yeah, and that's what I like. Yeah, Amity has to swap off the Wrecking Ball because the question is, who do you dive on Timeless? Because Wisps and NY are in the sky. Sniper is the tank, and then there's just so much mobility between Z and Peace that there's really nobody for Amity to try and focus those slams onto. So over onto the Mauga now for point number 3. More than 5 minutes for Timeless to try and complete this one.
And McMahon just used ult too, and I'm pretty sure it got canceled, or at least didn't find any values. They ended up back in the spawn room, so not ideal. Crumb will also fall, and that means numbers way, way lower. Falls spawn to the wayside, still forces out that Suzu though, and is the kind of stall in place happening? Not quite, but at least everyone's still forced into the spawn room. Very, very low on HP. We'll have to hit a bit of a reset. And NY with this Cat Ultimate too as well. You're waiting for maybe a bit more pressure, and it does happen in some sort of backline. Crumb goes down, High Noon out. Barely finds any real damage though, and Narukato really gonna be hoping for the best. Does find at least the bleed stack onto the Cat, and NY will fall. Picked up by Cameron, but in the end, it's still Sniper reigning supreme here on this point. You do have, oh my gosh, the High Noon to take down McMahon, and it's 3 minutes and 11 seconds in this map number 2.
I mean, it's just a casual stroll through Dorado for Timeless here. You know, there were fights that were happening, but they were just so disjointed from the side of X-Ray that there was never really you have to have some form of chaos on that kind of dive composition that they're running, but it needs to be that organized chaos like we were seeing in the last series here, and I was just not feeling that organization on this map, and a lot of that does come down to, it's a tough composition to play the Wrecking Ball into. It's a great read from Timeless. They know that Amity is playing that Wrecking Ball. They can't go for the ban on it, but they can certainly play around it.
We're definitely getting an insight into what exactly Timeless X Missing is going for, right? We're kind of feeling how they're feeling, where it's like, oh, where is everyone? Or it's like completely disjointed or things like that. And that's because we're observing a little bit more of them. And obviously this is not like a dig at observers or anything. It's just what happens to be in control with these fights. But if we were to look at this from the point of Team Missing X-Ray, right? If we were to truly observe them and kind of see their struggles, it would be exactly what they're facing, right? Sniper just jumping in on you, having to use those cooldowns super, super early, then you can't use them offensively, and you're all of these things combined along with, say, the Cassidy flying in the sky, or the Cat just meleeing you in the spawn doors like you're seeing now. It's a lot going on.
It is. Yeah, it definitely is. X-Ray aren't going to opt for the Wrecking Ball on the attack here. Amity's going to start on that Mauga. So you have a lot of frontline presence here in that Mauga, in the cast, in the Reaper. The problem is, Timeless don't really have a frontline for you to be engaging on.
very low on that Tracer. Had to get out of dodge. Luckily, Peace will not feel the burn just quite yet. We'll get out to safety. NY, though, just pressuring. And a lot of this is just positioning, right? Teams with really good positioning that have some sort of dive just waiting for their moment to strike. It'd be really, really potent. But here we go. A little bit of Cass taking high ground, and it looks like both teams attempting to take the high ground. The other problem is McMahon is attempting to go back to the spawn room the hard way. So instead, there you go. First pick, second pick by Sniper. Jagged Wall comes through. The Maga on down. And you start thinking, okay, is this the composition, or are they really just getting out-battled?
The Diva ban is not proving to be an issue here. Sniper over on the Hazard and looking absolutely fantastic, doing a great job just putting out the damage, surviving here. Deadeye all ready to go here for Wisps. And X-Ray, I mean, they're trying to build up this Deadeye for Natakado, but you're looking at, you know, essentially a fight win here for Timeless, while X-Ray just have to try and build up some ults of their own.
Yeah, at least finds Natakado with the one. Sky Noon in effect. Amity just struggling, right? You can see them firing away up on that high ground, but it's like, what can you do if your target's in the sky? There's no one really there for you on ground, and so I guess my 2 cents is maybe try and play objective a little bit more. I mean, be the one player on your part, peel back when you can, but even then, it feels like anything you try to do is countered in some way.
I want Crumb to drop Natakado and start picking up Amity on this Mauga. Amity needs access to the high ground here. It is going to be the high noon coming out, but Natakado's already on the ground.
Sune Rush comes on in, at least a 1-for-1 trade in effect, but Crumb falling on down very low is the Hazard. Timeless X missing, but it does not matter. It's Wisps. Hello, welcome to the highlight reel yourself. 4 eliminations and a very clean one from the Casty.
Ooh, excellent stuff. All right, Natakado. And a quick little swap to the Widow, trying to maybe find a pick. Catch Timeless off guard there. Isn't going to find what she's looking for, but again, I mean, Amity needs access to this high ground here. There's going to be some ults coming online for Missing. Nenwai has the catnap, though, very much expecting that Amity is going to be the target of that catnap.
A little bit low onto the Maga of Amity, but still, I mean, just pressure being applied from every single rooftop. I didn't know we were in the new Spider-Man movie, but here you go. Sky Noon once again coming through. Natakado again falling down, and the Maga hanging strong in this tiny room. That is until they have to leave on out, support the rest of their team, because the team is hurting while they are alive just to witness the defeats. And yeah, I mean, it's only the one pick. It's a struggle, and I don't want to call this map yet, but it's getting dire.
Yeah, less than a minute here now. Wisp is going to have a long walk back from spawn, but yeah, look at that. Swaps over onto the Bastion. Nenwai is going to be going back as the taxi here. So this is actually a chance here for Missing X-Ray. They need to walk forward. They need to take some space while they still can. They still have this catnap ready to go. The pulse bomb from Peace as well, but the pulse bomb from Peace is going to be an issue for them, and losing McMahon, no Blossom to work with. X-Ray is kind of falling apart.
Yeah, waiting for that pulse bomb as well. Peace very low. Still at least grabs a health pack, so no more burning for you. As it looks like in the end, that pulse bomb is going to be attached onto one player. It looks like they might have managed to get out of dodge, though. Not sure exactly what happened there, nor is Peace, but they're going to go back in for more in the back line. It's Wisp on the Bastion. Damage overload. Kitsune Arash on out. And you've tried your best, Team Missing X-Ray, but in the end, the Death Blossom will only get to its map number 2 for Timeless X Missing.
And that is going to put us at a match point here. Number 1 seed, making their positioning known in the standings. This was a very close series the last time these two teams matched up, but it definitely feels like Timeless have learned from that and come back stronger.
Yeah, my 2 cents on maybe the momentum change between that series and this one is the fact that in the Swiss stage, it was, what, 1 or 2 matches per day, something like that?
Yeah.
And so maybe they weren't warmed up ahead of time, but with Timeless X Missing, they just warmed up against Nightmare Eclipse, where they did end up dropping a map, but now they're like super strong going into the series. It must be like that positive mental buff that just is sending them to the stars and beyond. I mean, it truly is a feat that you just can't get past right now.
Yeah, another difference here is that in the Swiss rounds, Missing X-Ray had Axe, their other tank player, available. So Amity is doing a great job on the heroes that she plays, but her hero pool is fairly limited, which is why Team Missing X-Ray had that other tank player, but not available to make it here. We haven't seen them in for play yet today, so definitely kind of working with what they have, and unfortunately for Missing X-Ray, Timeless is just capitalizing on that limited hero pool from Amity.
Now, I don't want to start spelling out doom and gloom just yet, but on the chance that Team Missing X-Ray do end up falling in this third map, they would not be sent home. So this is not the end of the road if they do end up losing the series. We are in a double elimination stage at this point, so you can kind of take this, if you end up losing, on the chin. You can say, all right, we might have messed up here today, but you have that chance at a rematch later on. Of course, the series is still not over. The series went 3-2 last time. You do have, you know, again, another map choice, a potential ban that you have in your pocket still for something that's causing you problems. But what are you going to muster up? That's what we're kind of waiting for.
Yeah, it's going to come down first to the map pick. So, I mean, if Missing X-Ray want to stay in this series, this is going to be their last opportunity to select a map, and then they're going to have to fight into Timeless's maps here. So, we aren't going to be able to go back to the Control or the Escort here, but that still leaves some pretty popular modes on the table. Flashpoint has definitely been kind of up and coming. Hey, King's Row, still an option for these teams to select as well. Now, knowing the hero pool of Amity here, you may try to lean into a map that's going to favor the Wrecking Ball. No, you're going to lean into a map that you have already practiced once today and won on.
I don't know. Like, I see New Junk City, and I'm like, okay, I like the choice because I like the map. But at the second point, right, we were watching the other game happen while we were on break, and Timeless X Missing, I mean, they really ran that vendetta through the other team. Like, yeah, they lost the first flashpoint, but after that, it was smooth sailing. And I worry, right? Obviously, we know the capabilities of every single one of these players. We know that they have what it takes to take down their opponents, but in the end, is this 0-2 deficit potentially too much? Is it going to be too little too late, right? Can you at least get the ball rolling in order to get yourself there? Or do you show signs of life? Do you get maybe a couple of flash points, but in the end still fall short?
Yeah, and I mean, it's a good point. This Vendetta, not going to be able to ban it again, right? Because Missing X-Ray went for the Vendetta man on map number 1 here. So, okay, they are going to lock in a ban. It's a Kiriko ban coming through. Now, look, I said that we weren't going to see a new Junker Queen on Circuit Royale. I think that there might be a smaller potential to see it here on New Junk City, especially with Kiriko off the table. Those rampages could be pretty big.
I mean, maybe a Wrecking Ball ban. I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Just because, like, it didn't cause enough problems the last time. So when I see this Zarya come out, I mean, it makes a lot more sense, right? Amity was running Zarya, I believe, earlier on this map, if I'm not mistaken, along with the Reinhardt. So
yeah, see, I'm surprised
we might see Reinhardt
because wait, didn't we see Timeless playing the Vendetta Zarya? Wasn't that Timeless that was running that? You know, you pair the bubble with the blade here, and they're going to be the one to take the Zarya off the table here. So I think that they are cooking here. I do think that you could potentially still run this Vendetta, but I think it's going to be a lot harder when not only do you not have a Kiriko Suzu to try and keep the Vendetta alive, but now you also don't have a Zarya bubble to keep that Vendetta alive. So I am more so expecting these teams to move over to something a little bit more standard. I'm thinking maybe some Tracer, maybe some Sojourn, because taking the Zarya off the table will also take that Zarya Reaper comp off the table.
Hear me out. I think Timeless X Missing are running an anti-Narukado comp, which is, if you go Freya, we're going to run Diva, we're going to take you on down, we're going to do everything in our power. If you go Cass, we're going to make sure that we focus you. And, I mean, obviously Narukado is skilled, but against 5 players specifically targeting you, I offer them the best of luck. It's going to be a tough feat, and I think taking down, not necessarily a weak point, because it's not a weak point, but it's a point that the Team Missing X-Ray is depending on to flourish, is something that if it is removed, it's going to be a lot tougher. And as we've seen in maps 1 and 2, right, because those individual heroes are not getting started yet, are not finding the value that we expect from them, that's causing us to be in that sort of stalemate where it is just one-sided domination.
What I'm hearing is that Nadokado is a load-bearing beam. If you take that down, this team might just crumble. So I think the Diva shout, yeah, I definitely see it. Of course, the Zarya are going to be a great counter to the Diva, and we know that Sniper has a very strong Diva here. Now, that being said, on New Junk City, Brawl compositions definitely can have a pretty easy time here. If Team Missing X-Ray want to put McMahon back over on that Mei, that will definitely cause issues for Sniper on the Diva. Amity, you know, probably not going to see the Wrecking Ball, but maybe one of the other, frontline, okay. I mean, look, maybe. We might get the Junker Queen. The doors haven't opened, so there's still time. Ooh.
I'm looking at the Moira.
The Moira pick as well, yeah.
I'm just gonna wait. I'm not gonna say anything yet. We got 10 seconds. There's room for them to all change and just, you know, fake us out. I know some teams that I have casted over, they love to just pick random compositions and then 2 seconds left. Yep.
It's happening. It's
Hello?
happening. This is
Mirror.
it. No.
Junker Queen Mirror.
No! Is there an agreement that we don't know about? How did we end up with 2 Junker Queens on the table here? Moira's as well! Now, the matchup of Nadokado into kind of Peace on this Tracer, Team Missing X-Ray don't have kind of that flanker to really keep Nadokado alive. So this is an opportunity between Peace and Wisp, 2 mobile flanker heroes, to kind of just surround and collapse onto Missing X-Ray.
I love that view. I don't know why they just look like little ants running around and hoping for the best, especially as everyone's jumping, right? Amity with that jagged blade, you know, flying in, and Sniper not exactly as high on the ult charge, which could mean that this fight is decided by, dare I say, ults if we get that far, but at least for the initial positioning, it is Team Missing X-Ray that have the advantage. 3 players on this point, the percentage brewing and waiting for some sort of engagement hard battle to go through. The Cat, it seems like the victim potentially, but no, it's not Akado that falls down first. Wisps will fall, Xion out, but Amity strikes back, takes down Z, and you are gotta be waiting with bated breath here because you still don't know who's taking out this fight. A lot of damage being dealt up by McMahon on this Vendetta, but still, eventually the pick going through from Sniper onto them. Amity still alive, 1 HP is that Junker Queen in front of them, and when that dust settles, there was a flip in between there, but it's still Team Missing X-Ray, 55 and counting.
Look, I said at the beginning that McMahon was able to pick up the Vendetta very, very quickly when she first released here. So awesome to get to see the Vendetta back on the table here. And now, I mean, this point is ticking up so quickly for Team Missing X-Ray, and they have so many ults to win this.
Just ballistic. Absolutely beautiful. Jagged Blade out. And it's just like clockwork. Where was this in maps 1 and 2? Now, is this a benefit of the composition? Potentially. But at least for this first flashpoint, it is all Team Missing X-Ray. I mean, yeah, there was a flip, but Timeless X Missing did not feel as comfortable, that's for sure.
No, and I mean, Amity is showing us that, you know, she definitely is comfortable on this Junker Queen. Now, Rampage is ready to go for both teams. The difference maker here being that Crumb has that sound barrier ready to go. Nenwai just swapping over to this Lucio off the Cat.
That's so mean. Luckily, the shout came through to at least keep that over health going, but Rampage out by both sides. Looks like the anti-heal applying to a couple. Time looks at us missing. They should have the advantage, but Amity with a lot of damage. That headshot is not exactly forgiving. Still holding on to this point, but where is that next sort of level to this fight? It is going to be the overclock. Cameron will fall, but Nadokado at least holding strong. And when we said they'd be playing to take down Nadokado, well, it hasn't really happened yet. Potentially the reason why Timeless X Missing are falling short. I almost, you know, flipped the teams again, but we're good, we're good. Everything's going okay, and the Tracer in the back line still hanging on, and Amity goes down, Nadokado goes down. There's the Timeless X Missing from before. Wisps, 2 rail shots, 2 victims, and the flip.
All right, Timeless, time to start getting some percentage on this point. 22% is a pretty small amount when you consider how fast the points will tick up here on New Junk City. But McMahon coming in with this Sundering Blade. Unfortunately, Cameron is already down here. It's going to be so hard for X-Ray to even stay in this fight with just Crumb trying to keep everyone alive on Lucio. Looks like they are sticking around, but yeah, sent back to the spawn after that. And that's a big win here for Timeless. They didn't commit any ultimates into that. They're still going to be able to hold this kind of choke point here. Coalescence and that Rampage Sniper has built up to so quickly here. I mean, it's looking like basically one more chance for X-Ray to get a fight in, and if they don't win it, Timeless is going to tie us up here on New Junk City.
It's got to be all McMahon here, really, because I'm looking at that ult. I mean, as much as Cameron has the Coalescence, and it is a powerful ultimate, not going to do much against the Rampage here as the anti-heal is applied, and oh no, I'm seeing this Lucio in the eyes of a Tracer, and we know that's never a good sign. 1 HP, dwindling, and that Lucio's still alive, but the fight's still in favor of Timeless X, missing Coalescence out by both sides. Rampage out, there's a potential flip in the mix. Pulse Bomb not going to be used yet, trying to force out that fade, and now that it has came out, you are starting to wonder, when does that pulse get applied? Maybe not even needed, health pack required, Hicks found, and Timeless X missing take their first flashpoint.
And I mean, I think that the swap from Nenwai off of the Jetpack Hat onto the Lucio is making all the difference here. To have that kind of a layer of speed, now being able to match X-Ray, making a huge difference. And it looks like the next flashpoint is just going to be next door over at Bomb Flats here. So Timeless getting set up on the point first here is massive for them, especially with Wiz having this overclock online. The beat not quite ready to go for Crumb. They know that this overclock is ready. You want to go for a quick engage and then amp speed, back out, wait for that overclock to be done.
Big slam in one way, but unfortunately the health is applied back. Valuable supports. Make sure to thank your supports, by the way. Wisps finding one. Nenwai goes down, though, and you're looking at maybe a fight that is turnable either which way. McMahon at least getting a second one, but so far isolated that Peace is able to take care of them in just one singular clip. A beautiful work, beautiful aim, but in the end, potentially still team missing X-Ray to win this fight out. There is at least a quick cap, but there's the Rampage along with the beat. Overhealth applied if that Rampage was back in effect. Amity completely gone, focused out because of that Rampage, and invaluably so. It is just something that is going to get you plenty of value, and in the end, that flip goes on pretty darn quick.
And it's just such great patience from Timeless. They're happy to give the point flip over to missing X-Ray if it means that they can get a full regroup and then just come in at full strength, ready to go. Hello, Peace. Hiding in a corner here. Doesn't have the Pulse Bomb ready just yet, but definitely could get some damage done onto one of these backlines from missing X-Ray, or at the very least, force out some of these cooldowns, especially the fade from Cameron. Once that's gone, the Moira's going to be pretty exposed.
And I think every Tracer player loves to just take down that Lucio first. And again, we were talking about the struggles that Lucio players have been having today. It will continue as Crumb falls first. The rest of the team alongside, and it's team missing X-Ray that are trying their best to stabilize in this fight, but it's not going to happen. 2 players remaining, just hoping basically not to get staggered at this point.
Yeah, and Timeless definitely would love to get a stagger here. They're not. Ooh, they are going to push a little bit too far forward. So Natakado opening things up for X-Ray to come back into the fight, and you have to commit the Coalescence with your Z. You need a quick trade.
See the Tracer battle, one player recognizing where that recall might have been, but it's still Peace to reign supreme in the end. McMahon tried it, but it's gonna fall down in the end. Amity, I'm looking at that Rampage. Thank you. It goes on out and at least finds one player on your head, by the way. There's the axe thrown on out. No targets just nearby. Wisp finds Crumb, though. You're looking at the second flashpoint potentially being the final fight of Timeless X. Missing can win it out, and it's all Wisp. Look at that, 2 rail shots, and at this point, it's just the tank's job to live. Sniper, though, falls on down. 3 for 3. Still players remaining from both sides. Still very doable, but there comes the overhealth from the beat drop, and in the end, it will be Timeless X missing. They'll find themselves the second flashpoint, 1 away from now taking the series.
Nenwai having the beat for late in the fight made all the difference there for Timeless. All of the cooldowns came out from missing X-Ray, so once the beat is applied, the 3 members that were remaining, although lower in numbers, able to get aggressive, find the limbs, excellent target focus as well. So we're gonna head over to Refinery. Like you said, Ari, this could be the last point, not just in this map, but in the series as well.
Overhealth applied as the beat jumps once more. Wisps, yeah, just gets absolutely obliterated. McMahon, I believe there was a Tracer in the back line of Natakado, and in the end, this should be over quick. Hello, Rampage. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like the fight might be a little bit too far gone, but we'll see that result in the end, if they were right or not. Nenwai falls down, not even sure where this Junker Queen is, hanging around, and it is Sniper that falls late. Bit of revenge applied, and a big stagger.
Okay, a little Tracer duel happening on the side will go the way of peace here. And I mean, honestly, right now for Missing X-Ray, if they want to win this point and move on to that 5th flashpoint, you need to put the resources into McMahon here. Like I said, coming into this, it's so hard to run the Vendetta without the Zarya, without the Kiriko, but if you give McMahon the resources to work with, you're gonna get results.
Yeah, looking for that Blade Strike. It's just not gonna land in the end. Had a bit of a zoning, if you will, making sure that team fight is kind of dismantled, right? Making sure that not all 5 players are focusing up on the same line. But the health pack does get grabbed by Sniper. Rampage goes through, though. Amity takes down their counterpart, and this should be all good. And however, though, still players kind of hanging around. No tank. We'll just be hoping for some sort of percentage. Quick lift is come through, but in the end, this should be all team Missing X-Ray. Amity still alive. Should spell success for them in the end, although this is started to be a lot more percentage than they like.
Oh my gosh, yeah, excellent job from Peace there, just kind of dragging the percent. I mean, I think that X-Ray got their feet kind of on the point around 10% there for Missing X, and now up at 34. However, X-Ray do have control of the point. There's one more fight opportunity here. If they can win this one, they're gonna force that 5th and final flashpoint.
Oh, and I fell off. And I'm back. And I recalled up there. And Peace. Okay, you're nasty with it. All right. That's 2 picks, by the way. So Peace wins the fight on site. Wisp wins the fight in the major team fight. And this will be a quick cap. Not only is this fight happening not on the point, but it's all basically in the spawn half the time.
I think Crumb might have Ajax there. I think that the beat was lost there for Missing X-Ray. That's really unfortunate because where they only need to win one more fight here, they could have come into this full power with 4 ultimates. The good news is, if they play a little bit slower here, McMahon's gonna get that Sundering Blade online, so you can at least have 3 ultimates. However, the Timeless has 5.
Overclock in the mix. Rampage finds the one. Crumb falls down. Again, Lucio luck seems to be a theme on today. And it's the overhealth applied. Nenwai providing plenty for their team. Amity very low. Needs to go down at some point, but not going to happen just quite yet. There you go. Taken down by the Moira. Skill Orb. I haven't been able to say it, but yet here we go in the end, and that's the game. Everyone falls down, is pressured too far into the right side. And in the end, Timeless X Missing wins and moves on in this upper bracket.
I mean, impressive stuff. Look, a 3-0 here against a team that we got to just see kind of dominate on the broadcast is no small feat, even if you are the #1 seed coming into things, especially considering the history of these 2 teams. And I mean, I gotta say, X-Ray looked best on this composition that they had here on New Junk City. Amity absolutely cooking on the Junker Queen. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit too late in the series to try and mount the comeback.
I mean, yeah, like we said, right? Maybe a little bit too late to get things started, to get the ball rolling. Now, I swear, there's got to be some sort of agreement, because we had the Moira, we had the Junker Queen, I think it was Lucio mirror. The only thing different was maybe a DPS here or there. I mean, they received a Tracer mirror, and so it all felt like this was as evenly as we could have set the stage. And in the end, Timeless X Missing come out on top. So not only did they want to show that they could dominate on different comps or in maybe the ban phase, but even at that level state, they end up taking the W. So props where props are due again once it is Timeless X Missing to move on through that upper bracket.
All right, amazing stuff here. We got to see 2 fun series, even if they maybe didn't go the distance here. Now, yeah, good news, of course, for the side of Missing X-Ray. They aren't done just yet, so excited to see what they're going to be able to do in that lower bracket. And of course, big congratulations here to Timeless X Missing as they continue to show their domination in the day.
Well, as we continue forward through the day, we still have 2 more matches, but for this one, we are going to jump to an interview. That being said, we'll make sure the player is ready for that interview. We're going to jump to a quick break. When we come back, we will have one of our competitors from the winning side for you. We'll shed some light on the situation. We'll see you in just a moment. Hi folks, welcome on in. We have just got done with our second series, and it was a bit of a doozy in the names column, right? Timeless X Missing versus Team Missing X Ray, but in the end it was Timeless X Missing to take the series 3-0. Bit of a domination in those maps 1 and 2, but in the third we have ourselves a nice bout, a nice battle. But here you go, some highlights from the series.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Sniper just absolutely popping off on the D.Va, but we also got to see Sniper play a lot of different heroes in this series. Of course, the D.Va getting banned out, moves over on to the Junker Queen. We know that the Zarya available for them, as well as the Hazard here. So really just incredible flexibility from Timeless X Missing throughout this series, although I think, you know, relying on some consistency here, being, I think, Z on the Kiriko and Peace, oftentimes on that Tracer.
Yeah, bit of a rinse and repeat in map number 2. Hazard, Jetpack Cat, Cassidy, you name it, it was there. Map 3, bit more of a copy and paste for the team compositions. Both teams wanted to go for that mirror, but in the end, still Timeless X Missing to take it down. Wisp's a big factor in that. Almost like we're going to be hearing from them shortly if we can, potentially. McMahon, we did ask to see on the Vendetta, and it did come through, but maybe just not enough in those critical moments.
And it's just such a hard comp to run the Vendetta into, where you don't have the Kiriko, you don't have the Zarya. So unfortunate for them, but fortunately for us, we do have that interview, and we're going to have Wisp joining us. Hello, Wisp.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, we gotta ask the clarifying question first. Your name is WSPS, but is your name just Wisp?
I pronounce it Wisp, yeah. I used to like go by Wisp OW, but I changed it to sound kind of like the nickname you'd like call a cat.
I love it.
But I still pronounce it Wisp.
I see. I get it.
I'm down for that.
Cute.
I appreciate that. Now, we also got to ask you a clarification about your fun fact that you put in our team sheets. It says, I love Nenwai. Do you have any clarification as to why that is, and why the entire team put that?
So no one filled out the sheet. So Nenwai filled out the sheet for everyone. And Nenwai I didn't even know that was our fun fact. The first time hearing about it during Nenwai.
Okay. Yeah. I suppose this might actually also explain the peak SR on the team sheet, if you've taken a peek at that.
I've not.
I mean, Wisp, there's no way that you've peaked Diamond, right? There's no way.
No.
All
I
fun
think
and
everyone
games,
on the
right?
team has hit like champ 1 or 2.
That's what it was looking like. This was not looking like my lobbies. Definitely not.
All right, funsies aside, how you feeling after that match, especially after you had such a close time against them the previous time in the Swiss stage? It was 3-2, now it's 3-0. What did you guys do differently in this game, or what was clicking more?
I mean, we definitely like scrimmed a lot more this week, and we had like a lot higher quality scrims this week. Like we had scrims against like partner teams and like pretty high caliber scrims, so that helped us out a lot. And I think like our performance the last day of Swiss kind of made us like lock in a little more. Like we kind of were like just showing up and playing, and that kind of made us realize like, okay, we like need to do a little more. Mainly against like Mauga stuff, but I think we kind of got that down. We just like prepped for it. But also this team had like a different tank in, which like it's no shade to their tank at all, but their tank was like doing a lot of the Mauga stuff, which we were weaker against, I think, at that time. But I would say that's like mostly it. We did just do a lot this week though.
Hey,
Showed.
yeah, I definitely did, right? The preparation definitely paying off here. So, of course, Timeless X Missing, the core of these players, did win the COD Championship in 2025. So what's it been like kind of stepping in and playing with this team that already kind of has made a name for themselves in the COD scene?
It's been fun. I took a break like last year and didn't play at all, like any Overwatch. So I've kind of just started playing again. Like playing with this team was like my first time even playing with like the cat in scrims. So it's been a lot of like different and new heroes and different like things you can do. Like Xion has been really fun as well. But I've definitely missed competing, and like everyone I'm playing with I've played before on a team, whether it's been in CAW or OWCS or Face It. It's just been really fun playing with everyone again and getting back into it.
Oh, amazing. Hey, we're happy to have you back into things as well. It's been a stellar, I think, opening for your season so far. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there anything you want to kind of shout out? Anything you want to say going into the rest of the bracket? Is there anyone you want to maybe not call out, but say, hey, bring it on because we want to fight you next?
Probably just Hitori and like her team. I think 2 years ago, that CAW circuit that I was on Nightmare Eclipse, I basically like made that team with Hitori. Like
Oh.
I literally started that year, like I was kicked off of Timeless Ethereal, which is like the team I won now. And then I ended up just making my own team, and then we won like 5 consecutive tournaments, including champs. And like I don't think I could have done that without Hitori. And it was very bittersweet, like returning to CAW, not playing with Hitori. Not that again, I don't love my team, like my entire team. I'm friends with like everyone. I feel like a lot of people are just friends in this scene, but
Yeah.
I've always loved playing with Hitori, and I had like a really good experience with her during that time. It was like my first time making a team, and it wouldn't have been doable without her. And definitely looking forward to like playing against her.
All right, Cat Cafe, look out. I'm looking forward to that matchup too. I really hope that we get to see that one.
All right, Wisp, thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate your time, and have the rest of the day off, question mark. You guys are good until tomorrow. I believe that's how that works. As for the viewers, we've got 2 more matchups coming up. However, there will be a few different yappers on your screen. Me and Rain, we're going to pop out. We're going to bring you 2 awesome new casters, so make sure to stick around to find out. Overwatch Calling All Heroes will be back right after this break.
And welcome back to the Calling All Heroes playoffs. I am Tiny Shiny, joined by Twin Salties. We still have 2 more matches we are going to go through today to figure out our seeding for the championships in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, this is a lot to play for right now. You want that great seeding going into champs, set yourself the best path moving forward, and obviously you still want that momentum going into that tournament. So honestly, you and I were talking about it earlier. There's 3 teams right now that I think are all relatively close to one another, and 2 of those teams we're about to see right now.
Yes, no crazy upsets so far. I think we've kind of followed that typical tier list, quote unquote, that we see for these matches. Of course, we just watched Timeless and X Missing play Team Missing X-Ray, took the win there. Right now, turn our sights to X Oblivione taking on Cat Cafe. Love that name, actually both of them, because 1, I'm sitting in a cat cafe, and 2, X Oblivione is just hilarious. So, very excited to see what these 2 have in store for us, being that 2nd and 3rd seed coming out of Swiss.
Yeah, these were 2 teams that I circled. Like, these could be very fun teams to watch, just because of a lot of the history with some of these players. So going in, can't wait to see how this one is going to end up, and especially Cat Cafe, they probably had one of the tougher first-round games, 3-1 win over Valentine, who is definitely a dark horse team that we'll get to see in champs in a few weeks. But they've already been tested early on. X Oblivione, dealt with Magic Mushies and a sweep, but now some real good competition.
Yeah, it is even like cross-referencing these results from Swiss, right? X Oblivione, they ended up going down 1-3 to Timeless, where Cat Cafe took that to 5 and ended up winning. Yet they are still the lower seed just because of some other matches that ended up taking place. So it seriously can depend on the day who is going to show up and how well will they end up showing up is seriously going to be a determiner for this game. This is one of the few matches, Jesse, that I feel like we can say that 2nd and 3rd place coming out of the Swiss doesn't matter all that much.
No, I wouldn't say so. Like, they each won their first game. They did exactly what they needed to do, and now we get to see how the rest of this tournament plays out. And again, earn that early momentum. Obviously, during champs, Demon's going to be around. We'll get to see, how she interacts with the meta. She looks so fun. I gotta say, she looks incredibly fun as a tank player. But that'll be for champs. We won't have to worry about that quite yet. But we get to see our first roster of the day.
Yeah, let's take a look at the players that we will be watching for this match. Haven't seen either of these teams so far yet today. X Oblivione will be up first. They are a good mix of some European talent along with North American, which is really nice. I think Palette stands out as kind of the veteran in this team coming in. The biggest thing to note, though, Jesse, is they have 2 hit scan players on DPS and 2 quote-unquote flex support players that will be in today. So some flexibility will be required from Winter and Palette in particular.
Yeah, we're gonna see maybe some interesting comps, right? You got almost double hit skid, double flex support, which I will say, like, you can run double flex support very well in this meta. I think Kiriko Mizuki may be one of the best comps in the game currently if you're not wanting to run some of the Jetpack Cat shenanigans that we've seen already today. So there's definitely still options here for EXO to get it done.
Yeah, they like to say that they have a European flavor when they compete, so I have a feeling we'll get a good idea of what that means when we roll out for map number 1. But let's take a look at their opponents in Cat Cafe. 3rd place team coming in, also 5-1, and it's from top to bottom. I mean, we've seen these players around for several seasons of gameplay. Also, love that from Selena. Says, I am her. That is fantastic. But yeah, I think Hattori in particular, leading the charge in this tank role, can play pretty much anything. And in a meta as flexible as this one, Jesse, that is a huge asset.
Yeah, this meta, we've seen so many different looks, but it's a lot of the time the same base concept, right? So I'm curious to see how this series, as the series moves on, how it progresses, what are going to be some of the changes here. But like you said, we have some COP veterans here, especially I'm looking at Ivory, I'm looking at Hattori, even Juno, has been around for a very long time on several rosters. This is a team that knows exactly what they're doing. They've been in positions like this before, and now it's time to perform.
Yeah, it is time for them to show what they have. And And Cat Cafe has some serious upset potential. We saw them have the best shot at this timeless roster. In fact, the only team that ended up taking them down. We'll be starting out on Nepal first, the pick of Extrablivione. This might be changed, not entirely sure. Oh, no, we are good. So we are confirmed going to Nepal for this. It's kind of all over the place, I think, what can be played. Heck, we even saw Doomfist in our last match here. So I think Jetpack Cat, though, will be a staple unless it is banned out.
And I wouldn't be shocked if it was. Especially from Extrablivione. It doesn't scream like a team that's wanting to run it, but instead, the Ramatra will be the ban that comes out right away. So, trying to take that away as an option, maybe giving us a little bit of a hint that we're still going to be running it down with Brawl a lot of the time. And May is going to be the answer ban from the other side.
Cat Cafe, familiar with that European Overwatch variety here. So I think taking that away, that's an overall strong pick for Brawl comps, and even seeing that Ramatra can, I think, show a couple of looks, like maybe Diva, maybe a Reinhardt, dare I say, could have been pulled out here. I wouldn't put it past either Sansi or Hitori, but will not be available for play regardless, so it's really going to depend on what minimap we end up getting first. Like Sanctum, what we're looking through now, tends to lean more poke, as the other two can be more brawly.
Yeah, and that may, if it wasn't banned out, would have been a giant factor, especially once you get over to Village, but obviously that no longer an option here for either team due to the Cat Cafe ban. And like we said earlier, this is purely for seeding and maybe a little bit of extra prize money, right? You know, first place gets $2 grand, second place gets $1 grand, but it's that seeding that you want for champs. When the prize pool skyrockets up, you want to be in that perfect spot, and you also just want to get an understanding of where you sit compared to the rest of these teams right now. So this will be a great first test for EXO, and even a great test again for Cat Cafe, considering they had a great test already in the quarterfinals. But we are now in to Nepal, and it is going to be Village for the first round.
Yes, so we'll be starting out on what typically leans more to a brawly point. Reminder, Extrablivione, 2 hit scan players traditionally are in the seats for that role now. So we'll see what they end up rolling out with. Is there going to be a Symmetra? I feel like that is a huge pick, especially on control points. Of course, teams do like to TP out at the spawn, so we might not know until the very last second. Both Winter and Missin will be locking it in for now.
Yeah, I expect this to be more out of spawn and then maybe going to a Xion would be my first guess. But again, it is definitely a possibility to just run it. If you can get to that point first, set up the turrets around those 2 entries, it does make it difficult sometimes to get on through. But we are getting a tease already. Cat Cafe not wanting to run the cat. Extrablivione will, as of now, with Paulette on the feline, and it will be both. Actually, a Tracer and Pharah instead of the Symmetras.
Yeah, and Missin has a big task in front of her. We have the Cat Bastion set up here from Paulette and Shoal. Will take to the skies and leave Santi, Envy, and Winter defend for themselves on this low ground. But Cat Cafe, immediate retreat. You have no chance of fighting against Shoal.
No. You might as well just play your position here. You don't want to give up anything too early due to this Cat Bastion in the air as the point unlocks. It'll be Extrablivione getting at least a little tease.
Yeah, Ivory, you can't stray too far from home when Shoal is lurking outside. Will be the first casualty here. Cat Cafe. No hit scan inside. It's so much safer now for this Bastion just to be dropped down to the point. Picks up Missin on top of it. Extrablivione. A bit of time to get there, and Ivory actually returns on the Xion fast and makes a somewhat even fight. Battle Cat Cafe should not have made close at all. Still Hitori, hunkered down on the point. It's the advantage of playing the Sigma into the Diva. You have more presence, and they will in fact get the first cat because of it.
Yeah, just way more point presence, able to lock it down. Santi now in a very tricky spot, but you'll be able to escape to the high ground for the time being. You know, that Cat Bastion is just going to continue rolling around, but a nice placed accretion will stunt it for the time being.
Tori almost flies, by the way. Extremely fast build
Crazy good
of
rate.
that. And she's just so good. Like, this is the first hero that she really showed up on. Like, even in OWCS, the Sigma was a staple. Seeing it here again on this first part of Nepal. Look at the Kitsune rush from Envy first. Juno not quite up to theirs yet, and That will lead the charge forwards for Extra Oblivione. That's 2 down. The Flux, yes, it lands. There's just no follow-up really available to turn that fight around. So it'll be 2 ults for Extra Oblivione with the flip.
I think at that point, Extra Oblivione just wanted it cleaned up. They didn't want to kind of leave it like they did that last fight, open up the door for Cat Cafe to turn it around. So a nice fight there for EXO. But now Cat Cafe have some utility of their own to go in. A Kitsune Rush from Juno was not able to match the one of Envy during that last fight. And I will say if Shul touches the ground, she may have a little bit of a visit here from Missud pretty quick.
Ooh. Older on Envy early. I definitely thought she would be going down. Stay on her feet. Here comes the swing from the Cat Bastion. Tori, no shield, every cooldown force, and the Kitsune Rush out. Cat Cafe, yes, they'll get the space, but where's because Extra Oblivione can't stand on the point?
That's the one issue with this comp. Yes, you have great, dive ability to try and capture on these targets, but no staying presence at all.
You gotta give a lot of credit to Cat Cafe for recognizing that. Playing the point well, and even when these ultimates come out, such as the Catnap, it's a great stun that just dangles Tori there like a pinata for the taking. Extra Oblivione get that flip back on over, but basically 30-ish% for Cat Cafe. It's not to be understated.
Yeah, we could easily see these percentages flipped right now if that wasn't, if it didn't get captured by Cat Cafe during the middle of that. So Extra Oblivione, as great as that fight was post-cap, they gotta keep an eye on this because if you allow one more of those, it's going to be overtime by the time the Cat Cafe give it back up. So you tell maybe it's a little more self-conscious about it. Selena stuck, no escape.
Even ended up using the Tidal Blast for that as well.
Yeah.
Brutal for Extra Oblivione. Santi just self-destruct, maybe thinking she could remech, but with everyone in Cat Cafe surrounding her like flies, it just wasn't happening. Winter doing her darndest to help clean this up. She'll actually come up with 2 somehow. It's good for Extra Oblivione. They get the stall on the point, force hold out of Ivory, and he's managed to shut them down. Huge kunai shots from Envy, and somehow, some way, Extra Oblivione find a way for this to be winnable. Santi's already turned.
Yeah, no, honestly, if you're Cat Cafe, you just have to live here for a second, but that's going to be tricky now with Selena gone. Forces Tori to try and pop the Flux, but a nice little swift step will foil all those plans.
Yeah, it was a good attempt from Tori. She knew it was last fight, had to go ahead and throw it out there. At the end of the day, Extra Oblivione, they're playing the Cat Bastion, unmatched Cat Cafe's job. Too tall for this first point. It'll be Extra Oblivione to take it away.
Nice play there from Extra Oblivione, and they're able to take Village 100-66. And now, depending on where we go next. All right, so the Cat here still can work pretty well, but obviously that ceiling could get a little tricky, depending on the hit scan that Ivory decides to land on. But overall, great job, I think, from Paulette. This is how well these Jetpack Cat comps can work. You just basically taxi Shul around, such a nuisance to where you're not paying attention to Winter or Santi, and they can just go in and finish up a lot of those kills. Selena will actually stick to the Mizuki that we saw a little bit of a late swap from last round.
Yeah, and it's a really good counter to Diva. I think it makes it so she's not getting run on as much as the Wuyok. So it's a good pick there. Just not really able to do much against the Cat Bastion. Just an I need to live desperation kind of swap there. But at least Cat Cafe recognize, Cat Bastion allergic to ceilings. And they'll take advantage of that by playing indoors and put Shul in a rather tricky spot, just tangled in front of the whole team for a moment. But a very slow approach. Paulette!
Oh, wow.
It's nailed! Oh my. Okay, I feel bad for the Cat. That one had to hurt. Boulder was down, but Tori overextends to try to get more out of it, and that ultimate will give Extra Oblivione fight win despite Cat Cafe's great start.
Yeah, it can flip as soon as that. Obviously, yeah, Hitori wants the Bastion kill. You can tell she's trying to go in for it. But again, TP in from Envy, a nice little cleanse. That grasp is only going to last so long, and there's no backup there for Hitori to clean up some of those kills. And now she'll look at this all the way around the coast, going to try and catch Misan on the re-entry.
Some just base damage, but you gotta respect Ivory. A very respectable hit scan, and well, yes, she took that one personally. Shul shall fall. Without that Bastion, there's not a huge chunk of damage you can really work with. You need Santi to go in and help clean up these kills. She's very low, but has Envy behind her to help keep her alive a bit longer. Just couldn't get to that self-destruct. 7% away. D-Max and the point with Flip on top of it.
And now Paulette just stuck out here. And yeah, let's try and escape, but maybe a little bit easier said than done, but we'll eventually get out. Yeah, it's just a cat with a little bit of a jetpack zooming around. This Deadeye from Ivory could catch Paulette in some awkward positions, but it doesn't help that, you know, Paulette can just zoom out, right? If they have enough boosters, it's going to be a very easy escape. May just try and use it for some quick damage rather than a bunch of kills.
And you're going to see how Exobilvione are going to struggle to get space, and Hitori making it even more difficult. Great flux there on the Envy. That one lands successfully. There's no tether there for this Bastion and Shoal. And to get the high ground that she needs, rather than meaningful damage in Cat Cafe, they're trying to stay alive, but another great catnap. It's down Hitori, looking for the trade, couldn't get it herself. And so there will not be enough for them to keep control of this objective. Exobilvione come back on it.
Just not enough of the levitate there from Hitori to try and boost herself back up to the point. And it will allow for the flip here for EXO. And now look at this, 4 ultimates on the board. A very early one, though, here from Show. More just trying to scout out where everybody is at. Trying to find Selena, but the statue actually eats up a lot of the damage coming through. And it's a little bit of time waste to get the now percentage lead. But now, what can you do now against 2 support ults from Cat Cafe?
This Kakai Sanctuary from Selena can be so important, especially in shutting down Winter, who has her ult in the back pocket to pull out. Will instead because Kitsune rush forwards, and Shoal doesn't have the cat sitter to keep her alive. Great punish from Cat Cafe, but you did use your Kitsune rush early, so you are now responsible for backing away. They want to hold on to that Kakai Sanctuary, which they end up doing. They just have to give Ivory as the cost for it. They want to use it now, more so regroup. Make sure the self-destruct, you know, you're just safe from the Baby Diva, I guess. We'll be a flip back over for Cat Cafe, which is a great timing. Exobilvione, we're almost at that full percent. If this flex, though, that should be the end of the story for Shoal and Santi right at the back, making a desperate attempt to trade. At least that one is successful. With Cat Cafe uncontrolled the point, this shouldn't be happening. Santi just got away with cold-blooded murder.
Santi just on a complete killing spree in the back line. Nobody turns around. She's able to find 2 with the assist on the 3rd. And all of a sudden, EXO in a perfect spot here to win map 1. About to be a quick touch here from Cat Cafe. Only Visun's ult in the pocket.
So much pressure, too, on to miss, and this is not an easy ult. Get value of into their comp as she explodes almost instantaneously. Exobilvione, they want to end this map here, and now with the power of Cat on their side, and Santi will have the last laugh. So well played. 1-0, Exobilvione.
Great first map here for Exobilvione, and that is the power, everybody, of the Jetpack Cat in this meta. We were talking to a few teams before this tournament began, trying to get their, you know, their take on the meta, where everything is. So many teams just said Cat is going to be everywhere and Cat can be the difference maker. And that indeed was the case here on Nepal. And now the answer is, and the question is for Cat Cafe, do you just ban it out? Do you try and match it? What is going to be the next step here? Because obviously that first map, maybe a little bit of a wake-up call.
It should be. Honestly, I think that was a really tough turnaround for this team. I mean, Cat Cafe, you'd expect, you know, Cat is in the name. Surely it is something they can pull out, but it's such a defining factor. Even if we are in an open meta, if you don't match it, it feels like that you are at a disadvantage when it comes to a lot of these rotations. To Cat Cafe's credit, the rotations, knowing where that Jetpack Cat was weakest, those are all really good. The calls are clear, they know what they need to do, but it almost feels like they're making their own lives a bit harder by making their composition choices.
Yeah. There was just a few things that, like, the first stage of the plan worked out great, and then maybe the following steps of how, you know, the fight would progress, or maybe the next fight, maybe not exactly where they needed to be quite yet. And I will say, Winter was also just a menace, right? You're worrying so much in the air about where Paulette and Shoal is, but the Winter, a lot of the times, was there for the cleanup. on a lot of the damage that would go in early. It joined in by Santi. So the communication from Extra Bibione has been exquisite so far. It is just, what is the answer here from Cat Cafe? Because they had their moments. They had some great plays. Hattori definitely had a few. So did Ivory. But it's just making that a little bit more consistent and finding an answer to a lot of these finishes that are coming in from the Diva and the Shion right now from Extra Bibione.
And we were kind of questioning, too, what would this DPS split look like? I mean, Tracer Bastion, that kind of solves the hero pool overlap issue, potentially, for this team. Should they keep doing that? Does give a pretty clear target of a ban. Should that be the direction that Cat Cafe side go on? That it's still so open. It really is going to depend on the map. Are we going to something that is more dive-oriented? Like, we have, what? Hollywood in the pool, we have Dorado in there. We pick Flashpoint, we're probably not playing the Jetpack Cat unless you're feeling extra spicy today. So that could fully change how this match will be played from here on out.
Yeah, there is a pretty good amount of maps actually here that either way, if you even want to go poke, right? Like Junkertown is here. If you want to try to trust your hit scans a little bit more, put Ivory in a place to shine. Circuit Royale as well, even though Circuits kind of turn into you can brawl depending on how you want to run it. The May band's already come out from Cat Cafe, so unless EXO wants to use it themselves, that's also an option if you want to go to Circuit Royale. So there's definitely some ways here that Cat Cafe can take this, and now we will at least get that first look on the second map. Obviously, this can't go back to control for the time being. And even if you want to go push, right, like New Queen Street would be an option, but you were right, Hollywood, maybe a little bit more the dive, some poke DPS coming in here is the choice of Cat Cafe.
I feel like Cat's still got to go. I'm going to be honest.
I agree.
This is such a high ground centric map. The ability to just move and taxi players around like the world's best Uber, like, it's too valuable, I think, to leave open unless you plan on doing it yourselves. But overall, I think seeing who is on Cat Cafe's roster, this makes a lot of sense. I think you want to have those open sight lines for Ivory to play on. Was getting a ton of focus fire from Extra Bibione in the past map. Hattori can play Diva. Hattori can play Winston. Hattori can play Sigma. It does not matter. You will probably see it at some point. The Juno ban, though, it's quite fascinating. And compared to what we were typically expecting from a map such as Hollywood, though.
Yeah, I don't think Oblivione is really going to complain too much about that ban. Obviously, Juno, still an excellent support in this meta. If you're not wanting the Lucio, but you still want to have some sort of aspect of speed, it's a great way to go at it. The Cassidy will be the ban on the other side, and that feels very Ivory-coded, considering some of the shots that they were able to land during that last map. So I'm expecting more Cat shenanigans here. Probably some Bastion as well, just because you take out one of the biggest elements of that. And even, you know, as we continue on in this series, those kind of calls are going to make a difference. In Winter even has more range now to kind of run free. They don't have that flashbang that they have to worry about.
I mean, she's been so good, too, at following up with Santi. It's these splits from Extra Bibione. You have the Cat Bastion in the sky, and everyone comes to run and hide. Guess who's lurking around a corner? A good old Diva and Tracer from Santi and Winter. And it's very difficult for Cat Cafe to work around that just on all the cooldowns that have been forced. And the Diva is still up. I think that's a very important thing to mention. Santi, I think, was the standout individual for me from that map number 1. So knowing that that is still here, I'm curious what the answer to that will be from Cat Cafe, whether they decide to match it or bunker a bit more, continuing on that Sigma.
I think the Mizuki was a step in the right direction. I just felt like you have so many different angles you're trying to look at. If you're Selena, she just didn't know where to look, right? Yes, you can land the chain on a Santi, but then cool, you still have to worry about either a Cat Bastion in the air or Winter's going to be right there, and now you don't have any stun for her. So it's a little bit tricky when you only have that one stun. It's going to be a very similar spot here. But actually, as of now at least, Selena will just go back over to the Wuyang that we saw for a tiny bit on the pole. Then the swap came through. and now they're going to swap again, because why not? We're in spawn. So Atsu the Mizuki will be there, and Hattori on the Mago. When you worry about Cap Bastion in the air, just run over the rest of the team that remains. But little do they know, maybe not that direction yet for EXO either.
They're still pondering their options. I'm not going to comment on that just yet. But for the sake of Cat Cafe, this, I think, is a good response to a potential TP Brawl comp. This is a great response to, like, a D.Va or a Winston. Everyone is hypermobile. You have the CC to shut it down. Joke's on you, though. There's neither of those things really happening. You have a Cat Bastion plus Sandy on the Zarya.
This Zarya pick, we'll see how long it lasts. It can be very good, you know, to try and get Shoal in these nice spots. Like, Bubble is on. Nothing you can really do, but also...
The chain!
Yeah, that chain
What a
is
chain.
disgusting.
So Selena going to the Mizuki was the right choice. I think lesson learned, do not fly in range where she can put you on a leash, because that is what will happen. And Santi just gets run over. No real damage to prevent Hattori's run up, and this is going to be the pattern we keep seeing. I'm interested whether Extra Oblivione decide to stick with this.
Yeah, already you see Winter. Well, making a few swaps. Ever to the Emery, back onto the Widow, maybe to just try and find an early shot from spawn, and then back onto the Emery. A little surprised the Zarya is still here, just because if you don't have that constant healing, as long as the bubbles are being tracked here from Cat Cafe, Santa could get burned pretty quick.
Yeah, but since Shoal is looking for this back line, I think if you can divide attention, but exactly as you called it, Jesse, Hattori's like, okay, well, it's going to be a 4v3 in the front line. Why not I just run at the tank? That is a great trade regardless, even if you end up losing.
Oh.
Hattori goes down. Perhaps a bit of an oversight there, and that's an overextension that could end up hurting them in the long run. Envy is ready to walk this down with Shoal, and it should be at least a tick or two game.
Yeah, maybe just a slight overcook there from Cat Cafe.
Yeah.
They did everything right in the first phase of the fight, but then maybe got a little bit too greedy trying to get more. And now it'll be already 2 ticks. Envy playing a little bit of a dangerous game, my friend.
It's okay, she's TP, just drops
She
the
gets
rush
out,
on
yeah.
the point, and you're out. Winter is also out, but in a box, 6 feet under the ground. Cage fight did end up landing, but very little avail here. The trades are coming in. It's a very scrappy fight, but Cat Cafe fighting without a tank, and therefore gotta get Santi down in order to have a shot, and it seems like will just about be enough with Envy surviving a single health point.
Literal 1 HP. That is crazy. But I don't know. Winter, will they be as lucky? No. She just gets sniped from the push here by Cat Cafe, and it'll have to be now a full reset here from Extra Oblivione. But a lot of those key ults still here. The grab combo with Shoal could easily end this fight unless Selena is able to pop this Sanctuary.
Yeah, the
That's
Sanctuary.
crazy.
That was an insane call there from Shoal. I love it. It did force Ivory back, so I guess it does nullify the override protocol in a way. You still lose Winter, who is not having a good time face tanking Hattori in the front. And it's going to be almost last fight here, Jesse.
Yeah, almost last fight. And honestly, Cat Cafe still have plenty to answer. Sanctuary is still here, and there it is.
Yeah, great save for the grab. Problem is, laser beams don't really care about
No.
Kick Guy Sanctuary, and it's not great. But thankfully, you still have this Hattori missing split. Similar how we saw Santi and Winter. It's these two running down the entire rest of the team and ignoring Santi. She's doing her best to find these trades.
She's just trying to find anything near the end of this fight, but so yeah, again, the Sanctuary maybe didn't save Selena, but it saved a lot of the incoming damage from everyone other than Santi. And now this one, Cat Cafe, being aggressive can actually work. There is no tank to help clean up some of this fight. Santi will now go over to the D.Va for a little bit of stall, and also to have that DM to deal with Hattori, but is it too late?
And Cage Fight and Kitsune rush up for Cat Cafe. It's gonna come in, help Hattori stay alive. The defense matrix, though, is fantastic. Forces Hattori back. There's no touch, can't get through the cage in time. Extra Oblivione almost get full held on this point, and what a turnaround from Cat Cafe.
What a high IQ cage, right? Like,
Real.
I'm pretty Hattori do like, yeah, I'm probably not living this. She do that, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Nobody touches, and that's all that matters. So 80% here for Cat Cafe is the mark to even us right back up and turn this best of 5 into a best of 3. And they have found the answer. And honestly, they're just hiding in that side room every single time that Shull and Paulette was trying to go over for a drive-by, get a lot of that core damage in. The supports were kind of chilling in that back room, trying to play as much cover as they could. Everybody else was either just pushing to the back line of Extra Oblivion, who got left behind, or just hiding in that little hallway, trying to be as absent as possible to deny all of that value, and it worked excellently. There is no cat now on the field here. Going into the defense for Extra Oblivion, they will go more to a standard rush. Cat Cafe might as well not change it at this point. Hitori is still on Mauga.
I'm starting to see the Juno ban a bit more with all of these Maugas and Sigmas, Perus in the field. Juno Prig with that, kind of terrifying. So it's a good call from Extra Oblivion. Will be enough to get a full hold. I think having Winter on this May is the most important point for this team, that X factor. Of isolating Hitori or just denying these rotations will set them up.
And already Hitori is like, okay, if they're on the Sigma, not a great time typically for the Mauga, especially when Sigma's on defense. So the Ramattra will be the answer, can at least punch through that shield occasionally, and even play maybe very aggressive with that shield and block off some of the healing from high ground.
Just some more poke here. Ivory on their signature Freya. I mean, this is the pick we've seen them almost every Calling All Heroes absolutely dominate on when she is in the meta, and pretty dang strong after those minor buffs recently. She was able to make it work. The pressure on the Shoal only clears that high ground. Look how much space Hitori has to walk on forward, especially with the May wall being burnt away so early on in that engage. Envy drops to the ground, and suddenly you're walking on thin ice if you are Extra Oblivion. Everyone trying to crowd in the small room to hide away from the damage, but that's exactly where Hitori wants them, turning everyone into her personal punching bag. Triple kill for her. That's just going to be the end of the map by the looks of it. Cat Cafe got shut out map 1. They'll be the ones to do the shutting out here on Hollywood.
What a nice little turnaround from Nepal over here to Hollywood. Cat Cafe looking like a completely different team. And they just dominate here on Hollywood. Shut down the Cat Bastion when they're on defense. Very quick Ramattra swap. And Sainty, not really like she has any time to go back and swap. Kind of just has to face tank. And that's not typically a duel that Sigma is going to win. A great answer here from Cat Cafe to bring us even after map 2. And now a lot of the questions that we had going into this map. How are they going to deal with this Cat Bastion? Can they deal with the flankers who are finishing up a lot of this damage? They answered all those questions. So now it'll be questions going back to the other side of Extra Oblivion. What is your pivot now? Can you go back to a map that is cat-centric without it getting shut down? Or is there another play on the board?
I don't think the question for, at least for Cat Cafe, was ever their discipline or their ability to counter these comps. I think it's just a matter of the map and the bans that are in place that can set them up well, which is why we expected the series to be as close as it is. But as I said, Cat Bastion is the strong point, at least it seems, for Extra Oblivion, pending it getting banned out, since both of those heroes, you can't protect both. One will likely go. So what strength do they decide to lean on? Will it be something like a Circuit Royale? Jesse, you have two hit scan players in Shoal and Winter, should you want to go that direction. The Sigma Mirror, that might be a bit dicey, because Hitori kind of likes that one, but I think there's a lot of different options you could look at that are less of this brawl comp that seems to be more the MO of this Cat Cafe roster.
I think also the issue is if you go to Circuit Royale, you almost have to ban the Sigma or ban the Freya. Because if you don't ban Freya, Ivory is also going to have the time of their life on that map. So it's a catch-22. I don't think there's really an ideal situation, but I also think if you want to step away from the brawl, that could easily be something that a map that could work very well. But it all depends on those bans and how they want to work around it. Flashpoint maps, Atlas and New Junk City. New Junk's definitely more rush orientated. We even saw a little bit of Junker Queen last series, which did not expect whatsoever. Atlas can be a little bit of that too, but also dive-ish. And the push maps are kind of, you can run everything other than poke Caliseo maybe a little bit more poke forgiving, but still going to be a big option for the flankers. So if you want to rely more, I guess, on the flankers, maybe a new Queen Street is on the cards. But you have to understand that, hey, the rush is also still going to be a very good asset. May is very good on New Queen Street at certain points of the map. I don't know if there's a perfect option here, honestly, for Exoblivione left. It is just the best of whatever evils that remain.
Say, May's good on pretty much any map we have left in the map pool.
Other than maybe like Junkertown, again.
Yeah,
like, that's a little risky.
Okay, Jesse, when's the last time you saw somebody pick Junkertown on purpose?
That's a very good question. It's probably oh god, it's been a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, we panned to him like, what if we get Junkertown? But no, we're just
I was waiting for Junkertown just to pop
I know.
up on the screen.
I was so ready for it. But no, I think like too, when you look at this map, what we're seeing in common from both of these teams is how well these tanks have been able to synergize with whoever is in that flanking DPS role, which for both maps has been the Tracer. Missing and Tori were doing such a great job running it at the back line during these Cat Bastion pushes that were focused on Envy and Palette.
Yeah, and I think if they can continue doing that, like, honestly, Cat Cafe has a great chance to keep running with this series. But Hittori just took over the lobby, it felt like, at times. Whether it be during the defense with the Maga just inting on the rest of the Exoblivione, kind of negating a lot of the value that the Cat Bastion got, or even there at the end. Just plows through Santi. Because Santi kind of just has to sit there and take it. You have an accretion to fend off for maybe a second and a half, but that was really about it. Kind of a lose-lose situation there for EXO. And now the power is in their hands to send us to the next map. Obviously, again, Escort, Flashpoint, Push. Are the remainders? It's going to be Flashpoint. So I'm going to guess maybe a little bit. Oh, actually not Atlas. We're just going to continue maybe more with this rush and go over to New Junk City.
Interesting. So this, I think the most optimal thing to do here would be to play the Maga with like a Juno break. Hittori is very good at that. Santi can pull it out even if it's not her favorite thing in the world to do. And the Juno ban, of course, has already been expended by Cat Cafe in the previous round. So I will see if that is the option. But I mean, this is Brawl. You're playing your Maze. You're playing your Mizuki's Kiri / Juno Briggs, depending on what is really going on in that department. But it will be the main catalyst for this. And with that Mizuki ban, we're going Juno Brig.
Yeah, that just takes away the one backline option. And obviously for EXO, no, really no pain in that, right? It's not really something they had to deal with. It was more an option that Cat Cafe used quite often to counteract what was going on. The Diva, though, I'm actually a little neither here nor there on it. I think it's a decent ban. Obviously, Santi's Diva is great. We saw that over on Nepal. I don't know on this map in particular if it's like a must ban. But no, it's still a good option to take away here from EXO.
I think, honestly, it makes sense. Like, being Santi's best and most comfortable hero, removing that, because the Mizuki is also banned. Like, your backline's just cooked if you don't have that option. Diva's still a very strong hero, even if it's not the best pick that you could pull out on this map. So, respect given over to her. And it also opens up the door for more Mauga, potentially, from Hittori. I had a lot of success on that, working alongside Missin in that previous map. And Ivory, how to play whatever with it, whether it's that Cassidy, that Freya, maybe some Sojourn. We haven't seen a ton of that recently.
No, we've seen Sojourn here and there, but it hasn't really been all that consistent. So I wouldn't expect to see a ton of it here. If anything, yeah, it's more that Emre. Maybe a little bit of Freya from Ivory. I don't really expect to see it as much here from Joblivione. But that could easily be an option. But yeah, break Juno. And then how do you want to build the rest of this team is like the question going into this map. Probably some more Morgan time, if I had to guess. You know, it's so long we went without Magamata, and then it's just slowly creeping back in. I know Joblivione said, hey, we want to bring you some of that European flair. Hasn't really been them, though, that have brought that. It's actually Cat Cafe bringing that little bit of flavor in.
I know, it's kind of ironic how that's been going. And both teams have a couple European players on their side, including both tanks, Shoal, as well as Juno. So, kind of cool to have international representation going on here. Will be the Mauga though, but this is from Sansi. We kind of thought that would be the selection from Ori. No, will instead be the opposite. Kind of forgot Lucio as a hero. It's just kind of how the game state has been. And support players are happy to have options, so they'll end up making it work. Palette flexing on over to more of that quote-unquote main support role, as it will be a Shion Vendetta DPS duo.
Vendetta's another one that, again, was so in the meta for months and then kind of creeped away, but still is a decent pick depending on the matchup. And again, no D.Va obviously to counter out, but also no Mizu to counter Winter. So I don't think she's going to complain whatsoever.
No, not at all. I mean, it is a quick stomp on in, chuck a motorbike, and pop those Cat Cafe. Very simple 1-2 punch or extra Oblivion. Just dump cooldowns in the same spot. Get the first cap.
That might be the fastest fight we see all day. Like, that was egregiously quick on how that fight went. And now some changes here for Cat Cafe. Hey, Tori, they're just going to match the Mauga. No reason for her not to, considering how well she did on it on Hollywood. But now the question is, as we do see that Soj still from Ivory, can that range from the early fight be enough to separate? Because I think once the gap is closed, it's still a pretty decent comp advantage here for Oblivione.
Yeah, and you can tell, Extra Oblivione are going to hide. They're not going to give Ivory a chance to get that early poke, and it's working out perfectly. Santi jumps on in to get the one. A fantastic run from Hitori guarantees the trade. It is 2 for 2 at this point, but no healing available for Cat Cafe. So they have to be so incredibly careful about how they move forward. This is his last fight on the objective. Santi has to fall right here and right now. And Ivory, make sure that is the case and finally able to get some significant damage in on the Soj for a triple.
Nice little 3K earns the flip for Cat Cafe, but the damage is already done. 91% from Oblivione during that first round of cap. And now, Hitori playing dangerous game early. Playing very aggressive, will actually get jumped on, forcing the overclock.
Yeah, great initiative here from Cat Cafe, denying this initial push. Hitori just caught up in this cage. It's a good call from Santi, knowing that Shoal is right by her side to fight this one through. And it will be the DPS. They'll sweep up the broken remnants of Cat Cafe. Only the supports remaining.
It's just the Kiris.
1v1 if Kiri goes. No, never mind. Paulette shows up and bogs Juno in the back. Night-night for them. It'll be Cat Cafe losing this point. Extra Oblivione, I think they'll be able to deny a touch.
Oh, I don't know about that. Nope.
Yeah,
Hitori's already running from underground. Ivory's there. So now it's just the reinforcements coming in. It's a very scrappy fight.
Sound Barrier doesn't end up hitting onto Envy. The minimal healing. Once that health over goes down, then Cat Cafe want to make most of it. It was an ult pump from Extra Oblivione in terms of main win conditions. Cat Cafe know it. It takes very little for them to get the flip back over.
That's one Paulette's going to want back. It was a great idea, but it just didn't hit everyone that she was hoping for. But still, the Kitsune rush, and they all hear from Winter to fight back into this. And Tori just trying to deny the touch from the underground.
That was a nice little bit of tech, but Tori may lose her life. And nope, she's fine. That's what you have missing in Ivory. They're like, hey, look at me, not my giant meatball at 2 HP in the corner. So Cat Cafe will deny that final touch, get the objective, and even pull the Kitsune Rush out of Extra Oblivione.
Yeah, the fact that you get the Kitsune Rush out in a fight that really didn't matter is a massive win here for Cat Cafe, as now they can at least start moving forward to the next flashpoint, which looks like they actually make it a pretty decent jump on as well. Still holding on to the Vendetta ult from Winter. And only 2 here from Cat Cafe, but they may not even need it, Molly.
Yeah, and this is the danger of Cat Cafe's comp. If you can get all of this poke damage in, by the time the gap is actually closed, like, you don't have the health bars to withstand it. 3 first fight for Cat Cafe.
Yeah, just perfect right there. That's how you play it when you're having this variation of the comp. And obviously, Selena still has the Tidal Blast. If she needs to just get out with it, put it on to Hitori to let her just go wild on the initiation. Ivory to keep the distance with the overclock. Pretty good options here still for Cat Cafe, unless Oblivione makes a play.
Ooh. Jabulione, we're looking for Ivory. It'll be the Sundry Strike from Winter. That's half of Vittori's health bar melted. But it'll be repaired shortly thanks to Selena. And it even comes to the cage fight. I mean, these are the major ultimates that you were hoping to use for Extrablivione, and it is a scrappy fight at the very best. Not even one you are likely to win with Ivory popping the overclock. Help seal it. The show. Oh boy. It's okay. That's teammates. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Deep breath.
So Selena was there for the cleanup. It's okay. Sometimes you gotta lean on your teammates a little more than you want. But no, it's still a great fight there for Cat Cafe. And now, again, just deny the touch. Doesn't have to be anything that crazy. Obviously, Jabulione still have some here. 10 away from beat, but no tank to play with.
Yeah, that's what happens to two Malgus bonk heads. Touch denied, and bye-bye Santi. 2-0 now for Cat Cafe and Extrablivione's own map pick.
Yeah, not looking great so far right now, Molly. Again, still the sound barrier from Paulette. The Kitsune Rush will be back here from Envy in 10. A lot of resources now they can kind of play around. But that, we're kind of, again, two back-to-back kind of rough ends to these flashpoints where Jabulione just not able to return for one more solid fight before that ticker hits 100. And Cat Cafe, some decent positioning around the point, but honestly, Exo in a better spot. They're going to just chill by a point, force Cat Cafe to push in.
And these support ults are going to be key for this fight. Both Kitsune rushes, though, will be popped inside the cage, and Notorious health bar struggling to stay up. Great timing there from Paulette on her sound barrier. That will get the fight done and over with in a flash.
When in doubt, the sound barrier is always going to be the savior.
No.
Poor Selena. This is bullying. Yep, she'll still needs that final shot. Just to get that little bit of extra damage in. And still has the ultimate as well going into the next fight. So, some momentum needed to be regained from Jabulione. That's how you do it. Still just the two Shion ults from each team. And already, man, Juno has to use the Suzu TP already.
Yeah, but you don't have Winter. Her head is currently rolling on the ground somewhere. Shoal knows something needs to change. She'll let out a nice scream by Selena. Rest of Cat Cafe down to support here is quite terrifying. Moving on in, Centauri's health bar well below half. Ivory has so much responsibility. Help them stabilize, and the shots this time will end up landing really a kunai to the face at the end, but an interesting cage, I gotta say, from Santi.
Yeah.
Maybe just falling to 99, but it was already last. Yeah, you want that one back. I don't like it. I've decided.
No, I agree with that. The council has spoken. That might be one Santi wants back. We've had a few of those from Jabulione this map.
Yeah.
Of ults either just the timing doesn't work out or what have you. That's one that Santi may want a little bit later, but still, overclock here from Winter after the swap over to match the Soj. Hasn't really found anything too crazy with this swap quite yet, but maybe this is the opening here to earn the first flashpoint in New Junk City.
Ooh, that was a clat on the both supports. You can see the panic in Selena and Juno's eyes there as the Kitsune Rush and Tidal Blaster pop. You force Extrablivione back. There'll be 2 ults for 1 trade. You take that if you're Extrablivione. Envy right around the corner from a Kitsune Rush, but Missing has already made her way into the back line. That's 3 blasted down. And Cat Cafe, this just might be map.
This could be it. It's going to be 85% by the time anybody spawns in. It is going to be a mad dash over to the point. Either has to be Paulette or Winter that gets over there in time. But this cage fight's going to interrupt those plans, and that's it. Cat Cafe 3-0 on New Junk City. Not even their map pick, Molly.
Not their map pick, not a problem, is what we learned. Ivory showed up this game, was finally able to play their hit scans like they wanted to, and that value could not have been stronger. I think that, plus the identity crisis in the DPS line of Extrablivione, just set Ivory up for success. Not in that play, though. Kinda got annihilated. But every other moment, it just felt like the Cat Cafe were the ones in the driver's seat of this map.
Yeah, as soon as kind of we return to this Marga meta, it's Cat Cafe's time, right? They've been excellent on it so far, whether it be, the tank play up front from Hitori has been excellent these last 2 maps. But everything in the fight planning has worked out. They haven't been wasting ultimates. They've been very particular in how they want to take these fights. Even in the first half of that map, wanting to play the range game early, drag out a lot of the resources from Jabulione, and then finish off the fight. It's been excellent so far from Cat Cafe, and now they're on match point.
match point, and how can you stop a freight train that's moving at this speed, Jesse? That is what we Extrablivione are going to need to be looking at as we head into our 4th map. Before we get there, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. Continuation of Calling All Heroes playoffs is right on the corner, so we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Calling All Heroes is ready to continue as we have ourselves a series so far, but it may not be for much longer. 2-1 is the lead for Cat Cafe over Extrablivione, and said it before the break, they're on a freight train. It's going at Mach 2. Can it be stopped?
I don't know, is my honest answer. Like, that was Jablivione's map pick, and it looked like a Cat Cafe map pick. That was just how it went, and granted, a lot of these flashpoints were pretty close. But I don't know. It just feels right now that Cat Cafe, they have found their groove with these Maga comps, and unless Maga is banned during this next map, it could be the end of the road, at least here in the upper bracket here for Extrablivione. Obviously, winner of this will play Timeless X-Ray in Timeless Missing X-Ray in the upper final. That is quite a tongue twister.
You combined two teams' names there.
Oh,
it's Timeless X Missing.
That's
and then
it.
we have
No
Team Missing
no
X-Ray. There's two teams that have Missing in them, and I think that's... We have Missing, Timeless X Missing, we have Team Mixing S-Ray, and then we have Missing, the player. So,
yes.
We're getting a lot of... We also have two players named Juno in Calling All Heroes Top 8. Unfortunately, they will play each other in this weekend, but potentially later on in playoffs. But as we said, Cat Cafe here on a roll. Extrablivione have that first map pick and ban for them to go with. And what will it be? Like, I'd love to see them, honestly, default back to that D.Va. I think that's where they have looked by far the best. And with that ban being gone, Dorado seems like a pretty juicy option.
Yeah, I think Dorado's probably the easiest pick. If I was going to say it, from their point of view, obviously the other map left is Push with Caliseo and New Queen Street. New Queen Street is very playable in that kind of comp, but Caliseo can get a little poke heavy. I feel like it could get you lean back more into the strengths of Cat Cafe, especially Ivory. But I think Dorado would be the easiest pick here for Oblivione, depending on how they want to take this, though. As, yeah, the Diva ban is at least something they won't have to worry about. And they could even ban out a Hazard, a Winston, a Ball, you know, whatever other dive tank you want to take out of the mix. You have that option as well.
I think you take out Sigma, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I
Hitori
wouldn't blame them at all.
Sits there and does big Sigma things and throws boulders at cats, and she's very nice. She was very nice. Don't get me wrong, but
Oh, so when you put
throwing
it like that, it
boulders
doesn't
at
sound
cats
so
sounds like a war
nice.
crime. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I love Hitori. She's fantastic, but she throws boulders at cats. Yeah, hopefully that tag doesn't stick. But yeah, I think it would be a little crazy to go something like Circuit at this point in the map. I mean, Ivory has found their rhythm. Stand out from New Junk City. Of course, Tori still has the Sigma to be pulled out. So we're going to do the once, and we can't even remember the last time we've seen this map, Junkertown. And, okay, so it does still exist, if anyone else is wondering.
Interesting.
Okay.
I don't mind it if they ban Sig, right? Like that would be
Absolutely.
the if. Like that is the giant asterisk that I'll put next to this for now. And that's not the ban that we get.
Good boy. Genji?
Interesting.
Whoa. I mean, Mission's really good at Genji. That's fair, but
I understand it. And the cat ban is yeah, we kind of saw that coming. Kind of surprised it took map 4 for us to get any sort of cat ban during this series. But yeah, that Genji ban is creating a lot of thoughts. 'Cause, to me, it just screams that we're going to see a lot more Sigma still from Hitori.
Yeah, I don't think there's a reason not to play Sigma unless we're sticking on the Malga. I think that's the only other reason. But yeah, the Genji is a puzzling one, to say the least here. What are you cooking? There's got to be something from Cat Cafe, because nobody is going to go pick an offhanded map like Junkertown without having a very specific plan. And I do see the benefit being both Shoal and both Shoal and Winter are very good at playing these hitscan heroes. This is a great map to pull that out on the first point in particular. So if they're trying to play more of a ranged game, I think that can make sense, but it also feels like they're playing into EXO's hand a bit.
Just a little bit. But I want to see how this goes, right? Like again, there's a lot of questions that I have, and I think you and I both have. I think maybe the most questions going into a map this series, even more than map 1, which normally is not the case this deep into a series. It's going to, I'm just going to hold that Cat
Ignore
Cafe.
that. Yeah,
I don't know if
yeah.
I really want to talk about that quite yet. Sansi on the Sigma, that's fine. Yeah, her Sigma's pretty good. We've seen it from time to time. Obviously, her Sigma against Hitori's can be, you know, an interesting fight. I think Hitori maybe has a slight advantage. But no, I think Winter, on one of their best heroes at the Tracer, still a decent position here. Just a lot of poke with Paulette, her even going to the Alari. And Hitori maybe still feeling out exactly what the play call is going to be here.
Yeah, we'll touch on that in a second. But I think for
Yeah.
Oblivione, having this double flex support as well is huge for them. It hits all of their advantage points, and contemplation complete. Jesse, we have a Reinhardt pick on Junkertown, of all places. Hitori's just going to bunker payload and let the DPS do stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Just keep shield up and wait for Ivory and Misson to get some picks. I was about to say like that one. Almost took off the head of Paulette. This is maybe it's awkward here for Oblivione to try and play around.
Swap Ivory. I think that does make sense, having the more consistent poke damage. Not exactly going to be landing those shots, as Oblivione are already pushed pretty far back. As Cat Cafe, I need to look for a way in, which sometimes can be difficult with the Reinhardt, is you're just walking into open ocean, essentially. Very little cover on this phase of first points, and Hitori feeling the pressure from that, was way too far out, away from her supports, and ends up getting sent to an early grade. Next year, Oblivione get plenty of sustain off of it.
Yeah, nice little cleanups there from Shoal, as Shuli is able to get a 3-piece. And now the experiment continues actually here from Cat Cafe. They do get some decent ground early from that push, right? 50 meters, you get past that opening bridge. But this open phase, open part of first phase is really where this comp, like you said, is going to struggle. Hitori's in such a wide open spot. That shield only has so much health, and you can only whip it around so fast. So you really have to pray that Ivory or Missun or Selena can get something early in this fight to give you a numbers advantage to make that walk up just a little easier.
What Hitori does bring to the table is intimidation tactics. You clear the high ground by just existing. That's great, but you don't have missing. And now you're dead because the team can't push up with you because the side angles are now wide open for Winter to try. I think this is where we're going to start seeing some swaps from Cat Cafe, seeing as parts of their composition aren't working nearly as well.
I think they're just sticking it for Shatter. And playing around that. Even though Missun will actually go off the Tracer over to the Xion. Which, again, a little more, I should say more ability, but, well, never mind. Never mind. I think just for funsies, taking a little bit of a bike ride out on the nice Australian coast here and then has to go back. That's okay.
It's a very scenic crowd. A lot of rocks and more rocks and dirt over in that corner. If you look at but Oblivione in 4 ults, almost 5 coming into this fight. Unless it is a massive Earth Shatter from Hitori, this should be a lost fight. It's a great dodge from the Earth Shatter, and it doesn't quite matter. Shoal blasts one, and that should just about do it. Pretty shiny buttons for extra Oblivione. Well, it's their job done. Down to a minute now for Cat Cafe.
And the changes are there. Yep, Hitori is over to match the Sigma. And it wasn't a horrible shatter, right? You still get Santi, but that's really about it. And she just gets all the resources imaginable to stay alive, plus the overclock from Shoal to win the fight. Now, 45 seconds left. Overclock from Ivory here can open up some title boss as well, just to throw it on somebody. Maybe Missun to get a knockdown on the back line to find a finish.
It's not really gonna matter. Santi still is prophetic blocks. Great time to blast though. Does keep Ivory alive, and you can tell Santi did not count for that. Her equation, some emergency health from Envy, keep her alive. Now let's go, looking for the trade in the back, lands the shot onto Selena, will explode into a ball of flame. With only 15 seconds left on the clock now. Cat Cafe, nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, there's just nothing here. No ultimates, maybe a pulse bomb here from Missun late into this fight, but it's not like Extra Oblivione have anything either. Going to be a nice little vanilla fight to end out. Paulette has no pressure here on the coast because Ivory is having to deal so much with on point to help Hitori walk.
Winter's going to be a little late as well. Ended up going down at the tail end of that fight. So Cat Cafe have an opening to cover more of these angles. Pulse bomb goes wide and missing. Gets smacked across the face for it. Oh, rough start here for Cat Cafe. If you get the trade out onto Santi, we'll take that any day of the week. It's leaving it up to these DPS to touch the point. They're making it work. Pulse bomb gets most of Hitori's health. And there you go. Winter and Shoal better be getting a cookie for that one.
They should get a whole box of cookies after that one. That was an excellent hold here from Extra Oblivione. And this is more looking like their map pick, right? Like, last map didn't necessarily feel like an Extra Oblivione map pick. That definitely did. Holds the line well, handles the shenanigans with the Ryan comp that can sometimes, if you get caught off from it, maybe that growing pain can be a little bit harsh. But no, some great early adaptations. Just continuing to hold that space. Don't give Hitori any room to play around. And a great hold. Just 87 meters is the mark now for Oblivione. If they can get there, force the map 5, we'd be heading over to push to end out this series. The winner going on to the upper bracket final, which gets played tomorrow against Team Timeless X Missing. The loser plays Team Missing X-Ray in the next series tonight.
I'm so proud of you. We got the team names nailed down now. It was great.
Totally wasn't looking at my sheet the whole time, you know?
I was waiting for you to say something like that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I knew there was no way. Didn't think about that, but hey, live the caster. You gotta know a lot of information. That's why we love our note sheets. But anyways,
I will say,
Cat
Ka
Cafe-
has the best team names. Can I say that? Like, some of the
Ew.
most intricate and fun team names out there. Which, sometimes as a caster, yeah, it's a little bit tricky. But no, it's very fun. And now Shoal, nobody's really gonna peek it. And honestly, I do not blame Cat Cafe at all. I wouldn't, well, for that reason, would not peek it.
Well, okay,
Yeesh.
never mind. There's an icicle between pallet eyeballs. So that's good. And that is the one swap that Cat Cafe do make. I think this is great for holding down the payload when you don't have much space to give. Do worry just a little, because Winter is not as contested as she normally would be.
Yeah, that's one hell of a brain freeze for Paulette.
Okay.
But yeah, this will be it here. Shoal just trying to punish anybody pushing a little bit too far. Obviously, you can take as many pop shots on a Tori as possible, but that kill by Coast, a little more valuable.
Yeah, no May to strike fear in their eyes, although Shoal just had no fear to begin with, which she certainly should have, considering there's a boulder and chucked at her. And that's a dead Widowmaker, but Extra Leone still get this payload to this first corner. And this is kind of the tricky part, where we saw Cat Cafe held up so long in the previous approach.
Yeah, if you're gonna hold, this is where it's going to be done. The Symmetra swap now for Missun just had a dick here. And also it can help
And
a
she's
little
gone
bit
again.
with the pressure, and yeah, she's dead again. Okay.
She's getting her steps in today, I'll tell her that.
Yeah, she
but-
is.
That's just not the best thing for Cat Cafe. They needed to find a way to stabilize on this first choke, but Extra Leone have so many angles to surround them with the Tracer and the Iari together. That's just Matt. Done and over with. We're finishing the series off in 5.
We're going all the way to push. 2 options remaining here for Cat Cafe. But what a nice turnaround for EXO and Shoal. Maybe the best map she's had all day. On the Sojourn. Just locking it down, even with the Tracer in the face. No worries whatsoever. And maybe creating a little bit of pause here on the camp of Cat Cafe. Maybe feeling confident. Obviously, the Ryan comp, we've seen Ryan work in unconventional ways in maps before. If we go to New Junk City, and not New Junk City, New Queen Street, could work there if they want to try and test that again, but I wouldn't necessarily lean on that experiment, considering how Junkertown just went.
I don't know if we should use Junkertown that much of a judge, though. Like, up until that last corner before you come into this, as I like to call it, the open ocean space here, it can work, but then you're just kind of surrounded. You don't have access to angles, you don't have any poke that you can work on, and I feel like this map just came down to Extra Vione clearly having spent time scrimming on it, knowing what their plan is over that of Cat Cafe. And it's that experience they got through. Our teams will choose to scrim the more obscure maps that we might see in our pools, and with that important pick of the way in push can just play whatever on either of these maps. And I think that's why this ban that we're going to see from Cat Cafe is going to be so incredibly important.
And the big thing here is, like, Jetpack Cat is back into the mix for this final map too, which both push maps very good for Cat. It looks like we're going to Coliseo for the final map. There's a lot of, pillars that the Cat can just kind of dodge through. I do like this pick a lot. Honestly, more if you're EXO rather than Cat Cafe. But again, you're picking 2 maps that are very similar, and I think teams have just scrimmed Coliseo more. So that's probably just the reasoning behind it. But this ban is going to be the bigger tell. Which kind of comp do we want to run here? Is it more dive-centric or a return of that brawl?
Or do you just take away the Bastion? Make sure that there's no Cat Bastion you have to worry about. I think that is a serious consideration, because this is a very strong Cat Bastion map. If that is the strat there in Cat Cafe, I really did struggle against that the one other time. It was pulled out significantly back on Payback on map number 1 in Nepal, which feels forever ago at this point. But I think you got to stick to your guns. You need to play this brawl. You need to find a way to control the tempo. And these maps, if you look at these score lines, have not been close. Every single map has been so one-sided. It just depends on which team has picked the map and who is most comfortable on that said comp. And Brawl feels like the way to go for Cat Cafe.
Like, that's what we saw in New Junk City, right? Like, they ran through it on New Junk. And even Hollywood, to a degree. The Maga, first time we really saw it was that map. It worked out great. So, I would be shocked if we didn't see a return of the Maga here, which would force either maybe a Diva would more than likely be the answer from Jiblivione, or they just matched the Maga themselves, but it didn't really work necessarily the best on New Junk City and Hollywood when they tried to match. So, a lot of questions still remain. Like you said, the Bastion ban makes the most sense to me. If you're going to be Cat Cafe, even if you can't ban out the cat, you can ban out the other part of that 1-2 combo, and there it is. Probably the easiest ban they're going to do all day.
It's just so straightforward. I think there are other options if you're really wanting to cook, but the one issue, it does leave
there we
the
go.
ban. And I think that is a great choice by Jiblivione as well. So that's going to force Satori onto, I mean, I'm assuming either a Ramatra or a Sigma, but I'm more scared of a Santi Diva, honestly, coming back out on this map. I feel like this is a fantastic spot for that to be pulled out.
Yeah, especially once you get out of that initial hallway, there's so much high ground for the Diva to jump on and off of, where that's really where she is going to shine. But here we go. At map 5, not map 4, I think for whatever reason, Junkertown just didn't register as a map, even though it's there. But here we go.
Fake map, fake map.
Fake map. There we go. Hey, you know, we thought, honestly, it was gone for so long. Like, it was in so many pools, but never picked. Like, you know, sometimes Junkertown just gets forgotten about. But it was nice to see it, even if we only saw first phase for,
I was gonna say, we got like a...
Like 5 minutes of first phase. Little tease.
Yes, exactly. We got like a flyover, essentially, of that first map with how fast it was. Now, will we get an exciting Coliseo, or is it going to be one team full pushing to the end, like every other map we have had thus far? We'll see what these teams are cooking. Mostly looking at Cat Cafe. Just knowing that the ban is there on Alga. I do like that Ramatra for Hattori. It's a very safe, stable pick in the front line for what they want to do. No Wuyong, though, for Selena right now. Perhaps expecting Santi to be on this Diva.
Yeah, definitely expecting the Diva is Cat Cafe. I actually do like the Honoron a lot, but as of course, right as I say, I like the Honoron. This one will go back into spawn and swap back to the Tracer. So it'll take a little bit, maybe longer today to see the Fire Starter join us in the series. Here we go. Obviously, tank-wise, advantage over the Hattori if the gap can be closed. Those punches can often be a little bit of a detriment here to the Sigma, but the Mei, especially in this first stretch of the map, can be very tricky to play against if you're Cat Cafe.
Yeah, and
Oh, wow, that's
I mean, it should be, but it's the poke. And this is also where Cat Cafe found their strengths. We're in these poke points where they could actually get Ivory on an angle, and that's the advantage of missing here. She has so much free space to clear that Santi didn't have the support behind her. By the time Hattori took that first walk on forwards, Cat Cafe and break out of this Coliseum in record time.
And already some swaps here for Jiblivione. Paulette will go over to Juno. Santi on the Orisa, so not wanting to match the Ram, but still a very good option, very similar play style to what is being ran on the other side. And the Mei will stick for now, as Hattori feeling that poke already, and just going to block their way out.
Yeah, Hattori, that's a battle cattle you gotta deal with. It is not a fun time for Ramatra, and with Mabel at her back, she will not be long for this world. Although Sports pushed in some crazy effort, finally does fall, but it took so long that Santi also lost her life in the process. So neither team was a tank. This one can get scrappy, and Selena's already so low. Yanked an Icicle. There's actually two there from Winter. And Jiblivione will manage to push this bot back around and perhaps get it towards a middle point by the time the tank gets here.
Yeah, Hattori, she had no right to live that long during that fight. That was crazy, because yeah, they're able to get the tank trade, and now Misa in the back line, she lands the stick on the show, and all of a sudden it looks from a fight that Jiblivione can maybe start turning around to just having to retreat once again. to wait for their hit scan to return so they can actually have some backup with this Blizz.
Whoa. No, Tori's out of it. Does manage to get around the corner, but when I say around the corner, it's in the middle of Extra Boliviane's back line. But that's where you want to be. If you're popping Annihilation, you'll open that door wide open for them, and Cat Cafe will get close to forward spots.
Yeah, a little bit of extracurriculars there as well from Tori. Maybe feeling the targets just a tiny bit so far during this map, but very close to tick. Just 2.5 minutes into this map so far, and we were talking about it. It's been a lot of, one team dominating the map right now. It's been Cat Cafe.
They already have forward spawns, regardless of how this Kitsune Rush fight ends up going, which it's looking good for Extra Bolivian. That was a fantastic Parasurge. Jumping into the team, though. Maybe a bit ballsy, though, as Extra Bolivian are going to have a third tank swap now, as Santi will go back to the Sigma, in fact, as Cat Cafe can continue the progress forwards.
Yeah, at this point, if you're Cat Cafe, again, chill. Just try and get as much, meter as you can, but you don't have to kind of commit too much to this. And you can see Selena, she's just going to dip out as soon as her Tracer is gone, and it will be 85 meters will be where the bleeding ends for now. But still, Selena has the Sanctuary to play around. Another Pulse Bomb from Missun is in hand. Could easily be turned around if Oblivion are not careful.
Yeah, I just see this Orbital Ray, and I fear for Cat Cafe.
Yeah.
It won't be partnered with this Overclock like I thought, though. They're just going to pull that one out completely by itself, and perhaps a mistake considering how much of a focus fire Souls is found going in her direction. There's the response straight at the support ult, which Missun can tank Boulder, not the follow-up shots, thanks to the support of Selena. It's such a great ult placement from her. Let's take this payload back to where it was.
And that big punch that you typically see from the Orbital Ray just vanishes with one Sanctuary. So good that Envy, actually, she just matches it. Mission's still in the back, even though great scouting from Envy with the wall bangs. Calls out the Tracer, so it has to be a little bit of a reset to land that pulse. Bola shot is here as well, but it may not matter.
It was a huge pulse, but with the Suzu is there, it's not for Ivory. I will have to eat that Bola shot for breakfast. With them out of the fight, you lose a lot of that poke damage, and so does Shoal. So Tori just proves that my ultimate is better than all of yours combined. Haha, we move this payload, or we don't, because there's a sneaky little Freya that will deny just a little bit of progress, and actually that will buy another fight.
Oh, at least another fight, and it won't be super rushed, because, especially because Winter actually spawns in very quickly, gets the group spawn with everybody else, so decent here, but again, Kitsune Rush in hand from Juno. If they just want to kind of end this right here, it's just the Gravitic Flux from Santi. She'll try and lift one or two and deny the blow, but already another first pick for Cat Cafe.
Yeah, getting these weird offhanded picks has kind of been the MO for this team. Juno lay out the red carpet for Hitori to not only stay alive, but walk forward, strut her stuff as this is looking, and we are set and done with this series. Jesse, we called it from the start, a 0-0 on this map, as Cat Cafe will take it in 5.
What a series, but yeah, we were talking about it. That kind of just been how this series went. It's been one team dominating the map, and that time around, it was Cat Cafe just runs through Coliseo. Not a single meter in hand for Extra Oblivione, who will have to stick around a little bit longer. They will be in our final series of the day against Team Missing X-Ray. But for Cat Cafe, their day is done. They've booked their spot in that upper bracket final tomorrow.
Well done from Cat Cafe, and I think we kind of expected them to be in this spot. We mentioned that these seeds weren't fully intact, just being the second and third coming out of the Swiss, and I think this does prove how close it actually is when it gets to these top 3 teams, and I cannot wait to see how they do end up matching up against that Timeless X Missing squad. They have so many strong players from top to bottom. Even Selena, who came in as a substitute today for Cinnabar, who's typically the starter in the support position, looked fantastic.
Yeah, I have to give credit to Selena, considering she's a sub. She played unreal, especially you're stepping in for somebody like Cinnabar, who has been around for so long, such a reputation. Selena played great, so I have to give flowers when they're due. And I think for Oblivione, you can't really focus on this game too much going into your next one. Obviously, yeah, it's going to be a sour taste in your mouth. You wanted to win that game. And honestly, when they played last time, just looking over, last time they played Team Missing X-Ray, round 3, it went to 5, like this one did. But they, Oblivione won it 3-2. So we could have another long series on our hands, but of course, all of you enjoying the drops, probably music to your ears. For the players on Oblivione, maybe not the music they're wanting to hear right now.
I mean, they do love their map 4, map 5.
They do
Very few
love their
sweeps
late
on their
maps.
records. So, and hey, as casters, as again people who are enjoying the show and getting your drops, I think we all enjoy that quite a bit as well. Even if it might put a little stress on the blood pressure there for that team, but. Yeah, in Extra Oblivione, we will see them match up against Team Missing X-Ray right after this. But first, we are going to head to a small break and come back to you with what we have remaining for our first day of the Calling All Heroes playoffs. just like that, we are 3 matches in to our first day of our playoffs here, determining our seeding with Calling All Heroes Championships that will resume at the end of the month. And 5 maps is where we found ourselves. Cat Cafe taken away in the end, and one of the most one-sided 5-map series I've ever seen.
It was so weird to try and explain that series in my head, right? Like, it just back and forth. Like, whoever won the map just ran through it. And part of the reason why that last map was so one-sided for Cat Cafe is our interviewee, and that is Selena, who is joining us now. And Selena, congratulations on the win and making it to the upper bracket final.
Thank you, thank you.
And so, Selena, we had you guys coming in today as a sub, I believe. I think we had our starting roster different, and then having you come in to play today was fantastic between the Mizuki and the Wuyong. Have you been practicing with the team much? Were you kind of thrown in today? What was that situation like behind the scenes?
I didn't really practice. The only thing I did was like hop in ranked and just play Wuying and Mizuki the whole time. But I have a lot of practice on those heroes already. So yeah, I enjoyed it. Cinnabar was supposed to be here, but she got parent aggro apparently, so she's not here.
Okay.
We were wondering what was happening. It's like we thought Cinnabar was there, but honestly, with the way the team was playing, I don't even think we even realized it that much. You stepped in really well to the seed. Talk us through after map 1. Obviously, didn't necessarily go your way, and then from there, it just felt like you guys kind of took over the series. If we ignore Junkertown, how did it feel? What changed for you guys that kind of flipped the momentum back to your side?
I'm not gonna lie, it was it was just being nervous. Like I was just like very nervous the whole time, and then I was like, wait a minute, what am I playing against? And I just killed them the whole time.
Okay. Well,
It's
hey,
not
if
easy.
you were nervous, it didn't show. I could tell you that, especially on that map 5 in Holoseo, your Mizuki made a huge impact on you guys literally sweeping 0 meters given away there. And, you know, I guess, how does it feel to you to have such a big win over what is one of the top 3 teams here in Calling All Heroes as we move on to the next day of playoffs?
Honestly, I was not expecting to like even win this at all. Like once I heard like who I was gonna reverse, I was like, it's over for today. But after second map, I was like, these guys are not that good. So I just killed them.
This is
So
the
we went
mindset.
from so we went from like no ego, I'm terrified, to like, wait a minute, I got this. We got the ego, we're running up, we're nuking people with our Mizuki projectiles. I love it. It was really fun to watch today, Selena. So thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us a bit on the interview. We'll go ahead and let you get back to your team, and we are excited to see you guys compete against Timeless X Missing tomorrow.
All right, thank you for having me.
Who would have thought?
No ego to hey, I'm just gonna kill like everyone. Like that's just
Got this. That's great. No, I'm
That was
glad because
excellent.
it really, like, being a last second thing, not scrimming with a team, especially a team of that caliber to be subbed in. And I could never do that. I'd be terrified. I'd
No.
be shaking the whole time. But I'm really glad that Selena was able to find her rhythm with this squad. It did show. See if she ends up playing at any other point during the championships here or the playoffs or the rest of the weekend. But for now, if you are Cat Cafe, you're all done for today. But Jesse, we still have one more match to go.
Yeah, we got one more to go. Time to see who's gonna round out our top 3 for the playoffs here. We're gonna see once again Extra Oblivione right off that loss going up against Team Missing X-Ray, who we saw earlier today on stream. Both teams fighting for that top 3 spot and to that lower bracket final, but it's gonna be an interesting one, everybody. Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this break.
have a potential second map 5 banger coming our way today, Jessies. We are heading down to the lower bracket for our last match of the day to sort out who will be at least our 4th seed for this upcoming tournament. It will be Extrablivione, who we just watched fall in map 5 to Cat Cafe, taking on Team Missing X-Ray. The reason I say map 5 banger, Jesse, is that is exactly what happened during the switch stage between these two teams.
Yeah, first time these two faced off. It was a map 5 banger, but it was Jablivione who won that time around. So let's see, can they do it again, or is Team Missing X-Ray, who has had the time, they're able to relax after their upper semi loss to Timeless X Missing, and kind of relax, maybe get some food in them, and watch that series progress. So it shouldn't be too much of a shock now to what this roster is going to play. It's just, do they have enough tools to try and counteract it? We did see Team Missing X-Ray a bunch earlier during this stream. Shout out Ari and Rain for both of them doing a fantastic job today. And now we get to see how the rest of this series is going to go now that they've had a little bit of time to chill out.
Interesting. Well, I'm curious if Axer is actually in to start. It has been Amity for the most part, as this team has already been on broadcast twice so far. So we are also pretty familiar with their game, and if there's someone I'm going to point a finger at, her name is Nadokado. She's pretty darn good, and we cannot forget that, especially on this Freya. And with how good Freya is right now, it is a massive asset to Team Missing X-Ray if they can get her online.
Yeah, it's very similar to the Ivory effect that we were talking about during that last series. Like, if Nadokado locks in and she's at 100%, this team can pretty much beat anybody. That is how scary she can be at her best. But the question is if she's going to be able to reach those types of heights. And of course, we just saw this roster, but just to give a little bit of a recap of who they're going against, it's Extrablivione, and a lot of what worked during that last series was that Cat Bastion going on, pairing it up with, some finishes coming in from Winter and Santi. Can that be the case again, or will they have to continue kind of pivoting around some other comps to try and make it work?
Yeah, and this is I think a tricky matchup too for this Team Missing X-Ray. It can work against if they can take advantage of some of the sloppy moments, I think it's going to be key. If they can find those weak points in the rotations for Extrablivione, I see it going very well for them. But we will be starting on Nepal with an insta Mizuki ban. That screams Santi is playing Diva, and there's nothing you can do to stop her.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we don't want to deal with that again. It was not fun the last series when the Mizuki was kind of tormenting Santi. So taking that as an option away from Missing X-Ray. Now we get to see the counter here from X-Ray. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was a Cat or a Bastion ban, considering how well it performed during the last series that we saw on stream here from Extrablivione. But maybe taking a little bit extra time, making sure they want to use that ban now. Obviously, maybe two of the most impactful bans that X-Ray has at their disposal. Considering, you ban one, you're kind of putting away the other away. It will be the Bastion that gets banned out. So maybe some, Cass Cat can still work here, but it's not going to be as impactful as that Cat Bastion.
Yeah, I think what we saw from this comp in Extrablivione was them taking advantage of both Shoal and Winter strong points, right? In the Tracer, the Bastion. I'm guessing like a Cass or a Soj, like you were saying, from Shoal. But I'd love to see Winter stick on this Tracer. Her synergy with Santi has been really fun to watch and has had a lot of success for Extrablivione. Will that be replicated here against Team Missing X-Ray? They tend to be a pretty scrappy team when things come down to it. Both Nadokado and Mikmin can kind of flex around where needed. Nadokado can literally play anything you ever want her to. Like, I remember when I first saw her in Calling All Heroes, I knew her as a Mei one-trick, because that was the only thing she played the entire tournament and was great at, especially hitting her icicles, only to find out later that, oh yeah, she's technically a hit scan player. Cool. She's really flexible in the stuff that she can pull out. And is teasing the Sojourn, we do have confirmation that Axe will be in the starting lineup instead of Amity this time.
Okay. And I don't mind this still here. I don't think it changes a ton. Obviously, Axe has the Maga in hand. We've seen it before in prior events. So not a total shock that Missing X-Ray just want to go to that. Considering Oblivione, they weren't necessarily a fan of playing that either, that we just saw in the last series. So it definitely works out. Symmetra TP in here from Winter, goes over to the Tracer, and it will be kind of Paulette more just taxiing people around rather than trying to focus on one DPS to focus on. But seeing that it's Maga Reaper could force a little bit of a more subtle approach.
I was gonna say, this may be more of an escape route for Santi than anything else, or even Shoal at this rate. At least have the slide to get out of that danger, whereas Winter did wrap around and grab Crump. So instead of this D.Va to fly around, we just don't really have the focus on this Tracer. Everyone's going to be death rolling around Axe, and that is something Oblivione did very well again, is take the angles with the Tracer and the cap.
And already Axe gives up on the Maga, realizing the angles may just be a little bit too much to handle, and so does Mikman. So Ram Tracer is the play now here for X-Ray, and a little just more of a traditional rush. And yes, that cat's going to help get Santi out of positions like that.
Yeah. Oh, the boulder doesn't connect, which I mean, not ideal, but we're still up. Shoal is chilling on this high ground, courtesy of Paulette, who's been the silent carry of this Oblivione comp so far, denying all of this early space because of unexpected poke angles.
Yeah, you just kind of control the space, let the rest of your team take those different off angles to deny any sort of push from Missing X-Ray. Another swap, 3 fights, 3 swaps. Now for, 3 different heroes, I should say, for Axe and Mikman. Which now, yeah, as soon as Mikman gets in range, then yeah, this could work really well. But I think the problem for them is getting into range of Santi.
Winter going for a bit of a highlight rip right there. Yeah, getting in range of anybody, honestly, and sticking on them for Mikman seems really difficult. That is a boulder in the back, but again, instead of having this split of Paulette with the Bastion, it's Paulette and Winter in the back line, tearing it up. She'll come up with 2, actually, on the Jetpack Cat, and Team Mixing S-Ray, and are yet to find an answer to this composition.
Yeah, nothing so far already. 3/4 of the way there, and it feels like Oblivione haven't really had to do much. Just the Pulse Bomb has been used. Now Gravitic Flux very early, catches 2. But the bubbles will come in clutch.
Everyone A-OK to survive. That is the advantage of the Zarya in that instance, but who's going to expect this from Oblivione? They're in the backline. The map is fully flipped. To Team Missing X-Ray's credit, they just said, screw that, we're going to point, which you need to. Where it is, they do get the flip as well, so the Kitsune rushes have a little less pressure on them. Kidnapping onto Crumb, but she seems to be okay. Cameron and TP on in, throw her a Suzu, and helps to keep them alive. 2 for 2 at the end of it. But one thing to support Oblivione, not nearly as stable. They have to come up with even more in this last second of a fight. Where Team Missing X-Ray, all they're trying to do is keep the point.
Yeah, Missing X-Ray, they just want to chill, wait for reinforcements to arrive, hold on to the sound barrier as long as they can, but they're kind of forced their hand now.
Yeah, and Shoal pressed 1 button. Crumb's like, not dealing with this right now. That gives Mikman plenty of time to stay in, to get those full overhead strikes off. Team Mixing X-Ray now in a much more stable spot.
Yeah, slowing the pace down for the first time in a while, it feels like. Santi will make the swap, just goes over to the Ramatra, the Sigma into the Zarya, and that setup can get a little bit tricky. Again, another little kind of a Eclipse-style pulse bomb attempt there from Winter, but that one goes a little wide.
That'll be the overclock prompt from not Okado.
Oh, okay.
And that not only shares away Shoal, but that's going to grab 2 more on top of it. Talk about the highlight level plays on the Fram. Well, she can do that on just about any hero she picks up. And Team Missing X-Ray getting close to the fight.
And still Grav with the Mikman ult as well. That could be a dangerous combination. There is no sound barrier on the other side. Just has to be a very well-timed cleanse from Envy is the only real escape. And all of a sudden, Team Missing actually have gone from out of it to 1 fight away, and honestly, have a great shot of winning it too.
I was gonna say, there's nothing Oblivione can do about that.
No.
If it lands, and Axe is gonna throw it onto Santi only. I think the one way this can go wrong is if you grab the tank, they don't die. And okay, well, you at least get 1 out of the Thundering Strike, maybe a second on the Paulette, but you are literally just shooting at like flying discs out there, duck hunt. That's what I was going for. But Mickman has to be the one to clutch himself. You are the only main source of damage that is left within this fight until Nadokado returns. Manages to strike down Santi. Due to the offing, team missing X-Ray, it kind of seems like it was going up in flames with the ult combo not landing. They managed to pull it together in the neutral with Mickman and Nadokado.
Nice.
Yeah, when in doubt, just have the pure skill, right? The ultimates, yes, are great to play around, and still, you know, the Suddenly Strike is able to get one. I believe it was, I think it was, what, Shoal, right on the coast. But, yeah, still works out, and not having that sound barrier or any sort of big ult like that for Extra Oblivione ended up costing them. And now as we go over to Village for the second round, and missing X-Ray, no real reason to change up anything too crazy. Mickman will just, actually, Nadokado will start on the sim just to TP everybody out, and then go back over to a flanker with that extra speed to get back into the fight. Oblivione, Shono on the Cassidy. That's kind of the initial thought we had with the cat earlier, and also Winter will match. All right, I didn't match Tracer. Let's go on the Tracer themselves. A lot of pressure, well, on an Nadokado to get something done, but hard to do that when you're in spawn.
Yeah, I think having the Cassidy in the sky, worried about that, and you're just overwhelmed by the amount of spots that Extra Oblivionic can just pepper you down from. The cat still synergized a lot better with this jetpack cat from Shoal, and it's better in a Mickman.
Yeah, definitely a little bit better here. And now Paulette could just be, all right, a little bit of a boost. Not as much of a worry. And Axe goes back over to the Maga, realizing that it is still the Ramatra on the other side. And now advantage back over to X-Ray.
Yeah, we're just playing rock, paper, scissors, tank version. Is what we're watching. It does get the point flipped over, and Envy ends up scrolling. It's not usually the hero you like to see going down forced, or is it likely? Santi definitely feeling the remnants of it. Oblivione just throwing bodies at point to get a faster reset.
Yeah, it's just Paulette and Envy that are able to escape, but doesn't really mean all that much. X-Ray find the flip in the lead now, and the longer Santi sticks this Ramatra, the harder it is going to be. Just because as soon as Axe decides they want to int in, it fight's basically over. There is not enough sustain right now for Santi to survive that kind of onslaught.
No. And now you have your favorite cat eye combo coming in hot, but the perfectly timed roll from Nadokado gets the damage mitigation. What a play from her. She's still on her feet, can fight in this Kitsune Rush alongside Axe and team missing X-Ray. Hold this fight together after a fantastic reaction.
That was perfectly timed, like you said.
Wow.
Like, you see, all of us saw the skull on Nadokado's head, and she's like, it don't matter. Perfectly timed roll, and is able to escape. And now, Oblivione will just match the Maga themselves, realizing that the Ramatra just can't do enough into that matchup. But now Paulette already half health, has to play it safe, but we're looking for a catnap here to start the fight.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to get somebody off the map within this comp, but if you can get that, it'll be huge. The sound barrier perfectly denies the pulse bomb out of Winter. She was so hoping for that trade that would have won the fight, but instead, the complete opposite is happening. And Jesse, look at that percentage, 87%. You're not getting a full touch.
No, it's going to be Paulette trying to run there, but also still has the ult that she is wanting to use. Winter on the way back on the Tracer, but Mickman trying to shut it down, and the catnap misses.
Did you end up getting the touch, I believe, from Cat in that moment? But do you have a second one just barely? Paulette gives her life to make sure that this round can keep going. But there's no real win condition here for Extra Oblivione. They're just grasping at straws for something to come up big, but if Nadokado shut it all down, she'll draw the Deadeye, come up with Santi on top of it. We'll have a flashbang with Winter's name on it. Should she step too close to the mark? We thought it would be a rough start for this team mixing X-Ray. They really pulled it back to take Nepal.
They took advantage of that last series being after their loss, took the time to reset and take notes on what they can improve on, especially considering they know what their opponent will be running. And a great first map here for missing X-Ray to start the series 1-0. Again, wanting some revenge, considering how the Swiss stage went. And for a lot of us, it kind of felt like Team Missing X-Ray was kind of the best. I don't want to say the best of the rest, but just outside of that initial top three. going into this phase of the tournament, they're proving why they may have to be in that top 3 conversation now. That was an excellent first map to start us off.
Maybe we need to reevaluate where those tier breaks are drawn.
Yeah, maybe it's just a top 4 now.
Yeah, it was a very far gap, I think, between Timeless and Team Missing X-Ray, but it's also Timeless, so I think versus teams like Oblivion and even Cat Cafe, potentially, this team has the potential to show up, and it did kind of come back to this map. We low-key caster cursed it. Seeing no ultimates in the tank, they kind of fumbled that grab combo as well. Couldn't get to the point, yet pulled it back and almost 100-0'd here on this next objective. So it really is looking like the macro understanding of positioning, of playing around a Mauga ball style is there. 14 Missing X-Ray, and Oblivion couldn't get their cat online again after that.
Yeah, the cat kind of just felt like a non-factor a lot of that series, which it can be such an X factor, but I feel like if the cat is played in the wrong situation, it just goes poorly. Because you're so used to having maybe I don't want to say a more traditional second support on your team. Cat is just not that. You have to play a certain play style to play around it. And it just didn't work out. And this is a choice from Oblivion. The map they just got rolled on about, 30-40 minutes ago will be their map 2.
So that might be more like 20 minutes, if that.
Yeah, maybe that.
It's a fast map. It was not good. They did not get a single fraction of a meter. The only reason I could say this is valid is if you ban them out. And I'm very happy that is the first thing that goes in, and there is not much thought after that. It is an instant lock on that hero. And I think that opens the door so much for this team to play more of these faster compositions with either like the Diva or the Orisa that was attempted, or even just go back to the Sigma and play more for the poke damage of Shoal and Winter.
Yeah, and there is the other half of that ban. So the cat ban goes through. Granted, they didn't really have the cat ban actually when they lost map 5. Cat was available, it just didn't really work out super well. So I think honestly, if your team missing X-Ray, you look at it as if we could win this map, yes, we still have to deal with Cat Bastion as a potential the rest of this series, but you just need to win 1 of 3, right? Like, you just need to lock it down. 1 of 3 maps, doesn't matter if it's the 3rd, the 4th, or the 5th. You can just at least get your 2 maps guaranteed now and tempt fate a little bit later on with your map picks. But it's definitely a risk. But you could argue picking Coliseo for Oblivion is also a giant risk, considering how the last time this map went for them.
Well, you know, I give him credit for moving on so quickly from that loss. And I think that does show to the experience that is this roster. I think with the exception of Envy, who's kind of a newer face to us in Calling All Heroes. And this roster has been around block in these competitions, in Face It, the higher levels of that as well. So they know how to reset mentally and make the decisions better than they did the last time. So the Mauga ban being in place, get an idea how these tanks want to conduct their team compositions, to say the least. But my eyes again on this Nautocado versus Shoal matchup. Nautocado, by and large, got the better of that in the previous map. And Shoal starts to step up to her caliber as what we're going to be looking out for, as it is still Axe in, who's again considering this Zarya Vendetta combination.
Yeah, I don't mind this, especially considering how well the Zarya did work for a little bit last map. Knowing that, obviously, the Mauga off the table, Oblivion is going to want to lean either on a Diva or a Sigma, both of which can be counted out pretty easily by the Zarya pick. The only issue is now you have to play your bubbles a little bit more strategically because you have to worry about these Mei walls coming in from Winter.
Yeah, Mei is in one of those like major counters to Zarya. In a way, you do not do well if you are even slightly isolated from your teammates. It's a perfect wall. You take a chunk of damage or have to burn a bubble, your tempo is completely off in how you're playing this game, especially when Mythman is relying on you to stay alive in these instances. Shoal has complete control of the side lane, forces Team Mixing X-Ray right into the sight lines of Envy, and the other spam damage. There is Crump I don't think no one hit her when she was going around
No.
that wall. Just we'll take the fast reset next to Oblivione with his first step forwards.
Already more meters than they had the entire last map they tried to play this. So progress, everybody. And I think as long as they can keep the range at bay, keep track of these bubbles, it can work. Like, Bigman goes in, obviously Wall goes out, X-Ray try to play a little bit safe, and the finish is there later once that bubble expires. And that's kind of how Oblivione have to play this, but now no Wall, but also no Vendetta to worry about.
Yeah, Winter kind of got run over by McMinn. That's leaving out Shoal to clutch up, which to her credit is doing a fantastic job. But yeah, no, we'll get revenged upon. Revenged upon? I don't know. Trump punched her after what happened that last time, and that's all we care about. Team missing X-Ray. Well, that equal the progress.
Just some vengeance, you know.
Vengeance, that's what we're looking for.
There we go. But this will be okay. Going into this next fight, obviously, it's basically if Mikmin can get a lot of early damage in, or even an elimination, that's the perfect setup here for X-Ray. If that doesn't happen, it's the counter punch from Oblivione. That is basically the win con that we're gonna see time and time again. There we go. Mikmin goes in with the bubble, tries to get some good chunk of damage, and gets out.
But the lead on the sound barrier from Crumb and the Critic Clocks does absolutely nothing. And the Kitsune Rush is Envy has that one first. And I think that's what you're hoping to accomplish just because Crumb used that sound barrier so early and they just steamroll on to Axe. That's what we talked about, Zarya being vulnerable if these bubbles are forced out as soon as they were. And Cameron, I think it's a Kitsune Rush and one back.
Yeah, that's one that, it's a little bit rough. The spot rotates the way back over. Mikmin on the Pharah now. Granted, there's no traditional hit scan right now for Oblivione. Obviously, those ult shots from Shull can feel like it a lot of the time, but it's not like you have a Cassidy or an Ashe on the other side. Maybe it would be a little bit more worrisome if you were Mikmin. But Grav with the overclock from Nadakato online, but it's going to be Shull who pops it first.
It'll be a Graviton Surge that's solo on DeSanti, and you're gonna hit someone with the solo Grav. Not exactly the player you want. Axe has had not so great luck with these Graviton Surges so far, and it's gonna leave it to Nadakato once more. See if she can
Envy!
Flick! Envy gets blasted! So what happened? You reflect support. What did you think was gonna happen? That's 2 for Nadakato, as she will bring Team Missing X-Ray back in the fight.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. That was, well, hey, like you said, disgusting flip from Nadakato on the first pick there on the Envy. Envy just had no idea what was about to happen when she went up there. But a great play here for Missing X-Ray to stop the bleeding, deny the tick. And as soon as that tick goes through, it's such an advantage to the team who gets it first. Now Missing X-Ray have the opportunity to kind of shrink this lead and build upon it. 20 away from both the barrage and the Kitsune Rush. But you also need to have a life to use that barrage.
Yeah, it's single digit AP speed for sure there on Mikmin. And the ultimates do favor Oblivione for now. If this Kitsune Rush can come up later and Team Mixing X-Ray can kite, I do feel a little better for their chances in the rest of this fight. That Prophetic Flux is just so good. It didn't look like there was follow-up, but Shoal sneaky onto that corner does manage to force them all backwards. That's exactly where they wanted him. Great bait from X. Blast some rockets on the Santi and Paulette. Team Missing X-Ray can get pretty darn close to these forward spawns.
Yeah, and they'll still have Grav going into this. 25 away from the overclock, about 20 away from the sound barrier as well. Some swaps do get made. Santi now onto the Ramatra. Plays a little bit better into that Zarya. You don't feel like you're gonna... Well, that's already that Vortex getting value.
Yeah,
That's rough.
you know, in Nadakato's defense, you don't really expect to die to Ramatra primary fire, but in Nadakato's not defense, why are we standing in front of Ramatra?
Yeah, that Vortex, a little bit quick.
Yeah, it does hurt. And I guess Crumb needs to get Suzu'd to get out of there, underestimating the damage, but because they're all so far forwards, it's a good time to pop that grab. That one much better, and the sound barrier to actually stabilize. A good recovery from Missing X-Ray, all things considered.
just some messy fights going on during this map so far. And I love it. Like, I give me the mess all day long. Shaw will actually match now with a Sojourn from Nadokado, who has that overclock in hand after a little bit of a swap earlier in the map. But it's now Paulette nearing that sound barrier. Lead is now taken, though, by X-Ray.
Nadokado highlight reel part 2 potentially. Down goes Envy, looking for Shoal. There we go. Bit of an assist from Crumb as these two are doing work in the back line. Santi came back to Peel, but too little, too late. Those forward spawns, Jesse, those hurt in the long run.
Yeah, already now this lead going to just build. Still have the Kitsune Rush, which for this bridge is so good. Great to Envy. 5 away from her own as well. They will at least have it to match.
Okay, good sound barrier though from Paulette. An instant react, and a sound barrier beats Kitsune Rush and its own little rock, paper, scissors thing in this instance. So, a great cleanup from the DPS duo. Demixing X-Ray will be back to fight so fast.
Oh yeah, they'll be there pretty quickly, but now it is a brick wall that they'll be running into. Kitsune Rush, Annihilation, Pulse Bomb as well here from Winter. She's already kind of lingering on the side, maybe just wanting to force an early Suzu from Cameron, as Axe will go over to the Orisa to have a little bit of a better matchup against Santi, but no Lucio is not a great start to that fight.
You know, I never thought I'd be complimenting Vortex, but Santi is making me think otherwise. She popped the ult just to make sure this one is set and done off of just the Annihilation. Look how much shots they held on to there.
Yeah, the Vortexes have been spot on from Santi as soon as she made the swap over to their matchup. Forward spawns now active for Extrablivione. If there's going to be a point where this flips back around, it is now. Mickman returns over to the Pharah after a little bit of a short stint trying to test out something else, and, well, may not need to do a lot.
Yeah, Nadokado blast this fight wide open. I mean, so little healing for Extrablivione. You're not really long for this world. Mickman wants to focus down Santi. Has a bit of an assist from Crumb. And just making sure they don't give up the lead. The rest of the team covers onto the payload, which unfortunately separates the DPS duo from the rest of the squad and got a bit scrappier than it needed to be.
Yeah, but still, fight win goes over to Team Missing X-Ray. And now, Extrablivione making more swaps. Santi now onto the Diva. And as soon as that happens, Mickman's like, oh, you're a Diva now? Ooh. All right, let's go over to the Vendetta. #1 counter. And the Summer barely saves Nadokado and Crumb.
Gutsy from Crumb, but hey, no Ajax today. It's instead Nadokado highlight reel. Well, okay, maybe not
Part
highlight
3.
reel, but a kill. We'll take 1 kill. Nice headshot at the edge. Okay. Santi, of course, will claim the credit. This lead is still in the hands of Team Mixing X-Ray. If they can get these forward spawns here, it's worth it. But it doesn't seem like Envy is going to allow that to happen.
No, it'll be Extrablivione. They stabilize, needing to bring this back. Still both DPS ults, self-destruct, and the sound barrier all online, ready to go by the time this fight starts. Axe will go back over to the Zarya, trying to find some sort of leg up, considering it is just the Kitsune Rush from Cameron. A lot of weight on them to turn this around. And you can tell, Extrablivione, they just want to play this slow. They want this to be the final fight. Do not let X-Ray build up these ults.
You're really looking for a miracle for Team Missing X-Ray, and it might come in the form of just dodging Shoal shots, but Nadokado doesn't have that luck on her side. Shoal is just better in that instance, but the positioning was questionable. Has to scoot on out of there. Winter trying her best, cover her teammates' escape, and will even grab Cameron and Crumb on the tail, and they only needed 3 ults, really 2, because one was a remech. Pull that one back, as that should go ahead and do it. Lead is claimed by Extrablivione. Someone from Team Missing X-Ray is going to try to touch, but Nadokado actually barely manages to get it. What sustain do they have? You're fighting face first into an Envy Kitsune Rush. The pulse bomb is still in Winter's back pocket. Won't connect this time, but time is on their side. So is the positioning. So are the numbers. Extrablivione want to make history repeat itself, and will go up to tie the series 1-1.
A lot of respect for me earned there during that one. It takes a lot to get rolled on this map during the last series. Come back around. It's looking a little bit dicey near the end of it too. But still, as much as, you know, the late counters come in there from missing X-Ray, the ultimates are just too much. Ultimates don't really care about counter swaps a lot of the time and able to get it done. And again, we talked about it. This has the recipe to maybe be another map 5 banger. So far, we're getting that kind of flavor already.
We're 2 maps there, so we like that. We do like that. If you are a fan of the map 5 betting squad. So, you know, I think looking at that map too, Exoblivione, their ultimate economy, like, so much better than what it has been in every other map we've watched them play today. And I seriously think that did make a difference on a lot of these longer runbacks. Going down on push is not an easy thing to come back from, particularly on this map. So the fact that they managed to push it through with 5 ults still is really impressive.
God, just watching this Nadokado clips back, like, it's not, sometimes what she's able to do on this character and on Freya as well, just not fair. It just wasn't enough though this time. You could tell as soon as Shoal popped the overclock, it's like, okay, where is the other Soch? Where is Nadokado? Cannot let something happen during that fight. And it was a great call and eventually able to turn it around. So 1-1, still have Escort, Hybrid, Flashpoint remaining here on the maps that they could pick from. Obviously, Jablivione, when they had the map picks earlier today, they picked New Junk City and they picked Junkertown. They also picked Colosseo, and obviously that worked out. I should say this time they picked it. Worked out decently well. I would not expect New Junk or Junkertown. But there's been a lot of things today that we don't expect and then see. So me saying it may just be enough for the universe to say otherwise.
I feel like I'm smelling a Junkertown Part 2. Nope, we're going to Flashpoint. Never mind. Maybe later.
Never mind.
Maybe later.
New Junk City Part 2.
Yeah, close enough. I mean, well, I think we've had New Junk City on every single series today, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
It's been a very popular choice. I'm kind of sad we don't get as much Atlas, but I think this is just a much more consistent and familiar map for a lot of our teams. And knowing that the Mauga ban is gone, this is prime real estate.
Yeah, this is perfect for the Mauga. And it's not like, you know, we're going to see X-Ray ban it out, right? Like, they want to play it. They want to play that type of comp. So might as well just lean into it more here on New Junk City. Also is the first map of the series that the Cat Bastion theoretically is on the table. Obviously, last time around, it also was, but it's not really a map that plays super nice with that kind of composition, and instead, it will be the Mei that is banned out by missing X-Ray. They don't want their tank to get walled off. They want Axe to have free reign to do whatever they would like.
That makes sense. I do not want a wall at their back, and I think Winter had quite an impact as well on the Mei when it first started. We saw like the tank counter swaps. Like, I wish I was telling how many swaps happened between both of them, because it was probably at least 5 or 6. So
Oh, at least, yeah.
At least. I have a feeling we're in for a similar boat here, unless we just shake hands, gentleman's agreement, Maugamir the whole time. Which I know, Jesse, not your favorite thing, but seems pretty realistic based on the map and the ban so far.
Yeah, that's no surprise. It is no surprise that maybe not the biggest Mauga fan, but I will say the way it's been played today, there seems just to be actually a little bit of kick, right? A little more chaotic than it typically is. It's not just tracking cooldowns like the old Mauga meta used to be. And Mauga's killable, right? It's not like there's been other forms of Mauga where, all right, cardiac, and he just lives, and he lives, and he lives, and we're back to another cardiac. That's not really where we're at right now. It is a lot more trying to talk with your team, setting up a lot of those.
What now?
What am I looking at?
You know,
It's a choice.
I'm like trying to scratch my head about what this could possibly mean. We don't have like a secret X and a secret like Roadhog player. Right?
I don't. Not to my knowledge, but I also like. I don't know. I don't.
The other philosophy is maybe Amity's back in and she's playing Doomfist, but that also just we're on New Junk City. I don't think that's happening either. So maybe just didn't know what to ban per se and wanted to leave their options open, which is valid. to say the least. And that's kind of the fun part about this meta. Like, you were talking about how Mauga just feels different, more chaotic. It's because the pieces around it are so much more flexible. And it tests to how flexible each of these players are. How deep can they dig into the hero pools? Is it a hero puddle? Is it a hero ocean? Where are we at? It's those teams that are the ones that are finding the most success right now.
Yeah, being able to run several looks, whether it be a cat comp, non-cat comps, you need to be able to be multifaceted right now during this meta. We've even seen that, recently in OWCS. We just saw it as the mid-season championships. I wouldn't be surprised, depending on where Demon enters the meta for World Cup, how that changes things. But you have to be flexible during this meta, and we're seeing that, honestly, from all 4 teams remaining in this tournament. We have seen that so far, but especially in this series. It's still going to be Axton on tank for Team Missing X-Ray. So now I will tell what we have cooking up is, maybe a little bit of a, I'm trying to think the movie that this kind of encapsulates here, but I don't think a partnership Blizzard has had yet in this game, so maybe that's best left unsaid.
I don't know. I'm really bad at movie references. I don't watch movies. My philosophy is, if I have time to watch movies, I have time to play Overwatch, okay? That's just how it works, so.
You can't tell me, like, Spider-Man isn't worth seeing.
I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna sit there for 2.5 hours and I can just play Overwatch for that time. I gotta get my comp drives in, okay? Yeah, see, these players, they know what they're doing. They have their comp drives in, they're ready to go, and Santi is, in fact, on the Sigma, so no agreement there. See how long X-Ray manages to last.
Yeah, the Sigma can be a very good answer to this Mauga. It is just a matter of when you're using that grasp, when that shield is being sent out, whether it be blocking off the heals from Axe, or we just want to block it, a lot of the incoming damage. The main win condition is just denying a lot of the healing back from the cardiac overdrive, but also some shotguns to the back of the head don't feel very nice either.
Yeah, you blink and you miss it, and Shoal, I just had no idea what was happening. And this is kind of the scary part of Team Missing X-Ray. They get close to you, night-night extra Oblivione.
Yeah, game over at that point. Especially, I don't think Reaper was known yet to Oblivione. I think their knowledge of that hero being in play was a very quick kill onto the TPS. So, some changes already being made. Winter over to the Xion, and does find that swap very quickly against Mickman on the outside. But at this point, Mickman, they can just chill underneath. No reason to feed anything too crazy. Now it's all right. You want to shoot? Let's go.
Wow. Okay, Palette. Metal lives a couple extra shots, but in this Reaper out of Mickman, they just find a way to sneak around these tiny corners. Can grab a second on Winter as well. And Team Missing X-Ray, I want to play this macro, but I believe it was a 2-2. All of this chaos was going on. It's just not a favorable one. Mauga into Sigma with very little friends is a fight that Santi see herself out of, so she'll wait to regroup.
Yeah, at least 17% that you wouldn't have had either otherwise, and now it gives you at least enough time to fully regroup before this next fight, considering, again, still no ultimates in hand, but Mickman already looking for their next victim and finds it.
3 times in a row, Mickman has just pulled an Elim out of a head. It appears in the nightmares. Honestly, you're going to go to sleep tonight. I don't think Extra Oblivione are going to get much of it. Team Missing X-Ray, get that point, make it look easy, and what do you do now?
Yeah, that's a question right now. You have to look out for these TPs, because it is within 2 seconds of these TPs, being finished off that some eliminations are coming through for Team Missing X-Ray. And now you have a Death Blossom they have to worry about, compared with basically everything except maybe a cage fight, and the sound barrier will be ready to go.
Many options for Team Missing X-Ray. X-Ray actually opted to hold on to Envy's shooting rush, and that is going to help them get back into this fight and potentially through this cage fight, which Axe is using defensively to make sure that they can live through Gravitic Flux. Here comes the portals that we were talking about. Great flip on the Grecian to cancel out the Death Blossom, and it buys Winter all the space she could possibly ask for. He wipes them out with the Satsuriku spree, and that should just about do it here. Nadokado wants to have the clutch gene. Doesn't seem like shit. Never mind.
Oh!
Just go ahead. I'm never questioning you again. I'm so sorry, Nadokado. That is all you, my friend.
Oh, so where is the fate? That the Diva swap comes in. Oblivion, they don't want to give this up quite yet. They're gonna commit beat to this.
We're still going. We thought it was like, oh, it's just not Okado. Everything will be fine. Nope, reinforcements right around the corner, and yeah, my bad. There used to be a team called Who Is Not Okado because I accidentally said Who Is Not Okado because I didn't know. That was the joke. We know who Not Okado is, and not gonna question that again, even if she's dead this time.
I will say this has been again the core of this roster has been around for a long time since the you know what, Hive Mind for a little bit there. Who Is Not Okado? Again, core of this has been around for a long time now. Mikmin, even though that last ultimate didn't even really happen, doesn't matter when you have plays like this.
You know, I don't know if that's a play or a runaway.
Yeah, maybe just got a fending off,
maybe
like a warning sign.
On the other side of the map, though, we do see Natakata fall in a different zip code as Shoal manages to get better of. So it'll be a swap over, 60% on the board. Team missing X-Ray. The rest are getting staggered.
Yeah. Yeah, Axe kind of just gets left behind. So Oblivion able to find the flip over, 60% for a team missing X-Ray, who was about to have that Kitsune rush back, still about 15% ahead of where Envy was, considering it was just a slightly delayed rush last time around. But also, we have the Satsuriku spree here from Winter. Got 2 last fight. Wasn't barely enough to finish off the fight, but could be this time.
Now we'll see. It'll be Cameron to start the fight against Kitsune. The next Oblivion do get theirs a tad later, therefore have an advantage, but it's just the cage fight. It can be popped out to slow it down a tad, and it keeps most people on their feet, even if some of these health bars rather roll. This is Winter's time to shine. Satsuriku spree out in the back line, gonna come up with 2 as everyone flies on in to support her through the back. Remake self-destruct for Santi, that's a gets 2! That had to have been a boot from Paulette to make that happen. My goodness, Oblivion, that should be points.
I was saying, she got assists on both, so I'm guessing a cheeky little boop there from Paulette earns those 2 eliminations. I do not think, well, they're positioning as if they want to get another touch here. They do, okay, with the beat.
Not sure how I feel about that, but I guess Team Missing X-Ray, it's always winnable if not Okado has Overclock, and that's a great philosophy because there goes Santi's mech along with Santi in general. Missing X-Ray get the flip. All right, it's Paulette's turn to pull the tempo beat play to touch the point, but not Okado's already set. You want to walk into her. You should know what happens at this point, and she will once again find the clutch gene. Team Missing X-Ray up 2-0.
Yeah, we know what's not missing. It's just the clutch ability right now of Natakado in this map completely taking over. And now 2-0 on New Junk City. 1 flashpoint away from taking the lead here, 2-1 in the series, and would force Oblivion in a very familiar position to where they were at last series.
Yeah, the Reaper, I think they figured out how to track the Mikmins, at least, to prevent the jump scares that... Again, it's a momentum thing. Jesse, can they keep the juice going? The answer seems to be no. They want Winter. Knowing she doesn't have this joyride to get away, very vulnerable on the Xion. Will get chased down at the cost of the first half. So Team Missing X-Ray hoping they can come in with a player advantage. Well, Mikmin, not the TP that they were necessarily hoping for. The Death Blossom doesn't fit anywhere. Next up, Oblivion happy with however long this fight goes on. Will continue to have the player advantage, but as these ultimates will actually make the difference with the D-Mech. There goes the Death Blossom, putting them through the blender. 5K should come through as Winter falls for the second time.
As soon as Santi goes out on mech, Mikmin's like, oh my god, I can finally use ult and not feel like all of it's going to be eaten up. But again, still 24%. That could come back around to help Oblivion on this flashpoint, but you got to get more than that going. 15 away from another Natakado overclock, 10 away from a sound barrier, and now no Shoal to deal with as the off angle already reaping some rewards here, and it'll just be a reset, but with no Reaper now to play this next fight.
Team X-Ray were trying to turn that into more, but it's going to cost them. You at least shut down the Satsuriku spree from Winter and have the sound barrier help stabilize It was looking dicey there for a moment. Knowing its last fight, it makes sense. Why not press every shiny button? March on forwards. You lose out on Nadokado, who realistically can get a touch now. For extra Bolivione. Winter certainly going to try. She gets Mikmin, but they will not have the continuation of the map. Team missing X-Ray, move up to match points.
One map away from earning that spot in tomorrow's lower bracket final. And yeah, who else? Shocker. It's Nadokado with the play of the game. And this was the recontest that, admittedly, maybe not the best decision from Oblivione. I feel like got a little desperate near some of the end of these fights and trying to bring fights back that maybe aren't necessarily the greatest call. But it's okay. In the moment, you feel like you have it. Why not throw your hat in there, see if you can make some magic happen? It just didn't work that time around for Oblivione, who are, again, down 1-2 once again in a series. Can they win map 4 to bring us all the way?
I feel like it's fate at this point to have it go to 5, but some serious changes need to be discussed ahead of time. So we're going to send it to a quick break and return with map number 4 of our last seeding series of the day. mixing X-Ray looking to upset Oblivione. Well, I'd say the second time. Yeah, technically the second time they have matched up and went to 5. The first meeting of these two teams, and yeah, they are on track to take it to in 4 if they can keep on the road that they have been going on. If there's anything we learned from this map, Jesse, is that Nadokado is her.
Yeah, she is just an unbelievable form right now. Especially that fight. It's like, oh, we think this... did they win it? No, because Nadakado's there. And just completely shuts down anything that Oblivione are trying to do. So, again, like I said, 1 map away here. 4 missing X-Ray. 2 maps needed again for Oblivione. Granted, a very familiar spot to what they were at just the last series, but they weren't able to get it done then. They need to find the turnaround now. Obviously, still Escort and a Hybrid remaining as 2 options. When they had that option last time, they picked Junkertown. They did not pick the Hybrid map played last series. And granted, they did lose pretty badly on Hollywood. So,
yeah,
I would think not Hollywood. That's about the only thing we really have to go off of right now.
See, Jesse, you say that, but last time they played Coliseo, they didn't get a single fraction.
That's very true. That's very true.
So, we don't know what's going on in their heads. I feel like Junkertown is a lot more probable, or just their own selection of map pick. I am on the Junkertown boat, though, and they look so good there. You have the advantage of people not knowing what you're talking about, but hey, who wants to be right anyways? We're going to good old-fashioned King's Row.
So when in doubt, Scrims Row it is.
Break glass.
Yeah, break glass in case of emergency. The glass has been broke. And the good thing is, if you're Oblivione, the May ban's already out. So, arguably one of May's best maps, you can just run it down with the May Brawl. It is just how you want to play around that. Obviously, the Maga ban has already been used earlier on during this series, and so has the Mizu ban. So juinstead, it'll be the Lucio. They want to lean more into that Kiri Mizuki themselves, or maybe, you know, some Juno Brig, something like that. Not playing a lot of Lucio so far, and Sigma will be the answer, which pretty decent ban considering, you know, how often Sigma's been played by Oblivione today.
You also just removed the one kind of pain in the butt you have playing Mauga.
Yeah.
That's scary. I don't think we've seen the Mauga mirror be the most comfortable place for Oblivione, and it seems like they may be forced into it, unless they have something kind of crazy cooking up, which hey, they totally can. This is a very hit scan oriented map as well. You have the May to be able to work with, so yeah, this still feels like a map that is in control of the squad. Whether it will stay that way, I think it's purely going to depend on the ability to reset and dislodge Nadokado. If you can put pressure on her a bit better or more consistently, I think we're in a much better spot.
Yeah, if you can put pressure on Nadokado, it opens up so many more opportunities for Oblivione to win this map. But it's a giant if. Like, just saying, oh, if you do this, then you're fine. It's easier said than done. Considering the way Nadokado has been playing so far. And for Oblivione, it is a return to the cat. For now. So Cat Kiriko going to be ushering around Shull probably from a lot of these high ground positions. If there is a dive going up on high ground or a rotation up there, maybe that's an easy way to get Santi up. Shull, on the other hand, maybe, finally logged back in. And this is a pretty decent lineup, I will say, for Oblivione. They want to play around the May walls, some very tight choke points on this map. And it's going to take a lot to break those walls here from X-Ray. I'm not sure yet. Obviously, the Widow is just going to be probably for this opening. And then we'll see from there what the decision is. But yeah, Mickman, little bit of shots more than they expected at first.
Okay, so
Ooh, I like this.
Uber poke Mauga. Uber poke. And you have Cat to just put Mauga over the May wall. So Winter is pretty useless. Right now, every single player on their team, one way or another, I can just disregard her cooldowns entirely. Always for extra Oblivione to flip the map on them, but Nickman's still here, just waiting to chuck rockets on top of you, which Envy found that out the hard way. That may well buy a little more time for Santi to attempt to escape, maybe get closer to Paulette for some healing, but these health bars are a fraction of what they should be. Team Mixing X-Ray knew exactly what the plan was as soon as they rolled out of the gates and executed it perfectly.
Yeah, I don't think Oblivione expected the cat on the other side as well. That was maybe a very brief reality check, and look at the amount of positioning right now from Team Missing X-Ray. Granted, Naruto playing a very dangerous game here up on this high ground, but forces out the cleanse very early from Envy. So now Naruto can just chill out for a bit. She can take so many pop shots and not have to worry about the cleanse, maybe taking one of those early eliminations away.
Will have bullet shot up here as well, and I mean honestly, if you use that just to get Kitsune Rush out or set up a kind of run in from Axe, that'd be ideal. What's not ideal is your Nadokado being dragged into the enemy team along with the other body of yes players. So it'll be a reset here. 14 Mixing X-Rays, Oblivione need to burn as much time off the clock as possible.
This is a perfect position, I will say, for them to be in though. This Maywall perfectly stretches across this archway. So it is just getting through it now with all 5. Could be an interesting task for X-Ray. Granted, they have 5 ults, so if needed, just press Q a lot of times, and that kind of solves your issue, but maybe gives you a longer-term problem that you may not have the solution towards. Blizzard and the Kitsune Rush already here, and there is already the rush.
It's a good stomp. Mickman already in the back line, set up for the flank. These pinches have been fantastic out at the Pharah. They know exactly where they need to be at all times, and really only needing to use, okay, I say only, that ended up being 3. Didn't know the catnap went down. Team Missing X-Ray still have a decent combo to work with going ahead though.
Yeah, still the cage fight, and honestly, yeah, obviously the bola shot doesn't do a ton, but if everybody's trapped in that cage, could actually do a decent amount of damage going in. The one worry is that the Blizzard could be used as a counter, right? As soon as cage fight goes down, Blizzard can get used. Everybody trying to take advantage of that cage fight from inside would get punished, but now you don't have a jetpack cat to open up this fight. Still enough time for Paulette to return, considering how fast the cat can return, but definitely not a great start to the second phase of defense here.
You do have to forfeit a lot of positioning, and that's early cage from X. Does not want to chance it, as there's the bola shot straight into the back line, as Shoal wanted to be the hero of that play, instead was the first victim. Team Mixing X-Ray, they're steamrolling through this map. We're going to have nearly 5 minutes to work with, and both DPS players trying to go for it. No one home.
I respect it. Like, if I tried to do that right now, I would hit my head on the railing and just fall to my death. So, at least, hey, not really any results from it, but flashy. 4.5 minutes still here for Missing X-Ray. And again, a map that Oblivione needs to stay alive in this tournament right now. Not going their way so far. It has been all a Missing X-Ray. And at some point, you got to stop the bleeding if you want a chance.
Well, they were trying to airdrop Axe into the fight, which went kind of well. Although your car did get punched by a Ramatra. Sight you don't see all that often. And Sandy wants to keep that momentum going. Pops the Annihilation. They didn't leave anyone else to walk at, because they just either moved away, went to the verticality, places the Ramatra cannot handle. That last shot, though, onto Cameron will signify a full reset for Team Missing.
That was desperately needed here for Oblivione. Now they can settle down. Obviously, still have the Kitsune Rush here from Envy, 10 away from the Overclock from Winter. And honestly, yeah, potentially really good ult rotation set up if they can do it right. The downside is, obviously, yeah, X-Ray, because of the fact they used 3 ultimates during the one fight, they have all 3 of those back. The only thing they won't have is the cage fight, and there is the rush already forcing the retreat.
Ooh, great bola shot there. Did force the cleanse out. Team Missing X-Ray. Kitsune Rush freeze, Kitsune Rush. Even the pressure that Mickman provides on this Pharah, it's just so much to handle. There's a second now going up, even after the catnapper is dodged away from. And Team Missing X-Ray, they are dumping everything into this fight just to make sure they can get to the final corner. Going extra Oblivione, don't have anything to work with either.
And Paulette is just trying to hide underneath, and a lot of damage comes through. The cheeky little ducking hit from Nadokado. And eventually, Crumb wins the Battle of the Felines. And is there another touch? There will be for now.
Santi's swapping over to the Diva and buys you some time. Again, there's not really a real win condition. Maybe Palette coming back with a catnap. Grab this Malga, just dunk them off the map. That'd be pretty convenient, but as the animation goes off as one crispy cat. Team Missing X-Ray to be able to walk this payload on home. Santi, last woman standing on this team. As actually Winter does get there for a couple seconds. That'll be about a 2-minute time bank there for Team Missing X-Ray. Start to finish off picks. They're keeping with that momentum they had in New Junk City.
You can say the momentum they've had ever since Coliseum, right? Like, it's really been building over these last 2 maps, and not the ideal start here for Oblivione, trying to keep their chances alive, but so much damage done early. Yes, you get the time bank down to 2 minutes. It took about 2.5 minutes, give or take, off during this third phase, which isn't bad, but you gave a lot of space still here to Missing X-Ray, who now is in a great position to finish off this series right here on King's Row. I will say, Nadokado not as much of an impact during that map in particular, just a lot of poke damage. Not as much as seeing it in the kill feed, but if you look at the health bars, especially of the squishies, constantly at half or below because of the amount of shots coming in here from the Freya.
And the impact that Nadokado just has on this pick, and I think it's made it so hard for Santi to stay alive, let alone the other squishies who just lose half their health in an instant. Extra Oblivione making the swap potentially to have Shoal on that pick. I would really like. But yeah, Crumb is over here, vibing, getting ready to roll out on the cat again. A pick that was also instrumental, especially on this first point attack. Extra Oblivione seemingly don't want to try to repeat it themselves.
Yeah, they're not going to give an attempt. Obviously, Shoal, just a little bit of a pop shot off. Rip, and then we'll go over to the Freya herself. I will say the Vendetta can work here. I am a little worried, depending on the bubble. You don't have that bubble to play around, which is part of the reason why it works so well on Coliseum.
Whoa.
But look at how quickly Axe goes down to 200 HP. It just has to reset and wait for Cameron to bring in those heals.
And that's already a takeover. The Extra Oblivion, the impact that this Freya has had is fantastic, but you're still running Zarya. You're still squishy against these picks if Santi even gets up to toe out of line.
Yeah, Mickman's just going to try and hold down Hotel, right? There's only so many places you can hide if you're trying to make that rotation over, and that is Vendetta's paradise over there. So Oblivion at least tick off that first fight, but still needing a lot more, as it'll already be the Bola shot here. 50% lead here for Shoal.
And Shoal, they're able to get this off early when they're not expecting it. It's huge. Nadokado doesn't have a Suzu. She doesn't need one. Shoal still does manage to find Mickman on the opposite side. I'm trying to focus to the Vendetta. So pick up here. Wants to be a second take for Extra Oblivione. The Kitsune rush from camera. They wanted to deny it, but underestimated the amount of burst potential that Shoal has. You no longer have this Malga stand with you on the point, and it's just hoping that you can buy enough time for your tank to get back. You're just not going to have the numbers if you even decide to do it. Best case scenario may just be to give up the point, it seems.
Yeah, that will be the case here. It will be point A captured here by Oblivione. And some swaps already made. Nadokado onto the Bastion. We haven't seen the Cat Bastion a lot. Honestly, it's been more. We've been expecting to see it from Oblivione. But it's Team Missing X-Ray who want to pull it out here during the Streets phase of the map. Both support ults and the overclock here still available to them as well. As Shoal, dangerous game here against the Tracer, but able to fend off Mickman enough for the time being.
Doing so on ping, especially impressive, but it seems like Rum has had enough. Picks up the cat, but realizes that's water. I don't want anything to do with that. Drops her in the middle of the beam, right in front of Nadokado. Not a great set of plays there from the Team Missing X-Ray. They are locked up in a grab and sent back to the spawns. So much progress, Extra Oblivione managed to grab off of this play.
And now all of a sudden, that time bank not looking as oppressing as it did just a few minutes ago. And X-Ray making more changes now. Off of the Cat, onto the Juno to give the team a little bit more speed during some of these engagements, as well as Mickman onto the Mei. We've talked about it. Again, this team not afraid to pull out these types of compositions. Now is the time to see it now. Both DPS ults here for Jiblivione. Nothing on the board yet for X-Ray, but that Kitsune Rush is just a hair away.
Team Missing X-Ray are putting all the eggs in the basket of we need to blow up Sam. That is where your DPS line is at. Winter and Shoal have free firing potential. Look at the angle that you're on right now to work with, but they do complete their task. Santi does fall under the pressure of the Kitsune Rush plus some. And this does give them a firm standing point to work with. And I think Santi, immediately need to get off that Zarya.
Yeah, the Zarya was never going to work in that setting. There's just so much damage to go in. I still think the D.Va can still have some issues here. Yes, you can eat up a lot of this damage from the Malga, from the Bastion, but still the primary fire from Mickman going to be an issue. These walls only give you so much grace. So, still something to play around here for Jiblivione. It's going to be a little bit testy.
Testy is, that's actually a great word for that. I don't feel like we're going to go super well into the orbital ray. No clear answer to that. I want to just try to initiate and force it out, but it puts Shoal in perfect sight lines for everybody on the Team Mixing X-Ray. But the 1-for-1 is honestly better for Jiblivione. You can re-engage with this, especially since Rum doesn't have the additional support. Maybe look at Axe, maybe look at the Juno. They settle on the Malga. They're sent back to spawn on Fast Drip. Jiblivione will get through this point after all. Had the ultimates to do it and denied Team Missing X-Ray the chance to initiate.
Perfectly well played. Still just a minute more right now than what the Team Missing X-Ray had by the time they finished this phase of the map. So more than likely, still going to be Missing X-Ray having that time advantage if Jiblivione finishes this map with time. But it doesn't look daunting right now. Self-destruct here for Santi if she needs to just stay into the fight. And 20% away now from Winter from this spree. Which again, there's no sound barrier to deal with it, considering the comp that's on the other side.
Yeah, and they're going to invest Blizzard and Cage Bite into this just to make sure that they can deal with Santi properly, and I think that is the right call. I do worry, though, for Team Missing X-Ray, especially staying on the Bastion long-term into this comp.
Yeah, I wonder if after this artillery strike, Nadokado makes a swap. I don't feel like it's bad, but I feel like maybe matching the Freya could reap a little bit more of a reward. And that artillery strike, they find Paulette alone, but instead it's Winter that just gets ran through. And now officially that time bank will be in favor of Team Mixing X-Ray if we get into an overtime situation. But Jiblivione still has to get over the finish line here, Molly.
And I think for Jiblivione, it's hard for them because you can tell Team Missing X-Ray, their comp works best when they move on the walk-ups. But when you have time for things like this to put Idol Blast onto the D.Va, that's where it gets sketchy. Souls comes up with 2 that's both supports down. And that's just kind of it. Team Missing X-Ray missed their window by a hair, will be forced onto one final fight.
But it will be. Axe is kind of alive here on the side. If Mega is there, then maybe this is a difference maker. Beautiful cleanse from Cameron. Axe will live, and that fends off any sort of momentum that Jiblivione had from that fight. And now they have to start basically from square one all over again. That is rough.
That hurts. You get no progress from that.
No.
At all. But it is a lot of resources. It's Cardiac Overdrive and Mei while down. You almost have to use this Orbital Ray just to stabilize within the Kitsune Rush, or more so, deny it. Support alt for support alt. Nobody wants to take the risk with this time bank.
No, just kind of back up, take a second to breathe. Time bank is your friend right now.
Oh, great cage though from Axe in the back line. Winter just barely dipped her toe in. Bye-bye Satsuriku's spree. Self-destruct is out. Gets Santi the remech. But at what cost? The rest of her backline is just being farmed by Team Missing X-Ray. She's going to fall off the map to get one final full fight.
Overclock is the only thing in the hands of Jiblivione. Can show and be the savior to at least bring this to an overtime. Jiblivione can't even win the map at this point. Physically impossible to do so, but they can still tie it, bring us to a map 5, still tie it at 2-1. But It is a mountain to climb.
It almost feels like it's an understatement how difficult this task is. Someone has to get to the payload. It's going to have to be Stancy. She'll run on in. She doesn't have a way to escape this blizzard. The Suzu is just enough to get her out of it, but doesn't have the healing for it after Axe was on this Malga first. They know how this comp works, and they will run you down if you do not respect it. Team Missing X-Ray will switch this back around and get the win over Extra Oblivione in 4.
Missing X-Ray will make it to the final day of this tournament. Top 3 seeding for champs guaranteed. And that is such a relief if you are them. Is honestly great play overall. As soon as map 2 got done, they stole that away. It did feel like it was their map to lose. Oblivione, they will finish up in 4th. No chance of prize money during this event, but again, still putting themselves in a decent position come champs in about 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, I mean, top 4, nothing to scoff at whatsoever. I think Extra Oblivione might be a bit disappointed in this, especially considering they beat Team Missing X-Ray in their last meeting, but having that just flip on its head, it makes it, I think, even more of a feel-good for Team Missing X-Ray. They'll have the opportunity to rematch against Timeless or Cat Cafe, who sit waiting in that upper finals match. We'll determine that opponent for them tomorrow, but I think we've seen a lot of improvements for this team throughout the day in terms of ultimate usage and just flat out not Okado doing not Okado things.
Yeah, Nadokado just popping off. And one little nugget here, like Missing X-Ray, they swept Cat Cafe during the Swiss stage.
It was an FF.
Oh, it was an FF? Okay.
Yeah.
I just saw it was a 3-0. Well, that makes a little more sense. I'm like, dang, dude, Team Missing X-Ray, they're pulling out the stops. But I do think it's an interesting matchup right now. Considering the way that X-Ray are playing right now, they can really take down anybody. And obviously, I say that they did get swept earlier today by Timeless, but this felt like a different team compared to that game. This felt like a way more confident roster, to where if they're able to build some momentum before that game, whether it be against in that lower bracket final or in the grands, they can really go toe-to-toe with anybody right now.
And I do want to point out, too, that it was Amity who was playing tank earlier on in the day for this team. Axe ended up coming in for this 3rd series and was fantastic on this Malga. I mean, his ground tank rolls far and away win in their direction. If you can get a Malga mirror against any one of these teams, I'm honestly pretty confident in Team Missing X-Ray to, even if they don't manage to win it, to make it pretty darn close.
Yeah, I'm not putting anything past this team anymore. Like, that's just where I'm at. I think we've been like, oh, I admittedly, like, I thought Oblivione going into this series maybe had like a 60-40 chance to take it. That was obviously wrong. It should have been like 80-20 Missing X-Ray, and they played extremely well. I'm very excited to see how they compete tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I'm really looking forward to, like, again, where we can see these teams again in champs. We'll be in a new meta. We'll have Demon will be released for play as well. Not even to mention the patch that we're gonna have along with the new hero release. So many things can change since then. Next Oblivione getting that 4th seed is already a fantastic achievement for them. But it does sound like we are going to head to a quick break to get our interview set up with our winners today. So stay tuned. We got one more player to talk to before we head out. See you in a bit. And just like that, all of our matches for Saturday are set and done. Ex-Oblivion, excuse me, are confirmed to be our 4th seed, where it was Team Missing X-Ray that got arguably an upset over them to move on into our rest of our seeding matches tomorrow. And here with us joining for an interview, I believe we have our wonderful tank player in Axe, who stepped up today to take over for our last series. Axe, how does it feel getting that upset win over Ex-Oblivion today?
Feels pretty good. I kind of came into it today just wanting to play the game. You know, I'm all for the fun of it and just chilling. So for me, it's never about results. It's just about enjoying my time. And personally, I think I had a lot of fun today. I got to play a lot of my favorite character. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like a lot of good vibes going over on Missing X-Ray, especially once we got map 2 onwards. How was it for you? Obviously, didn't play in the first series today. So how was it kind of jumping in during this one and kind of getting used to it when everybody else maybe a little bit more warm going into that series?
So I can't lie, I just slept through the first match. It happens. It does happen. My bad, team. My bad. But I think me coming back in and kind of taking lead of the team really helped them get back into shape, because they really like having me around. They like my comms. They like all that. So it's fun to play with them. I'm glad that I can kind of be a mental anchor for them and help them out and make sure they succeed still.
Yeah, no, and I've definitely felt like, again, everything was starting to click near the back end of this series. How do you see the meta right now? We've seen a lot of teams running cat comps. Then we see a lot of non-cat comps that are trying to deal with it, but also try and do its own thing. Where do you see it all right now?
Honestly, the meta is kind of very fluid. There's not really a specific comp you have to play. It's really just what you're good at, what you're comfortable on, and what you think you can learn is really all you have to play. For our team, we basically force brawl comps. You can tell. You watch us all the time. I mean, back when I was on Amplify, we forced brawl comps all the time too. That's just my style as a player. I've always liked the Malga comps. I've always liked really macro heavy comps. So it's nice that the meta is really open to what kind of comps you can play. You can play micro comps, you can play macro comps. There's really not too much that's forced these days. It's nice.
And then kind of going off of that a bit more, having that level of fluidity in the meta, because you have one, potentially 2 tougher matchups tomorrow. A rematch potentially with Timeless X Missing, or going against Cat Cafe for what is technically the first time. So I kind of want to hear from you, what are your thoughts heading into those matchups, kind of, stepping back in for this team now that you are, not maybe hopefully sleeping through the matches?
Frankly, I'm not worried. I'm never afraid of a team. I'm never getting into my own head against a team. At least I try not to. I think the biggest thing is just keeping our mentals in check, making sure we're actually performing in scrims and getting our practices off. I think there's really not too much I'm worried about going into either of these teams at all. I think we play well, we'll win.
I love the confidence. I'm really excited to see how those games will end up turning out, but that'll be it for today. I know you particularly had a long one, 3 games on the board for Team Missing X-Ray. I'll literally go ahead, have a great rest of your night, and we are looking forward to seeing you and the squad show up tomorrow for our top 3 seeding matches.
All right, thank you.
Fantastic. And I've imagined...
Yeah, it happens to everybody.
It happens.
It happens to everybody.
It does. And, hey, imagine what could happen. I think having someone who is so confident in their own gameplay and kind of being a leader within the team, especially if you want to play Malga, I mean, that is the kind of comp that I think can contest closer to these top 2 teams. So maybe we're a bit skewed on our initial readings of Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, Malga, the great equalizer. It feels like sometimes there's only so much you can do against a Malga, but there's so much you can do with it on your team. So I'm excited to see how X-Ray does tomorrow against, again, either Timeless Missing or whether it be Cat Cafe, which, again, this is a very different looking team with Axe in the lineup. And it's not to say that, it's better or worse, but they definitely felt more confident with Axe in. and definitely played a little bit more constant with Amity in. So I'm very curious to see, as long as Axe wakes up for their alarms on time, what they're going to be bringing us tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Axe. You kind of gave us material to dunk on you. We're kind of
Yeah.
obligated to use it.
I respect the honesty, though.
I do appreciate that. You could have just said that, something came up, but hey, appreciate that. We'll go ahead and take a look at our bracket, though, to give you guys a bit of a visualizer of what we have ahead of us and what is also behind us. We saw quite a few teams match up today, and I'm impressed at the lack of 3-0s we see on our I say lack of. Not everything's a 3-0. There's been tournaments where that has entirely been the case, but we can tell how much that gap can close, especially as we get closer to our top 4-ish teams here. And those are the 3 that we are left with. Oblivion is secured in that 4th seed spot for championships, whereas Team Missing X-Ray and Cat Cafe, as well as Timeless X Missing, will be daddling it out for seeds 1 through 3.
And again, first place, a nice little $2,000 to their name. Second place gets $1,000, and that's before all the champs money later on. So not only do you get yourself in a great seed for that bracket, which is full double elimination, not like this where it's kind of like half single elim, half double elim. Also a little bit of extra money to put in your pocket right away before champs starts in 3 weeks. So there's a lot to play for here. Still in tomorrow's lower final, upper final, and grands. But again, I think we're setting a nice little foundation here in the playoffs to what the rest of this next few weeks is going to look like. But tomorrow, I'm very curious to see, before all this meta changes potentially with the new season balance patch, who is going to be the team to beat? That'll be the question that we get to answer tomorrow.
So many storylines set up here this weekend, and only to finish them a couple weeks down the line. But of course, we will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, if I am not mistaken. Nope, 2 p.m. Eastern. I got this for our broadcast here. We'll have our top 3 teams, and then we're returning in a couple weeks for the official championship brackets. Thank you again to our partners in Runestone for helping make all of this lovely broadcast show happen. That's going to go ahead and do it for us on the desk today. It's been Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty. Thank you so much for tuning in to support Calling All Heroes, and we'll see you again tomorrow for the continuation of our seeding tournament.